between him and Creon that we can exploit?
Athena shakes her head. Laodamas is a mighty warrior, but politics and administration bore him witless. So he's more than happy to let Tiresias and Creon do the real ruling, while he hunts and feasts. Those two schemers are as powerful as ever. She fixes her cool grey eyes on Diomedes. Thebes is strong. What can you offer to defeat them, son of Tydeus? Can the sons of the seven, the Epigoni, do what their fathers failed to accomplish?
My father succumbed to wrath, lady, Diomedes mutters, bowing his head. I will not fail you, as he did.
I look at Athena. What's he talking about?
I say, because I'm unsure of the full story, and while I don't want to humiliate Diomedes if we're going into battle together, I want to know exactly what his father did, and whether we're likely to see a repeat performance from the sun. The goddess's face hardens. Some acolytes of Ares teach that cannibalism makes his theoi invincible. It's barbaric nonsense, but when the battle turned against the seven, Tydeus, my champion, hearkened to it and hacked open the skull of Melanippus, a Theban theos, and ate his brains. All that did was make him vomit, and soon after he was cut down. Ares has crowed about my faithless champions ever since. So, the hints about Tydeus's end were true. I'm sickened, and so visibly is Diomedes, even though he must already know the tale well. But something as hideous as that can never lose its power to appall. I will never let you down, he vows, so earnestly I'm surprised the fates don't appear to record his words. We others fall silent, awkward with embarrassment, bar Athena, who sits there calmly, her hands clasped in her lap. I feel for Diomedes. People, even myself, are prone to believing that sons have the same flaws as their fathers. But how often has Athena rubbed his father's madness in his face? Finally, Eurybates speaks up. What is the strength of the Epigoni? He asks. Diomedes collects himself. The sons of the seven are now grown to manhood. We're all hardened warriors. Really? I'm struggling to keep a straight face. What battles have they hardened themselves with? Tournaments at provincial games? Fantasies played out in their own minds? Adrastus, our king, is committed to our cause, Diomedes continues, and our war bands have recovered their strength. He slams his fist down on his knee. We have never been more ready than now. Your numbers? Eurybates persists. Diomedes' jaw clenches. We each command thousands. How many thousands? 10? 20? More! Many more! Diomedes shouts. Really? Says Athena, her voice icy. Diomedes gives her a miserable look, like a puppy that's been kicked. Well, maybe around I know of at least 5,000. Only 5? That's even worse than I expected. And I'm supposed to support this attack. Thebes has a standing army of twice that number, Eurybates says, looking to me for support. It's so, I confirm, trying to keep my alarm from my voice. I'm friends with Menelaus, the prince of Mycenae. His brother Agamemnon's spies reckon the Theban walls are defended by over 10,000 men. What I've always been taught is that, when assaulting a major fortification, you're best to outnumber the defenders by 2 to 1. In this case, the ratio is reversed. Diomedes looks like he wants to punch me, Every one of our men is worth 10 of the foe. They'll have to be, I drawl. What allies can the Epigoni draw on? Before this new prophecy of Arnasia's, none. Athena replies, no one wanted to join a doomed expedition. But now we know the expedition isn't doomed. Mightn't be doomed, Bria corrects. The prophecy exhorts you to march. It doesn't guarantee victory. That, unfortunately, is true. Right now, Bria goes on, the only ones, bar ourselves, who know the details of Arnasia's prophecy are the key people at Delos, Thebes, and Troy. They're not going to tell anyone outside their tight little circle, and they'll be at pains to discredit anything we say about it. She leans forward excitedly. But perhaps we might share this tidbit with Hera's people at Pytho. They'll tell Agamemnon, and that might persuade him to aid us. I could talk to Menelaus, I put in. Agamemnon listens to him. Mycenae worships Hera as their patron, Athena muses, and her prophetess in Pytho has recently reiterated the conventional prophecy about Theban invincibility. They might be curious as to why this girl Arnasia says otherwise, but they will trust their own oracle, and they certainly won't trust you, she adds, pointing her finger at me. It was Pytho that revealed my parentage, and then set out to kill me last year. I suspect she's right, but surely Agamemnon would like to see Thebes brought low. He'd love to, but will he risk troops? Athena asks gloomily. I doubt it. The Epigoni are on their own in this. No one else will risk the consequences of failure. King Priamu of Troy has a long memory for slights, and they won't want to be on his execution list if and when he invades. We all fall silent. Then Diomedes asks, But, great queen, surely Attica will side with my people? Isn't the king of Athens one of your theoi? Athena doesn't reply immediately. Attica daren't involve herself in a war with her next-door neighbour. She says at last, she is still weak from internal conflicts. I would it were otherwise, but I'd be a fool to risk it. When Attica is her only real power base. Her decision is disappointing but understandable. Diomedes bows his head. I hear you, great queen. We spend a further moment contemplating the ridiculous task we've set ourselves. Eurybates, once again, is the first to speak. There's something else I don't understand about the tales of the seven. Was not a robe or a necklace used to bribe one of the seven into going to war? Athena becomes grim-faced. I said earlier that this all began with Oedipus, but I could take it back further. In earlier generations, Aphrodite's cult was aligned to that of Hephaestus, the god of metalwork, hence their so-called marriage. But as his importance has waned, her cult has shifted alliance to Ares. Once, her priests praised Hephaestus. In their odes he was straight and fair, and Ares was a bloody-handed butcher. But gradually, the tales have changed. Now the smith is spoken of as a cuckolded cripple, and it's glorious Ares that Aphrodite lusts for. The story of the adultery of Aphrodite and Ares is another popular trope for the bards, complete with ribald asides and thigh-slapping jokes, especially when Hephaestus traps them both, in a state of what could politely be called physical concupiscence, in a golden net. But now I can see the sinister side to such tales. Ares and Aphrodite are in Zeus's camp, seeking to become deities of both Troy and Achaea, while Hephaestus
is another Achaean god struggling to stay relevant and alive. Do you think Ares and Aphrodite will someday wipe out Hephaestus's worship? I ask. Quite possibly, Athena replies, but for now, he's still the clamshell's husband. He wants her back, or more accurately, he wants to be the great power he was when they were united, and knowledge and artifice were esteemed higher than warfare. Athena grimaces. I have some sympathy, and indeed he's proposed uniting his cult to mine, but I'll not tie myself to a dying god. There's more to this than she's letting on. There's a tavern tale that the smith tried to rape her. Given we're talking about disembodied spirits, I'm not sure that's possible, though if his avatar assailed hers. Athena looks directly at me, seeming to read my thoughts. That didn't happen. Not in that way. He sought alliance. I refused. The rest is propaganda. How did she know what I was thinking? What else can she perceive? I hide my alarm behind a bland expression. Ignoring the mystified looks on the others' faces, except Bria, who smiles wryly, Athena goes on. To answer Eurybates' question, some generations ago, Hephaestus gave the clamshell a necklace and a robe, containing a binding curse and—
My pardon, lady.
Eurybates interrupts.
What do you mean by a binding curse?
Athena pauses imperiously, but she answers the question. A binding curse, it's one that's formed by tying a malignant spirit to a person, place, or object, so that whoever possesses it is beset by misfortune. She explains. They're notoriously hard to create and destroy, but a trained mind can detect and avoid them. Hephaestus thought to trick Aphrodite by creating a pair of cursed artifacts, the robe and the necklace. They're benign and undetectable when together, but malignant when separated. By presenting them together, temporarily inactive, he hoped to fool her. Knowing her fickleness when it came to possessions, the two were bound to be separated. And fool her he did. But unexpectedly, she gave them both to her daughter by Ares, Harmonia.
And therefore a powerful Thea?
Eurybates asks. Exactly. She was engaged to marry one of their servants, Cadmus, king of Thebes, Oedipus's great-great-grandfather. It seemed a glorious wedding gift, but gradually, as the two gifts were occasionally worn separately, misfortunes began to beset Harmonia and all her descendants who possessed them. Oedipus's mother Jocasta first wore the necklace without the gown the day she hung herself, Bria adds. After that, they were both put aside, heirlooms that no one felt comfortable to be around. A few of us Theoi deduced their real nature. Polynices should have heeded those tales, Athena replies. When his uncle Amphiaraus wavered over joining the Seven in their campaign, Aphrodite commanded Polynices to give the necklace to Euryphile, Amphiaraus's wife, if she persuaded her husband to join the attack. Polynices and Euryphile were having an affair, and the clamshell convinced them both that if Amphiaraus died, they'd be free to wed. Diomedes stared.
I'd not heard that.
Your father may have guessed, Athena told him, and the clamshell was right about Amphiaraus dying. She just neglected to mention that almost everyone else would die as well, including that poor fool Polynices. It was her pawn, Creon, along with Tiresias, who was victorious once again. What happened to the necklace? I ask.
Erifili still has it, though I believe she no longer wears it,
Athena replies. Even so, she still has great influence among the Epigoni, despite losing her husband and her lover in that war. I'm about to question her about the robe and its whereabouts when Diomedes butts in.
Alcmaeon must be told,
he says, his voice harsh with anger.
He worships the memory of his father Amphiaraus. He will be appalled at his mother's infidelity.
I command you not to tell him, Athena glares. Your numbers are few enough without being torn apart by an old crime.
But she plotted with our enemies.
No, she was duped by them. It's not the same thing. Athena snaps. Keep this quiet, and be wary. The necklace may still be in play. These artifacts have a way of reappearing when least wanted. She sighs heavily, and her face flickers momentarily back to the wizened visage of old Calliope, the Avatar. Possessing an avatar is tiring and difficult. But then Athena reasserts herself, and her divine visage reappears. Go across to Argos and gather the Epigoni together. Tell them of Arnasius' prophecy and persuade them to fight. Control them, lead them, take victory if victory is possible. But if all falls apart, abandon them. Am I understood? Diomedes looks aghast.
My place is with my kin,
in victory or defeat. Not since you swore to me, Athena says coldly. I do not squander my assets. Assets? I wonder when some of the scales will start to drop from his eyes after hearing such words on her lips. Watch and learn, Diomedes. I think this is her true nature, and she's the most enlightened of the gods. But this meeting is over, as Calliope has reached the end of her strength. The goddess exhales, a long, gusting sigh that seems to take away some of her substance, and then she's an ashen-faced Calliope again, sagging with exhaustion. Bria goes to aid the Avatar, while Diomedes leaps to his feet, as if he would start running over to Argos right now if he could. I look across at Eurybates. We're so mentally attuned that I know he thinks the same as me. This has all the makings of another catastrophe. Chapter 10. The Epigoni.
And you also, unfortunate Jocasta,
had possession of the gorgeous impious thing, and adorned your visage with its glory. Alas, oh woe! On what a couch to give pleasure! Erifili, wife of the vanquished seer, saw it, and at every altar and every banquet nurtured a secret, ferocious envy, if only someday she might claim the fell jewel. Alas, she profited not a whit from the auguries so close at hand. Statius, Thebaid, 2. Argos, Peloponnese. 2 days later, Diomedes, Bria, Eurybates, and I are in Argos, seeking an audience with King Adrastus, the last of the doomed seven. Apart from Diomedes, who's arrived with full fanfare, we've approached the king on the quiet, and as far as we know, no one outside his inner circle knows we're here. There will be spies, that's inevitable, and if Tiresias has discovered we know Arnasius' prophecy, he may well have guessed where we are by now. Nonetheless, we're being very, very careful to conceal our presence. After an exchange of clandestine messages, we're finally admitted, at almost midnight on the second day after arriving in the city,
into the august presence of King Adrastus. Guards are stationed outside the Megaron, the great ceremonial throne room. We give them a prearranged password and enter an echoing space, dark but for a few lamps. I can barely make out the riotous paintings of fantastical animals, sea creatures, medallions, scrolls, and squares full of swirling patterns that festoon the walls, ceiling, and floor. I think of our own plain, plastered walls back in Ithaca with a pang of homesickness. The Epigoni, or offspring, are standing in a half-circle around the throne, on the far side of the great pillared hearth. Behind them cluster the king's other champions, a dozen Theoi sworn, as Diomedes has told us, to a mix of Hera, Hermes, and Poseidon, Achaean gods all. There's even a couple who follow Athena, men I've not yet met, who greet Bria like a revered and intimidating older sister. We remove our cloaks by the door, along with the brimmed hats that have shadowed our faces and hidden our hair, mine once again a blazing red, thanks to some vinegar and hot water. A guard leads us across the painted plaster floor, to be announced before King Adrastus, a grey-beard with a stocky figure, softening in the middle, and a crippled foot, a legacy of the Theban battle. "Greetings, in the name of the Seven," Adrastus says in reply. His voice has a haunted quality, and I immediately sense unresolved guilt. He's the only survivor when all his brothers in arms perished. Every night he wonders why. Adrastus indicates a sturdy younger version of himself. "This is Agelaus, my son and heir." Agelaus gives Bria and me a peremptory nod, not bothering to acknowledge Eurybates. The Kerix is only a servant in his eyes. "I greet you as the eldest here, after my father," the young man proclaims, earning sideways glances from the others. Being oldest, being strongest, being fastest, being best. It clearly matters keenly to all of the Epigoni, but especially to him. The young man standing beside Agelaus half raises a hand in diffident greeting. He's lean and tall, and his nervous air makes him seem even younger than he must be. "I'm Prince Thersander," he states, "son of King Polynices. Thebes is my birthright." His words carry an edge of bravado, but his whole body is suffused with the tension of a man perpetually ready to block a blow. Already I can tell there's enmity between him and Agelaus. I'm guessing that Agelaus's proclamation that he's the eldest of their generation was mostly aimed at him. Rivalries, unresolved guilt. Great. The next three Epigoni in the circle, Euryalus, Promachus, and Sthenelus, all bark out their names and proclaim themselves ready and willing to take back Thebes or die trying. All are Theoi, of course, and have the arrogance of men who know they're better than the rest of mankind. "And I'm Alcmaeon," the dark-haired man on Adrastus's left says. I see immediately why Athena warned about keeping him ignorant of his mother's infidelity. He's a seething piece of young manhood, but cold and dark where the others seem to be firebrands. He claps a similar-looking man beside him on the shoulder, with long black hair and intense green eyes. "This is my brother, Amphilochus. If you're another set of liars trying to provoke us into a suicidal war, I'll cut your tongues out." The other Epigoni assure us, like the chorus line at a religious festival, that they will flay us, burn us, or disembowel us if we speak false. If Alcmaeon is the charioteer of Arnasia's prophecy,
He doesn't look like we'll be marching anywhere. That comment about suicidal war makes his position very clear. But his hatred for Thebes, unspoken though it is also palpable. Regardless, it feels like we're stepping into the middle of a clan feud. I look around, measuring faces, and suddenly realize there's a woman present. She's sitting against the wall where she can see and hear everything, and she's clad in plain widow's white, except for a rather lovely gold necklace clustered with small beads of blue lapis lazuli. She has to be the dowager, Erifale, thin as a reed, with a severe face and hair corded tightly into greying braids, wrapped round her head. Yet there's a curious aura of youth and beauty about her that compels the eye, a need to glance at her, and then gaze. "Erifale," Bria greets her coldly. "I'm surprised you have the gall to wear that thing here." I catch my breath as I realize Bria's meaning. It's the necklace. The cursed necklace of Harmonia, wrought by Hephaestus for Aphrodite. So Athena was wrong about Erifale putting the necklace aside. It's truly beautiful, but why is she wearing it? Does she know it's cursed? And is its curse active here? Alcmaeon rises to his mother's defense. "My mother is our soul," he snarls. "Speak another word against her, and I'll take my blade to you." The other Epigoni chorus agreement. That's nice. Chopping us up is the one thing they can agree on. Erifale glares back at Bria, her chin high. "Liars have come here before," she says in a disdainful voice. "We've vowed to make short shrift of those that seek to mislead us again. Even if the long-awaited time for revenge has come?" Bria asks, addressing Adrastus. "That time will never come," Alcmaeon snaps, echoed by his brother Amphilochus. "Aye, the prophecies say we're doomed if we march," Thersander says. "Has anything changed?" Despite his gloomy words, he's watching us keenly. He really wants this war, just as his father craved the first one. He's just afraid of losing it. "Nothing has changed," says Erifale. "What proofs can you offer that you're not here to lure my beloved kindred into another trap?" Bria goes to reply, but Diomedes preempts her. "I was there when we hypnotized the seeress and heard her words. They are true prophecy, perhaps the only true words spoken by the seers on this matter. We, the Argives, have been lied to before, yes, but these people speak the truth. I will swear to their authenticity, in the name of Athena herself." Bold words from a young man who still doesn't know Bria or me particularly well. "So, why is this new prophecy not common knowledge?" Alcmaeon demands. "The words are so dangerous to our enemies, they've conspired to keep them secret," Diomedes replies. They lean forward. Even Erifale, her judgmental eyes darting to and fro, as Bria takes them through Arnasius' secret prophecy and how we've interpreted it. I'm watching them all closely, seeing how many of these young men's eyes light up at the exhortation to march on a secretly vulnerable Thebes. Bria leaves out Diomedes' interpretation of the charioteer, aware that Alcmaeon is utterly opposed to the whole expedition. We're going to have to sneak up on that argument. "This woman claims you are the man of fire," Adrastus says to me. "Why?" In answer, I raise my left hand and let flames kindle on my fingertips. The Epigoni react with murmurs of interest, but all our theoi and have doubtless seen similar feats before.
My mother is descended from Hermes, who has an affinity to fire. I tell them, which is true, though it's not the messenger that gave me this power. I prefer my true connections aren't known. If any present guess otherwise, they choose not to say. Alcmaeon has been constantly glancing at his mother Eryphile. They all have.
Is that the necklace's influence?
What about the final stanza? He demands. Bria shakes her head at Diomedes.
Too late.
You are the charioteer, he tells Alcmaeon eagerly. If you lead us, the Epigone will be victorious. The Megaron erupts with noise. It's my war, Thersander shouts. Thebes belongs to me. I lead, Prince Aegialaus bellows. I am eldest of my generation, and the only son of the king of Argos. Euryalus, Promachus, and Sthenelus join in, endorsing one claim or another. Even Diomedes is shouting about his own status. No wonder they've not managed to march yet. They can't even agree on the basics. Then Eryphile's voice cuts through the babble, her tone cold, funereal.
My husband went to war on a promise of victory, only to die. Then we learnt the seven were misled, that the oracles had said they were doomed to fail.
But this new prophecy gives us hope, argues Diomedes. Alcmaeon scowls. Hope will be the death of us. Our honor demands. Don't give me honor. Alcmaeon roars, going face to face with Diomedes, their jutting chins almost touching. The poorest man in Argos is happier than we are, because of this impossible task that honor demands of us. Better we forget this damnable duty and live for our own children and the peace and prosperity of this kingdom. I don't like Alcmaeon, though barely 2 weeks ago I would have agreed wholeheartedly with him on this. Laertes spent my early years teaching me that a strong peace is better than any war. But I also believe in Arnacia's words. If we don't destroy Thebes, the Thebans will open the doors to Troy, and the Achaea I know and love will cease to exist. And the biggest threat we face comes not from the Thebans and their Trojan friends, but from the gods who manipulate and embolden them. Apollo, Aphrodite, Ares, great Zeus himself, who will exterminate anyone who threatens their dominance. Is Alcmaeon the right man to face up to the gods, or even to lead this rabble? For my part, I call out, those words say that the charioteer is a unifier, one who can drive the army forward. I have a loud voice, and when roused I can shout most men down. But they ignore me. Alcmaeon and his brother square off against Aegialaus. Thersander stamps his foot like a petulant boy, and Adrastus just puts his head in his hands. I swear the king is on the verge of tears. All the while, Eryphile sits against the wall like one of the Fates, the necklace gleaming at her throat, seemingly indifferent. It strikes me that this paralysis is not only what she wants, but what she's engineered. She fears another disastrous war and wants the past buried, which, given her devious and underhand role in the previous campaign, is understandable. And there's something else at play, some power emanating from her that goes beyond the manipulative grasp an aging matriarch can wield over her extended family. The necklace, no doubt. Father, Aegialaus pleads to the shaking, silent king, this is our war. My war. It's my destiny to lead it. Adrastus lifts his haunted, hopeless visage. I sense the struggle inside him.
For 10 years he's been tormented by the guilt of outliving his friends and family, knowing that only by returning to Thebes will any of it be given meaning. But he fears he's dooming the rest of his kindred to the same fate as his brothers and cousins. The princes see his irresolution and turn back to their own squabbling.
"Thebes is mine!"
Thersander shrieks.
"Yours?"
Aigealau sneers.
"Never! I lead. I'll be the first to break the gates of Thebes." "Then you'll be doing it on your own."
Alcmaeon snarls and stamps out. I turn to Bria.
"Well, this is splendid,"
I say loudly.
"No wonder their revenge on Thebes is going so well."
There's a certain type of person for whom sarcasm can be an effective goad, challenging them to act better than they have been. Apparently, no one like that is present here. But they do let us leave without flaying us alive. Typically, instead of employing all the honest ways we could try to resolve this impasse, Bria suggests a dirty trick. Without a better suggestion, I go along with it. She's going to do it anyway. Which is why a few hours before dawn, the following night, we're grave robbing. The sky's black, strewn with stars, and we're in an open field outside the walls. A commoner's graveyard with stone grave markers, small stelae carved with figures in shallow relief, or local Argive symbols I'm not familiar with. The graves have been hollowed out of the solid rock beneath, oblong cyst tombs that mostly harbour bones and little more. Their covering slabs are pocked with little libation holes where offerings can be poured through into the packed earth below. There's nothing to differentiate the grave we're plundering from 100 others, but Bria is certain it's Steely Marks, the one we need. The only light is a faint oil lamp, mostly shielded from prying eyes by the covering slabs we've already pulled up, so only this grave is dimly lit. I'm currently 5 feet down inside the tomb and sweating heavily as I dig, while Bria keeps watch and criticizes my technique. Bria's reasoning is this. Hephaestus gave Harmonia, bride of Cadmus, 2 great gifts, the robe and necklace. Together they are benign, but separated, they're malignant. Under the dreamlike logic of these things, the spirits that animate them won't rest. They're hateful things and want to destroy any that use them, but they also want to be at peace. Bria says the robe is calling for the necklace, the cursed necklace around Eriphales' throat. If we bring them together, the malign influence of the necklace is neutralized, and the Epigone will find harmony. And she says that the robe is in this grave. How she knows, I have no idea. How much of what we saw of Eriphales was really her nature, and how much the curse, I wonder. I pick at the tail, trying to disentangle it and piece it together anew. 10 years ago, the would-be king of Thebes, Polynices, gave his secret lover, Eriphales, the necklace, and asked her to persuade her cuckolded husband to go to war. Both men died, but Eriphales still lives, the dowager who controls the whole court from the shadows, and her son Alcmaeon in particular. Bria believes that Alcmaeon's love will turn to hate if he learns of her past infidelities and manipulations. She says that, despite his feelings for Eriphales, he reveres the memory of his father more. Amid this blended web of secrets and jealousies and betrayal, one fact stands out. Eriphales is the key. We need her to change her mind, so she'll persuade Alcmaeon to go to war. And to do that, Bria says we need the robe. "You better be right," I tell Bria, shoveling another clump of earth out of the hole. "What if it's not in here?" She's sitting cross-legged beside the defiled grave, her skirt barely covering her thighs. That's deliberate.
A few hours ago she said if I can recover the robe, she's going to kiss me senseless, as if that's going to motivate me. Ever since then, she's been quizzing me on my time among Dionysus's maenads. I'm sensing jealousy.
When you came back from having fun that afternoon on Delos, you were floating on air. She teases. Who was it? Come on, tell me.
Blonde girl, tall, curvy, I tell her, shoveling another spadesful and deliberately spraying her with dirt.
Not your type,
Bria observes. She's in just such a body right now.
Otherwise you'd be all over me. You are not my type, I remind her.
I'm agnostic on looks, as long as a girl seems interesting and fun.
I'm lots of fun. Everyone knows that, she sniffs. Was that Trojan princess among the maenads?
Didn't see her.
Ha! She scowls. If you've been screwing her, Athena's going to string you up by the balls, and that's nothing to what that Trojan bitch's twin brother would do to you if he knew.
I didn't see Kishanda, I reiterate. Bria wrinkles her nose.
You're a useless liar, Ithaca.
Remind me again why we're plundering this particular grave. Bria rolls her eyes.
Changing the subject, are we? And why, might I ask?
I keep digging.
Very well, Ithaca. Have it your own way.
She settles herself on the stele.
I heard that Jocasta, as a suicide, couldn't be buried in the royal tombs at Thebes. But she couldn't be buried anywhere else near Thebes either, because the graves of the rich attract grave robbers. So the Thebans called in an Egyptian embalmer who preserved her corpse and placed her in a wooden box, the type the Egyptians call a mummia. It was brought south when Polynices fled Thebes after his brother expelled him, and buried in an unmarked pauper's grave, right here.
How do you know?
Because I was his mistress at the time,
Bria replies offhandedly.
Who?
Polynices. I throw her a look. How old are you?
A lady never tells, and a gentleman never asks.
She wraps her fingers thoughtfully on the stele.
Polynices was an insecure, paranoid rat. But on the bright side, I was screwing Tydeus as well, and he was pleasingly randy. Good times.
You slept with Diomedes' father? This time I pause to stare. Dear gods! You're not his mother, are you?
Now that would have been interesting. But no, Tydeus married Adrastus' daughter the moment the girl bled. He probably had to share the bed with her dolls, but it didn't stop her popping out a son in double time.
I wrinkle my nose and accidentally fling more dirt at her.
Oops, sorry.
As I bury my shovel again, there's a hollow thud. The bronze blade has hit something wooden. Bria gives an excited squeak and slithers into the grave to help me clear the lid. Those Achaeans who can't afford chamber tombs just wrap a body in cloth, lay the grave goods around it, and cover the whole lot with dirt. But the Egyptians have strange customs. Eurybates was born and raised there, and has described how they desiccate their corpses somehow, and if someone's rich, embalm them for eternity, placing the body in a wooden box. He tells ghost stories of souls trapped in bodies beneath the sands, preying on grave robbers centuries after they're buried. So it's not with great enthusiasm that I perch beside the lid. It's relief-carved in the shape of a woman and painted bright colours, the pigments disintegrating as the dirt eats them away. I give Bria a doubtful look as she holds the oil lamp overhead. I don't like this, but I take my dagger from its sheath and prise open the lid. Nervous tension is not always wasted energy. It's what powers your reactions when whatever you're dreading comes to pass. As I pull the lid open, something moves inside. After that, everything's a blur of reflex and terror. The head of a snake rears out of the wooden sarcophagus and flies at me, just as my dagger shoots upwards, slamming into the underside of the serpent's head and punching right up through the brain pan. But the cursed thing won't die. It's twice as long as my body, and it slams into me, coils thick as my thighs, lashing around my legs as it hisses and snaps at my face, only kept at bay by the dagger through the head that should have killed the damned beast. I topple beneath its weight, managing somehow with all my strength to keep the coils from my throat, but they settle round my chest and squeeze. I gasp for help, but Bria seems uncharacteristically frozen in shock. With a despairing lunge, my right hand manages to free itself from the thickening coils and grasp my Cephas hilt. I wrench the sword blade free of the scabbard, twist, and then another serpent appears, smaller than the first, but just as vicious. It coils round my waist and encircles my arm, locking it against the heaving mound of slithering muscle that already envelops me. A heartbeat later, Bria pulls the sword from my hand and swings, cleaving through the first serpent's spine behind the skewered head, swinging the blade again to decapitate the second snake. They shudder, convulsing so hard they almost pump the last air from my lungs. I struggle free, gasping, and roll away, sucking down gulps of air as my vision swims.
"Well, that was unexpected," Bria remarks. "Nice reflexes, Ithaca."
She wipes my blade on her tunic and hands it to me, hilt first. Don't tell me those snakes were in here since the burial.
"Maybe. It's an old Egyptian trick. You establish a breeding pit alongside the grave, with tunnels between the two chambers. The idea is that some of the serpents will be in the grave when robbers come. But I suspect those were more than just your ordinary snakes."
While I'm recovering, Bria blithely heaves the lid aside and stares down at the corpse within.
"Jocasta, Jocasta, look at you now,"
she crows. I peer in. Euripides and I have, over the years, discussed why such embalming works in Egypt, but isn't practiced here. It's dry as dust on the fringe of the desert, the only water coming from the great river Nile, but too much damp can turn an embalmed corpse into a melting mush. I've been dreading what Jocasta will be like now. But my fears in this regard, at least, are baseless. At first glance, the old queen's body is mere dried-up skin and sinew, plastered over bones and wrapped in cloth. Gold at her ears and throat glimmers in the light of the oil lamp, and there's a shimmer of white peeking through a gap in the grave wrap.
"You knew her too?"
I ask Bria.
"Jocasta? Oh yes, poor lass. Her first husband, Laius, was a brute. She had her only son snatched from her breast moments after he was born, and then ended up marrying that son, all unknowingly. She was happy with Oedipus, though. 4 children, when she never had another with Laius. That tells you something. But secrets will out."
Together we unwrap Jocasta's body. She hadn't been tall, and what hair she has left is very long, a dark brown hue that's lost all luster. I'd expected insect life, beetles, worms, ants. But again the body's clean. Perhaps the snakes took care of that. Bria casually pockets Jocasta's gold earrings and necklace.
"I always envied her those," she says in a satisfied voice.
"Don't wear them around the epigone," I advise. I examine the gleaming white dress the corpse is buried in. The grave wrap is dusty and stained, but the robe we've dug down to find is almost unblemished. And the threadwork and embroidery patterns are truly bewitching. They seem to move as you look at them. It would be easy to study the thing for hours. When I touch it, I realize it's not ordinary cloth, but some fusion of silk and metal, strong yet amazingly supple. Wearing it would be strange, but I sense it might be extraordinarily comfortable. It seems well preserved, I comment. Bria scowls and points. There's a yellowish stain and a rent in the hem of the bodice, where a section of fabric seems to be missing altogether. It's imperfect, Ithaca. Things enchanted by Hephaestus are always perfect. This robe has lost something. She stares deeply, a glow like moonlight bleeding from her eyes. Then she mutters, I understand now. The diamond which Hephaestus imprisoned in the robe escaped into one of the snakes, sometime in the last 10 years. That's how the creature grew so large. I look back at the beheaded serpents and shudder. So is the robe no use to us? Correct, as of now, but it can be repaired. Bria gives me a look that's hard to decipher. One of those rare moments when her smug, I-can-handle-anything mask slips. I'd hoped we wouldn't have to do this, she sighs, but perhaps it's a good thing. What is? You'll see, she says tersely. Without further ado, she unceremoniously pulls the dress from the corpse, leaving me to ease the dead queen back into her resting place and replace the lid. I'm still somewhat squeamish around those serpent bodies, but I've nowhere else to put them except beside the casket. Jocasta won't care. She's long gone, leaving only skin, sinew, and bones. Hurriedly, I fill in the cyst hole, while Bria spends the whole time cooing over the dress, her eyelids and hands fluttering nervously all the while. When I've dragged the final covering slab back into place, she passes her hand over the grave and, in an instant, it's as if it's never been disturbed. Bria's full of interesting little tricks of the trade. One day I may need to learn them. There'll be a price, no doubt, so I'm not in a screaming hurry. Now what? I ask Bria. Now? She strokes the robe of Harmonia possessively, but her eyes are far away, as if steeling herself for an ordeal. Now, Odysseus, we have to find a smith. Chapter 11. Hephaestus. O strong-willed mighty Hephaestus, with your unquenchable fire, your dazzling, blazing, God-given light, mighty-fisted, eternal torch-bearer, O craftsman who exists through your art, O perfect, elemental part of the cosmos, all-engulfing, all-conquering, all-powerful, all-consuming, ether, sun, stars, moon, pure light are the forms through which you, Hephaestus, manifest yourself to mankind. Orphic Hymn 66, to Hephaestus. Argos, Peloponnese. Bria leads me back into Argos, where we creep along darkened streets. She's doused the lamp and has the shimmering white robe rolled up inside her cloak. We re-enter the city the same way we left, a rope secured by a grappling hook, in a lightly patrolled section of the outer palisade, and, with clever timing, elude the guards stationed on the walls and the night watch. There's no one else up and about in the streets. Above us, the citadel looms, its sturdy mud-brick fortifications clothed in darkness. Dawn is still an hour away, and everything is still and silent. Bria is walking like someone following an old, out-of-date map. After a few false turns, we fetch up before a large, low-slung timber building.
There are big wooden doors, which Bria eases open far enough to let us slide in, before pushing it to behind us. It's a forge, a smithy strewn with tools and half-made items, bronze axe heads and shield bosses, mattocks and wheel rims and daggers still lacking their wooden hilt grips. The fires have burnt down to embers, and someone is snoring in the room behind. I tiptoe to the inner door and see a burly man and his fleshy woman deeply asleep, an infant snuffling in a cot beside their sleeping mat. The air reeks of charcoal and oil and heated metal. Bria taps my shoulder and draws me back to the embers. "The smithy was once the most magical place in the world," she whispers. "Imagine it. Here was a man who could use fire and ancient knowledge to turn lumps of ore into durable metal tools and weapons. Every part of the process involved secret recipes, prayers and invocations. Hephaestus didn't need priests. His smiths were priests, with a magic far more tangible than those of many other gods. Zeus thought tying his own worship to the smith so important. His priests proclaimed Hephaestus as his son. Zeus gave him the goddess of love as his mate in the tales. In other words, he aligned the two cults to bind him ever closer to the burgeoning machine of worship that the Olympian gods were creating. Hephaestus was that important." She stirs the embers with a poker, muttering something under her breath, and they flare slightly. "Every forge was a place of worship and magic, Odysseus, and this one is the oldest in Argos. Remember last year how we opened a doorway into Hades' realm? In a similar way, every smithy is a pathway to the great smithy, to the realm of Hephaestus." My gut tenses from a mix of fear and exhilaration. If I understand Bria right, we will be entering a world parallel to this earthly one, but not of it, with its own rules and inhabited by its own beings, elemental creatures with powers I can only guess at. In Hades' kingdom of Erebus last year, I almost lost everything, but I also found my father, and received the blessing of my forebear, Prometheus himself. What prizes and payments might there be here? "So what do we do?" I ask. She gives me an oddly vulnerable look. "Follow my lead, and be ready to get me out if I ask you to. But only if I ask. Understand? This could go well, but there are risks. Hephaestus is not what he was. His worship has declined, his cult is sidelined and being forgotten, and he can feel extinction coming. He's lonely, bitter, despairing, and desperate. And, well, he and I have some history." None of this sounds good. The worst parts of the journey through Hades pass through my mind. The many-headed dog, Cerberus, the punishments of Sisyphus and Prometheus, the glimpses of Tartarus and the hideous fruits in Persephone's grove. Is the smith's secret place likely to be any better, especially if he's got some old grudge against Bria? "Is this truly necessary?" I ask. "If we want the Epigoni to rally together and emerge victorious, yes," Bria replies. She meets my eye. "If you hear an owl shriek, you'll know we're in deep trouble. Do whatever you can to call me back. Understand?" "No, I don't. Call you back? What does that mean?" I demand more loudly than I'd intended. "Hush! You'll see," she tells me exasperatingly, but she turns away, taking a resolute breath and casting a fine powder over the embers. Frankincense and tamarisk resin from the smell of it. They flare up in hues of deep crimson and gold as she raises her voice in a toneless chant. "To Hephaestus, fumigation from frankincense and manna, strong, mighty Hephaestus, bearing splendid light." I'm worried she'll rouse the smith and his family, but apart from a gentle, bubbling gurgle from the infant, the sound of her voice seems to go unnoticed, as if passing elsewhere. The smoke emerging from the embers begins to churn, filling the forge room without choking us, swirling around to form an opaque curtain. I sense that same feeling of transition I experienced last year, when we left our world and entered the realm of Hades. My vision is blurring. My body feels weightless, and now the very air tastes different, full of heat and smoke and burning incense. We're leaving that mortal forge, and are now in some kind of threshold place.
Odysseus, this is our last chance to speak unheard.
Bria murmurs.
I said earlier that Hephaestus isn't what he was, but he's still a god. We are about to enter his realm, where he takes his own form and everything is shaped according to his desire and by what people believe about him. If we displease him, he can destroy us. Anything we want, we're going to have to bargain for.
Will your history with him help or hinder that?
I don't know,
she admits, which does nothing for my equilibrium. Where does he stand with regard to Akira and Troy? I ask.
Don't worry about that,
she tells me, and when I go to protest, she puts a finger to my lips and elaborates.
There are smith gods in every culture, but they're all in decline. Smiths are no longer priests, they're mere tradesmen. The ascendant gods now are those that explain the unexplainable, nature, death, and the like. Those are the gods we make offerings to for survival. War gods, sea gods, gods of love and birth and procreation, gods of the afterlife, harvest queens. They're the coming deities.
So Hephaestus is becoming irrelevant?
Probably, but he's still a factor. The Ares cult has muscled in on his old alliance with Aphrodite. It was their priests that spread the story of Hephaestus being crippled. They belittled him to further weaken his worship, and his lameness is now seen as canon. The next step will be to discredit the tales of him being Zeus's son. In a few generations, he'll be forgotten, and Aphrodite will have always been mated to Ares. That's how it works.
What about the tale of Hephaestus and Athena? I ask. The rape attempt.
Bria frowns. You heard Calliope's response in Tiryns.
But is it just a tale? I know you've told me that such stories impact the way the gods are worshipped, but
Aphrodite wanted Athena weakened, so she set a trap. She told Hephaestus she'd meet him, using a human body, in his avatar's smithy in Athens. Then she tricked an avatar of Athena. It was Iadama, who you met last year, to go to the smithy in her place.
Why?
Quite simply, to be raped. Hephaestus thought he was going to a passionate encounter with Aphrodite, and when Iadama arrived, having already called Athena into herself, he thought she was a willing substitute. If Hephaestus had succeeded in pinning her down and having his way, Athena's virginity would have been lost, and her cult thrown into disarray. That was Aphrodite's intent.
But Iadama escaped. Bria nods briskly.
She did, and saved our mistress. Beliefs shape gods, but gods also shape beliefs, Ithaca. If she'd succumbed, the nature of Athena would be quite different now, and her worship much altered and weakened. Virginity is highly prized in certain religious circles. It's considered a holy state, so losing it would have probably destroyed her cult, as Aphrodite purposed.
We share a somewhat disgusted look. The more I know of the gods,
the less I revere them, I admit. Bria surprises me by pecking my cheek.
"That's the spirit, Ithaca," she murmurs, "but don't say such things to anyone but me."
She turns away, raising her voice once more in that high, eerie chant. Gradually another noise reaches us, the slow, deep clangor of a hammer striking metal. It grows and grows until it's pounding through our flesh, reverberating through our bones, swelling in power and intensity. It fills my senses, becomes the only sound. When I think I can stand it no more, Bria grips my hand and turns to face the curtain of swirling smoke, picking a direction where the crimson glow behind the grey is deepest and the ringing hammer is loudest, and leads me through. We walk a short corridor of smoke and emerge in a large cavern, the ceiling of hewn rock high above, and the whole chamber lit by shifting crimson hues. The stone floor runs all the way to the edge of a fiery rift, a deep cleft against the far wall from which eruptions of lava burst and cascade back down into the depths. The heat hits us like a fistful in the face, and sulphurous air sears our lungs. Right at the edge of the rift, there's a forge and bellows, and a mighty thewed figure is silhouetted against the red-lit rock. He's hammering away at a bronze blade, a sword as long as a man, the metal radiant with heat when he plunges it back in the furnace to soften it. The sound is deafening, each clang a blow to the senses, to sanity. Bria drops my hand and composes herself for a moment, her face transiting through fear and back to her usual mask of brazen confidence. Once she's ready, she strides forward and calls out in a piercing voice, "Ho, Hephaestus! It's been a while!" The smith god pauses mid-blow and turns as we approach. My first impression is of a wall of muscle, so thick and corded it barely seems human, a hunched-backed figure with arms like tree trunks. He's clad in no more than a leather apron, and his skin is ridged and pitted with welts, scars and pockmarks. Were he to stand straight, he'd be more than 7 foot tall. I realize with a gulp, but his right leg is twisted and bent, and the left bears most of his weight. Even in his own realm, he's a cripple, I realize, and that tells me much about the power of belief. This is not an avatar body. Even here, inside his own realm, this is how he sees himself. Such is his despair. I focus on his face. He was handsome once, that is clear, but his cheeks and chin are blotched with burn scars, old and new. He has deep-set, mournful eyes that catch the glow of the chasm and glimmer like molten lava. His beard is singed and patchy, his mouth is twisted into a sour grimace, and his teeth are broken. He's probably never seen Bria in this particular body, but he seems to recognize her instantly, and his expression is far from welcoming. "You!" He snarls in a voice like grinding stone. He lowers the hammer and flicks the blade he's been working on into the fiery rift. "You dare come here?" He takes what seems no more than a staggering step forward. Yet in an instant he's bridged the gap between us, seized Bria by the throat and lifted her off the ground. "I should brain you before your poisoned tongue has the chance to taint the air." It's probably suicidal, but I go to her aid, only to be backhanded across the chamber, barely managing to check myself at the very rim of the fiery chasm. I'm still lying there, winded, the stone burning hot beneath me, and he's glaring at her and panting hard, as if he's trying to work out whether to snap her neck before or after casting her into the lava pit. Her face isn't frightened. It's sad. "Hef," she manages to gasp. "I'm back." For a moment he seems to soften. Then new anger boils up and he simply drops her, turns away and howls at the ceiling, his voice echoing off the chamber walls before silence falls. He whirls on her again, sprawled at his feet, and bellows, "How long has it been, you faithless whore?"
A century,
she mumbles, massaging her neck. He staggers, then catches himself on his forge and stands there, bent and shaking. "I had straight limbs then," he says in a pained voice. "And you, Bria, I believed in you." Bria stands, tentatively, her face momentarily a mirror of his. Two scarred, scared souls. I've never seen her like this.
Hef, you don't know what I've been through, the things I've had to do.
"I'm sure I can guess," he snarls, anger rising again. "A century, you say? And where in Hades were you while my bitch wife and that shit-smear Ares ruined me?" Bria's face hardens as well.
Here and there, she says. Life fucked me over just as badly as you.
She rises, pulls the robe of Harmonia from her bag and thrusts it into his face.
I didn't think your creations deteriorated.
He plucks the garment from her, lurches to a stool and sits heavily, seemingly relieved to have something to look at instead of her. "Yes," he rumbles. "Yes, this is my work." While he's distracted, I stand carefully an edge back from the chasm, keeping my hands well away from my weapons and generally trying to look as harmless as possible.
The robe of Harmonia, Bria reminds him. You gave it to Aphrodite, who then gifted it to her daughter when she wedded Cadmus of Thebes, along with a necklace.
Hephaestus spits, the phlegm sizzling on the hot stone at his feet, as he turns the damaged robe over in his hands, frowning. "Yes, I remember. Jewel curses, countering each other while worn together, then unleashing their fury when separated. It wasn't meant for Harmonia. It was intended to destroy my wife."
But she never separated them, Bria puts in, and then, all unknowing, she gifted them to her daughter.
"Aye, that she did," the smith says vengefully. "To her daughter by Ares. They can all rot in Tartarus for all I care. But the curse failed." He goes to hurl it away into the chasm.
No, Bria cries before adding, it caused generations of misery in Thebes.
"Thebes?" Hephaestus shrugs, but he lowers his arm. "Another city where I'm all but forgotten." He looks at Bria, his face harder than ever. "How fares your new mistress in that den of traders and thieves in Attica?"
She prospers, but remembers old friends,
Bria replies. "Friends?" the smith echoes sneeringly, before jabbing a thick finger at me. "Who's he?"
My bodyguard, one of her ladyship's champions.
"He's too short to champion anything," Hephaestus says contemptuously. "But I suppose beggars can't be choosers." He sniffs the robe, then asks, "Dug it up, did you? Stinks of grave dust and serpent skins."
Jocasta's grave. She didn't need it anymore.
Hephaestus wrinkles his nose. "That dirty motherfucker Oedipus's wife, huh?" He examines the robe and notices the damaged bodice hem. "There was a diamond trapped in here, but it's escaped. Someone broke the binding pattern."
We think it entered a snake, a big bastard, but we dealt with it.
Hephaestus grunts. Good for you. But how can that robe help? Why should I care?
Bria gives me an enigmatic look before continuing. At this moment, the necklace containing your twinned curse is loose in the world. It's being worn by Eriphyle in Argos. Through its influence, the kingdom is in disarray and unable to work together to do what must be done. Remake the robe, and we'll reunite it with the necklace, nullifying the curse.
This is uncharacteristically truthful of Bria, but perhaps she daren't risk lying to a god in his own realm. And for whose benefit? The smith rumbles.
It will set in motion the overthrow of Thebes and bring justice to the descendants of Polynices, who was usurped through the machinations of Tiresias and his ally Creon. More importantly, it will strike a blow for Achaea against Troy. That's why we're here.
That Hephaestus isn't overly moved by such causes is clear from the dismissive scowl he gives her. But as he looks at her, his mask of indifference fails him, his face splitting like an open wound. Why should I do anything for you? He asks plaintively. Bria stares back, resolute.
My mistress hopes that Achaea and her struggle against Troy would be cause enough to persuade a god of Achaea to aid our struggle. How will you fare when Trojan galleys land here and their men lay waste to Mycenae, Athens, Pylos, and Sparta? Who's the smith god of Troy? Do they even have one?
His name is Hasameli. Hephaestus rumbles. He and I are one. Once it was Achaean smiths who travelled east, taking my worship into the Hittite lands. He sighs heavily. He's all but forgotten there now, further decayed even than I. This war you speak of is meaningless to both of us.
Bria hesitates, her face glum as she struggles to find a ploy that will catch his attention. But I think I have one. Aphrodite and Ares are in the Trojan camp. If you aid us, you're opposing them. I tell him, are you going to go tamely into the night? Or do you want to drag that clamshell bitch and her new consort down? You might not care who wins, but what about who loses? He slowly sits again, his brow creased in thought. But then he shakes his head.
I don't give a shit about all that. Not anymore, he says.
But I see that he's still considering. I go to speak, but Bria gives me a warning look, swaying towards him and gently laying a hand on his shoulder. Hef, she says softly, stroking his huge shoulders. You know I did all I could. But they're Olympian gods, lover. They were too much for me. I had to hide, find a new protector.
I could have protected you,
he grates, his arms shaping the air around her, as if he still doesn't know whether to crush her to him or hurl her away.
I would have.
You couldn't even protect yourself, Bria answers, stroking his cheek. Then she whispers in his ear something persuasive, something that's as much about the tone as the words she uses. I watch his visage soften, and glimpse a hint of the man he must have been, a nobler being, before his expression shifts to one of confrontational, glowering, smouldering want. Abruptly, he rises from his stool, hunchbacked yet still towering over her. I see an overlarge bulge beneath his leather apron, and catch my breath in alarm. He rips open her tunic, baring her breasts, as she gives a sharp cry that could mean anything, fear, alarm, or even excitement.
Hey!
I begin taking a tentative step towards them. Bria shoots me a savage look, shaking her head emphatically. I flounder, unsure what she means. Does she want rescue? "Be ready to get me out, if I ask you to," she told me only minutes ago, and there was something about an owl. But she's not struggling, though he's so powerful, I doubt she could. "Get out, or look the other way," Hephaestus snarls, "if you haven't the stomach for it." Then all his attention goes back to her. Grabbing her, she strips off what's left of her tunic. He mashes his mouth to hers as he lifts her into the air. Her naked Hamazan body is well made, taut with strong musculature, firm high breasts, and powerful thighs, though she seems puny before his naked ferocity. But then she kisses him back, cooing in welcome as he aligns his body to hers, and I realize she wants this after all. I have no desire to be here, but she warned me of a danger. So I remain, backing away and half turning my head, not wanting to watch, but compelled to vigilance. The smith takes Bria's right breast in his mouth and sucks briefly, while plunging a hand between her legs. That's the extent of the foreplay. He rips his leather apron away, pulls her thighs wide open, and I glimpse something like a knotted club that he pushes hard into her cleft as she arches her back and utters a wild cry, somewhere between pleasure and pain. I struggle not to look away fully as Hephaestus grips her buttocks. To hold her in place, his huge fingers digging deep into her flesh as he begins to ram in and out of her, grunting explosively. Their cries fill the air, his an agony of lust and bitterness, hers becoming increasingly passionate as her body responds. Urged on, he plows deeper and harder, his movements ponderous and powerful. Just as I'm thinking her body can't take such a pounding, she gives an obscene chuckle. "Harder," she demands, and he reacts with furious desire. The sound of flesh slapping together rises above the roar of the fires. Hephaestus has unleashed all his immense strength, his muscles clenching and exploding as his hips begin to blur. She's having the breath knocked from her faster than she can breathe, hiccuping airlessly as she collapses backwards onto the anvil, her body shuddering at each impact. All at once she convulses, climaxing over and over, wailing in release. But now Hephaestus's face changes, his passion turning to curdled despair, and the desperation of an immortal not to die. He plants one arm on her chest to pin her down, and then placing his huge right hand around her throat he squeezes. "Call your mistress," he snarls. "Call her into you, Avatar. Call her." Gasping in shock, I try to go to her, but at once the air closes around me and I can't move, and must struggle to breathe. I fight with all my strength, but I might as well be pissing at the moon. Bria's face is turning purple, her eyes bulging and her breath coming in thin gasps. "Call Athena and you live!" Hephaestus roars. "Call her now!" "No!" Bria croaks. "No!" But her voice is weak against his mighty roar. Bria is many things, including an avatar, so our goddess can indeed be called into her, something Hephaestus clearly knows. And now I realize that this is what she feared. Not seeing her old lover or coupling with him, but that he, in his despairing ruin, might try again what he failed to do with Iadama, and ruin Athena. Why? For gain or revenge or some other unfathomable motive? I have no idea. Hephaestus fuzzes hips into her again as Bria cries out, "No, no, no, no!" "Yes!"
the smith roars. "You are mine, Athena!"
The air ripples, and I hear the cry of a hunting owl and the thud of wings. Once again, I struggle in vain to free myself. I try to draw on fire but can't, not here where Hephaestus is master. All I have is my voice, and I shout with all my power, hurling every particle of magical strength I can into the words, sending them like arrows through the smoke and flame into her skull. "Bria, don't do it!" And they reach her. Miraculously, she regains some kind of control, but her response isn't to struggle. Instead, she rips his hand from her neck and rears up, kissing him with all her strength, as if he is the center of creation. "Fill me," she commands, her body undulating with serpentine power. "Give me everything." Hephaestus goes into spasm. Unable to contain himself, he cries out as he unloads, groaning in release and frustrated rage as the beat of wings fades and is gone. The unseen fist that grips me relaxes and I almost fall, staggering to a stool and sitting slumped over as I try to unsee these last few minutes. What a mad place this world is. Love, desire, hate, fear, all tangled around the need to survive. But the danger is seemingly gone. I let them shudder through the aftermath of passion and disentanglement, gasping like stranded fish. He's distraught now, words of remorse spilling from his lips. I'm sorry, he says over and over. I didn't mean to. I couldn't. Forgive me. I wait for the usual acid to pour from Bria's mouth, but instead she cradles his head tenderly, murmuring placating words I can't hear, glancing up and waving away my anxious look. "It's all right," I hear her say. "It's all right. I understand. None of us want to die." Eventually she leaves him to brood and joins me. Her legs are like jelly, and when I rise to help her, she collapses against me, her skin hot and sweat slick, and her mouth lurches into a lopsided grin that is all Bria. If that's what the clamshell was getting, imagine how good Ari's must be. She pants. There's blood in her mouth. Either she bit her tongue or he did. Small rivulets of glowing seed like lava running down her thighs, but she seems oblivious. "You nearly destroyed our mistress," I accuse. "But I didn't, did I? I kept her away. Just," she whispers. "We kept her away." "Whatever." She pulls her face. "And now we'll get what we came here for." She needs my help to walk, and when we reach her clothing, she slumps to the ground and wipes her bloodied mouth on her ruined tunic. "Well, that was intense." She winks at me. "Aren't you glad I'm here, Ithaca? Not sure you'd have been able to seal that deal." That's a very bad thought. She staggers to the water trough and throws herself in bodily. I pick up Harmonia's robe and walk over to Hephaestus, who has recovered enough to put his leather apron on again. He gives me a baleful glare. "Enjoy the show, mortal," he growls. I'm frightened he's going to take out his frustration on me, but his demeanor as he faces me is sullen, and he won't meet my eyes. He's ashamed of what he's become. Emboldened, I hand him the robe. "You'll keep your part of the bargain," I say crisply. He looks at me from under beetled brows.
I've given my word, he says heavily, looking towards Bria. Be wary of that one, mortal. She can shatter hearts with a flick of her fingers. Then, without a backward glance, he goes to his forge and sets to work. I have no idea of the passing of time. The light never changes, and there's little to measure the passing hours against. Through it all, the smith works tirelessly. After cleaning herself and dressing, Bria helps herself to the smith's larder, producing goat's cheese, flatbread, and pickled onions, along with some oversweet wine. We eat and drink, mostly in silence, as we wait for Hephaestus to finish. Despite everything, it's fascinating to behold such a being at work. I'd wondered why a smith was needed for what seems to be a task for a seamstress, but the way Hephaestus sets about it is ingenious. Each section he repairs, he first enlarges, so that each thread is thick as a strand of silver wire. Where sections are broken or missing, he binds in new wire, heats and hammers it smooth, then shrinks it and moves on. His patience seems inexhaustible, and his touch never wavers. Such are the benefits of a realm where everything bends to your will. I finish my share of the food and ask Bria, "Did you know how dangerous this would be?" She has a glazed look in her eyes, but shudders out of her reverie to reply. "Of course. This is Hephaestus's realm, and Athena is weak here. But I believed, rightly, that all right, we could handle it. And you know, once he and I thought we could do big things together. We were going to stride into Olympus and cast down all our enemies. We had a passion that could flatten mountains, or so we thought." "He almost called Athena into you." "But he didn't," she reiterates. I shake my head and look away. "You're unforgivably reckless." "Don't give me that, Ithaca," she chides. There's a wheedling tone in her voice I've not heard before. She wants to be understood about this. "You never saw him at his prime. We loved each other, I suppose." "Love? You!" I snort. She rolls her eyes. "Yes, all right. Love doesn't really come into it. I suppose that all looked fairly ugly to you. But I remember times long before marriage and wooing. In my youth, when I saw a man I wanted, all I had to do was beckon. He didn't have to ask his father to ask my father if maybe someday we could cohabit for the rest of our lives. I certainly didn't care about his feelings. It was news to me that men had feelings. We just coupled and parted, and neither looked back. Simple times. I miss them." "Sorry, that sounds pretty empty to me." "That's because you're civilized," she sniffs. "So yes, Hef and I had a shared goal, and some mutual lust. He was already wounded by Aphrodite's games when I met him, and I thought I could build him back up, and ride that wave to my own glory. But we lost and the clamshell won. What can I say?" "When was this? Who were you?" She shakes her head. "Lady never tells." "And a gentleman shouldn't ask." "Quite." "Where, then?" She hesitates before answering. "Crete." I remember the look of pain that flitted across her face during our voyage to Delos, when Diomedes mentioned the island kingdom. "You don't look Cretan," I say before rolling my eyes. "Sorry, I'm being an idiot." She agrees. "That was many, many bodies ago." "How did you come to be a body jumper?" I ask.
She laughs dryly. Sorry, Ithaca. I like you. Some days, my bedroom door is always open, but some secrets can't be shared.
I glance towards Hephaestus. After seeing what you expect of your men, I can doubly assure you I won't be darkening your threshold.
Scared of a little competition?
She laughs softly.
Those with divinity are somewhat overwhelming, but I assure you, gentler bouts can elicit just as much pleasure, and they're a lot less harrowing.
She strokes my arm.
I know you think I'm crass, but you'll have a much better time with me than some stuck-up Trojan princess, and with far fewer complications.
I told you.
You told me lies, Ithaca. I'm not stupid.
She scowls, then shrugs.
Use that little canopes, by all means. Turn her to our side if you can, but don't let her twist your loyalties.
I give her a shut-up-and-die look, and we lapse back into silence, watching the smith at work. If she knew I was with Kishanda, why hasn't she told Athena? At least I assume she hasn't. But then, Bria has always seemed to be playing her own game. I wonder even more who she once was. Finally, Hephaestus is done with the robe, holding it up to the light and nodding to himself. It's spotless again, immaculate. A gauzy, gleaming cascade of pearly snowdrops made into fabric, breathtakingly beautiful. But he's not finished. He turns to the rift, gold and crimson light gleaming on his sweat-covered, corded body, tips an offering of gold into the pit of molten lava and shouts aloud. I'm still wondering what he's doing when a giant translucent face appears above the rift, shimmering in the steam. It's a face I know. An eerie, halved face, one side young and smooth, with black lustrous hair coiled about her ear and a dark, mysterious beauty. The other side is grey and withered. The eyes don't match, but she's visibly the same woman. Persephone, a nature goddess who's also the consort of Hades, king of the dead, a dichotomy of birth and decay that would drive anyone insane. We've met in Hades' realm last year when she claimed Kishanda for a season of service in exchange for not killing her.
Hephaestus, her young old voice crackles. What an unexpected pleasure to hear from you.
Then her eyes pierce the gloom and she sees Bria and me.
And what strange company you keep. Has Athena changed her mind about you?
His face tightens. You know how twisted the games of gods can be.
I do indeed,
Persephone says with something like empathy. Then her gaze latches onto Bria and she smirks.
Have you been playing anvil to his hammer, dearie? Can you still walk?
She titters lightly and adds,
Enjoy the next 9 months. Eat well.
I shoot Bria an alarmed look, but her expression doesn't shift.
And look who else is here,
the goddess goes on, her mismatched eyes focusing on me.
Odysseus of Ithaca, the favoured barbarian dish of Trojan princesses. Have you seen Kishanda since I let her go? Quite the wild child now, I assure you. Does she still prefer men? I really couldn't tell by the end of her time with me.
Hades' queen licks her lips with sensual malice. I wisely keep my mouth shut.
Anyway,
she purrs, returning her gaze to Hephaestus.
What can I do for you, my old friend?
I'd like to purchase a fruit from your grove, Hephaestus rumbles. The furthest gone, the better. I feel my skin go cold once more,
despite the sulphurous heat of this place. I've seen the fruit Persephone grows. Souls of the dead she has taken a dislike to are hung from trees in her grove, by the neck, on the edge of throttling, for as long as she likes, sometimes centuries. It drives the poor, tormented wretches, mostly women, as she's harder on her own gender, utterly raving mad. She then unleashes them as Erinyes. Some call them Furies, whom she uses for retribution against the living. The malignant spirits that Hephaestus uses to implant curses into his artifacts must come from the same grove, with Persephone's blessing. I'm sickened yet again. We watch as Persephone's hand appears, holding a translucent apple with the outline of a woman cowering inside. "How about this one?" she asks archly. "Late Minoan, adulteress, screaming mad and self-abusive."
"That'll do perfectly."
He holds out his hand, and the apple tumbles from Persephone's grasp into his big paw. We watch as the two gods negotiate a price and exchange smirked pleasantries. Then Persephone vanishes. Hephaestus holds the apple up to the light. Inside it, a dark-haired woman is begging for mercy.
"Don't be like that,"
he chuckles callously.
"You're going to be imprisoned inside a beautiful dress for the rest of time. What woman wouldn't want that?"
Chapter 12. Robe and Necklace.
I saw loathsome Eriphyle, who received cherished gold in exchange for her beloved husband's life.
Homer, The Odyssey. Argos and the Isthmus of Corinth. We wait a day before we take the robe to Eriphyle. It turns out we've been in Hephaestus's mini-realm for over 12 hours, reappearing inside the Argos forge around the time of the evening meal and startling the daylights out of the real smith and his little family. The Epigoni hadn't noticed we were gone, and only Eurybates has been worried. Rhea's parting with the smith was awkward. It took place with the fires of the chasm burning low and his little realm shrouded in shadow, as if some fire inside him had burnt out. They kissed, murmured in each other's ears, but while she was filled with resolve, ready to take on the world again, he seemed drained, a spent force. Neither looked back as they walked away. "Will he die?" I ask as we cross back into our world. "Die?" she echoes. "No, but he'll fade, become the pawn in someone else's games, like—" She doesn't speak the last word, but I can guess it. Me. "Who were you?" I wonder again, but I know better than to ask. Anyway, we've got more immediate concerns if we're to launch our war. First, we head for the fortress in Tiryns. With Diomedes' blessing, I've settled my Ithacan lads in the barracks since arriving from Delos, intending to take them to Thebes if we ever get round to marching. We arrive to find Eurybates with them. He's been anxious as we've been out of touch all night. I apologize for putting him through such worry and explain what we've done, without going into detail for Bria's sake. Bizarrely, after the huge risks we've taken to secure it, Bria, Eurybates, and I have quite a debate over whether we should give Eriphyle the robe. We all have misgivings as to whether it will have the desired effect, or instead unleash more unforeseen consequences that will worsen this tangled web of secrets. Eventually, we proceed.
The Epigoni aren't going to march unless they can unite behind one leader, and despite being outranked by Adrastus, who's too old to fight anyway, and by Aegialaus and Thersander, Alcmaeon does seem to be the charioteer the prophecy means. There really isn't anyone else who fits, but he's not going to march unless Euryphile can persuade him to. And right now she's adamantly against the whole idea. We don't know if that's motherly love or the influence of the cursed necklace, or a mix of both. And what adding the robe will do, well, who can say? It's a gamble. That's the only thing we're clear about. We know that Euryphile will refuse to see us. Apparently, in our absence, she went to Adrastus and demanded that we all be tried as conspirators and executed. Fortunately, he didn't agree, but somehow we need to get close to her and gain her confidence for long enough to try out our trick. As Bria is the sort of person that the mildest-mannered soul finds aggravating, that task falls to me. The important thing is to avoid Alcmaeon and Amphilochus, which is where Diomedes comes in. The Epigoni may not agree on much, but they all tolerate Diomedes, the youngest and most agreeable of the clan. I send him in that afternoon to lure the surly Alcmaeon and his younger brother out for some wrestling practice and a few drinks at a tavern, leaving Euryphile alone with her servants. Meanwhile, I shed all weapons, put on some stained travelling garb, darken my hair and skin with walnut juice, tuck 2 small pads into my cheeks to fatten my face, and leave my now 2-day-old stubble unshaven. Euryphile had plenty of time to study my appearance when we met Adrastus and the Epigoni the other night, and I know she won't be easy to fool. I wrap the enchanted robe in a spare cloak and swagger up to Euryphile's front gate, leading a newly acquired mule laden down with fabric. Early this morning I sent Eurybates back across the river to buy what I need in the markets down at the port. He'd done me proud, selecting the choicest wares and spending a fair amount of Bria's obols in the process. Euryphile is known for her vanity, despite the austere widow's garb she affects at court. "Greetings, greetings," I say to the guard at the door. "Megan of Kephallonia, I'm called, here to sell fine fabrics to the lady of the house, and maybe a little something for your own good wife," I add, winking as I pass him my wine flask. Megan of Kephallonia is a persona I've been developing for several years now. He's older than me by more than a few years, has a reedy voice, a relaxed line of patter, a strong provincial accent, and a sharp eye for detail. I've played Megon in the Peloponnese and Phocas, and I know him like a wayward uncle, and the transition is easy and comfortable. The guard's a surly man, but he takes a swig from my flask and summons the housekeeper, a matronly woman with avaricious eyes. Silver is her vice, I quickly perceive, and I let her bargain me too low on a trifling bracelet as she looks over my fabric bolts. It works. She soon deems them worthy of troubling her mistress. I'm permitted to accompany her through the gate and across the main courtyard to the house. A servant holds my mule while I'm ushered through the portico and into a richly painted megaron, flooded with afternoon sunshine from the large light shaft that doubles as a chimney above the hearth. I see Euryphile first in profile, gazing into a mirror as a maid adjusts the jewelry in her hair. No widow's garb in sight either. She's wearing an elaborate costume made from some lushly patterned red and green cloth of Eastern origin, silk by the look of it. The small bodice, open to show her breasts, is thickly embroidered, and the flounced skirt is heavy with bright tassels. The necklace glistens heavily in her cleavage.
This is a cloth merchant, Megan of Kefalonia, lady, the housekeeper tells her mistress. I've looked over his stock, and he has some fine wares for sale. There are some bolts that might interest you.
Erifili looks me up and down, frowning slightly. Once again I feel the power of her presence. Or is it the necklace that captures not merely my eyes, but my whole awareness? She bids me sit.
Thank you, Tiobe. You may remain and help me decide,
she directs. She doesn't for one moment look like someone who needs any help making up her mind. She's just keeping the housekeeper close as a chaperone, as society would expect. Tiobe orders some male servants to carry in my bolts of cloth, and I'm brought water to sip. The lady has wine. Her severe visage is no softer than when I met her 3 nights ago, but she's interested in my smooth chatter, punctuated by snippets of news from east and west, as I work through the stock. There's some she likes, and I even make a few sales. She shows no sign of having recognized me, and gradually she relaxes. Then I pull out the robe of Harmonia, and it's as if the air has been sucked from the room.
Oh, my,
Tiobe blurts, her face going almost green. Erifili just stares, her mouth falling open. In daylight, the robe isn't just white, it's radiant, giving off its own light like the face of the moon. The embroidery gives it texture, and the whole just shimmers, cascading like liquid in my hands.
Lady Erifili,
I prompt her to remind her to breathe, if nothing else. She stretches out a hand, wordlessly, then retracts it, shaking like a leaf.
I know this dress,
she whispers, then she glances sharply at her companion.
Tiobe, leave us.
Tiobe is so dazzled by amazement and greed that she actually questions her mistress.
Lady? Get out!
Erifili snarls, whirling on her.
Get out, or I'll have you flogged, you bloated cow!
Tiobe bursts into tears and flees, but Erifili barely notices. All her attention is back up on the robe, shimmering like snow in my hand.
How did you come by this gown?
She manages to ask, her voice hoarse with wonder and dread.
Well, there's a marketplace in... The truth!
She snarls.
Or I'll have the skin off your back.
I bow my head and feign honesty. My lady, I was approached by a man in Tyrins, a trader of ill repute. He sells certain things others won't touch, as they are traceable by their previous owners. I don't often go to him, but when I do, the quality far outweighs the cost. She stares at the garment. Hunger and awe spread over her face like thickened cream, and fear too. I wonder if the two artifacts can sense each other. Does the necklace welcome this moment, or is it screaming warnings into her soul?
30 years ago,
she says in a hoarse voice.
No, longer. 40 or more. I was a young girl. My family had fled to Thebes after my future husband murdered my father.
She stares at me with haunted eyes, as if to dare me to argue that such things cannot happen.
Dear gods, I remember it like yesterday. The young Theban king and his older wife, the prize he took when he slew her husband. The great Tiresias was there, his hair long and silver. I foolishly mistook him for a woman, and he laughed and gave me an obol. And that dress, the queen wore it. Poor Jocasta.
She straightens and smooths her own elaborate but suddenly shabby clothes, gazing longingly at the robe of Harmonia.
Jocasta hung herself 2 days later, and we fled once more. our safe refuge lost. There are tears running down her cheek.
Would you like to try it on?
I offer. She shudders, shakes her head, and then says, "Oh, please," in a helpless voice. I'm expecting her to take the robe deeper into the house, and I'm wondering how I can ensure I'm not simply robbed of it and turned out. But she does nothing of the sort. She simply stands, pulls the knot loose on the front of her bodice and shrugs it off, unties the waistbands on the skirt, and lets it slide to the floor. She's wearing nothing beneath. Her belly's taut with only a few stretch marks. Her breasts are small and barely sagging. Her thighs are skinny rather than slim, but her skin is smooth and tight for her age. I look for magic, but can detect none. Her body is a testament to a strict regimen of diet and exercise in rigid denial of aging. The only thing she has on now is the necklace, gold and blue ovals, hanging just above her brown nipples. She gives me an arch look. "Were you expecting an old crone, Master Megan?" she asks, confident in her own physique. She stretches out for the robe, and I hand it to her. She holds it up, gazing at the subtle intricacy of the white-on-white embroidery, sighing at the feel of it while tears roll down her face. I can almost see the faces her memory's conjuring for her. Oedipus, Jocasta, Tiresias, Creon, her murdered father and her slain husband, Amphiaraus, and her lover, Polynices. She stands there, naked, shaking. "What is the price?" she asks.
I'll tell you after you've tried it on.
She sobs, pulls the cloth to her face, and inhales the scent of it. For a moment I think she's going to fling it away, but then she lifts it and slides it over her head. It shimmers down her body, covering her to the ankles. She strokes it, marveling at the way it caresses her skin, fitting perfectly yet flatteringly to her bust and hips, then flaring in great swirls of white around her legs. "I feel like a goddess," she whispers, as the robe's magic makes her seem a young maiden in her bridal gown.
It's as if created for one,
I tell her, using the jargon of the salesman. She gives me a sideways look. "You have a silver tongue, Megan of Kephallonia." She tugs the necklace out and lays it across the bodice. I feel the air shiver and wonder if she does too, but she seems lost in the beauty of them both. "They're made for each other," she sighs faintly. "They certainly are." She gestures for me to follow and leads me into a side room, a dressing room, where lesser garments are hung for her inspection. She stands before a copper mirror and poses, her face avid with the need to possess this wondrous thing she's seethed in. "It's glorious," she says in a shaky voice, turning to me. "Name the price, I beg you."
that the Epigoni march on Thebes.
Her eyes narrow and she stares at me as recognition blooms. "Odysseus of Ithaca! You evil wretch!
I should have you thrown to your death from the Judgment Rock."
She turns, opening her mouth to shout, but I close the distance between us in a flash, slam my hand over her mouth and drive her up against the mirror. "No," I tell her in a low, urgent voice, both commanding and imploring. "Please, I beg you, hear me out." Her eyes bulge, and I see only defiance. She's going to screech the moment I loosen my grip. So much for the robe acting with the necklace to calm her. "Erifili, this is your decision. The fate of Achaea lies in your hands. You know why I'm here. We explained the other day. Achaea or Troy. But if that doesn't move you, think on this. Tiresias and Creon used Polynices to bribe you with the necklace you're wearing now, to ensure your husband joined the Seven. Both the men you loved were killed. Tiresias and Creon tricked you all into destruction, and they reign in Thebes still. Will you let them profit unchallenged? Will you let your kin, your own sons, linger and diminish, having not even tried to keep their vows of honor? Will you let their memory forever be one of shame? She's no less defiant, but she's listening. Did you know that when the Seven were trapped, fighting desperately to the death, Creon sought out Amphiaraus in combat and taunted him, both with your infidelity and the bribe with the necklace? He laughed at Amphiaraus's denials and laughed even harder when Polynices stabbed your husband in the back. Bria told me this tale the evening before we went grave robbing, though how she knows I'm not sure. In fact, given her track record, it mightn't even be true, but it hits Erifili like a punch to the stomach. She begins to cry again as her defiance collapses. I feel like a bully, but right now that seems to be what's needed. If I take my hand off your mouth, will you speak softly? I ask. If you try to cry out, I'll break your neck. I add for good measure. Not that I will. A hand back over her mouth will be sufficient, followed by a gag and a few bonds while I make my escape. She gives a faint nod and I release my grip. We're still pressed body to body against the copper mirror, the white robe silken and gleaming against her pale skin. For a brief moment, she's silent, except for the harshness of her breath as she gasps down air. I knew that, she whispers, once she's recovered enough to speak. Or part of it. When Adrastus returned, he told me he'd seen Creon confront my husband and Polynices stab him. So, Bria was telling the truth. She goes on breathlessly, though he couldn't hear all of what was said. Adrastus suspected enough to accuse me of luring us to destruction, and threatened to tell my sons. But betraying Argos was never my intent, I swear. Did Adrastus tell your sons? I can't imagine Alcmaeon still revering her if he knew, but the question has to be asked, mostly to intensify Erifili's guilt. Her face is pure misery. Adrastus meant to. He swore he'd let them cut my throat or hurl me from the judgment rock. But I was able to beg mercy. I never thought he'd listen, but the necklace. She nods. Sometimes it speaks instead of me, and when it does, everyone listens. Is that why you wore it the other night? Yes, she whispers. Adrastus and I have been bitter enemies these last 10 years. I wear it when I must. So, the necklace has some awareness, I reason. It can, if it chooses, seek to destroy its wearer, as it did with Jocasta. Or it can preserve its wearer, as is evident in the power it exerted to keep Erifili from her own son's certain vengeance. But the malice and madness that Hephaestus and Persephone have placed into it is also evident in the dissent and jealousies that plague the Epigoni and prevent them from uniting. So in that sense, it's also acting to preserve Thebes. I also wonder, not for the first time, whether now that the robe and necklace are reunited, she'll still be able to control Adrastus and prevent him from finally delivering his fatal information to her two sons. Erifili, will you sanction the march on Thebes, or shall I reclaim the robe? She tilts her head to the side, fluttering her eyelids. Do you desire to strip me, Ithacan? Is this the necklace or the robe, or simply her? Either way, I find her sudden coquettishness both sad and disquieting. I suspect she's been lonely for a long time, in her mourning and her bitterness. I choose to disappoint her. Which is it? She scowls, aware she's been scorned. I'll keep the robe, she says sourly, and you can have your war. Drums thunder, trumpets blare out their brazen challenge, and the soldiers ranked before the outer walls of Argos thump their spear hafts against their shield bosses with a loud crack. The commanders, mounted in their war chariots, raise their swords in ceremonial salute, thrusting them into the air in the direction of the northern road that winds through the mountains up to Corinth and the north. The Epigoni are marching to Thebes. It's a full 2 weeks since Erifili urged her kindred to war. After my fraught encounter with her, behind the scenes, the tensions are wound tight. Adrastus can't tell Alcmaeon and Amphilochus of their mother's infidelities and treachery without destroying the Epigoni's newfound unity, but it's eating him up. It'll be a relief to get the Argive royal family out of the city and away from her. Despite Diomedes' early boasts of a mighty force, they can only muster 7,000 men by scraping the kingdom's proverbial barrel bottom, the army including some grizzled ex-Theban veterans who fled to Argos many years ago with Polynices and their sons. Adrastus had expected allies to come forth, especially since he's privately shared both the new prophecy and our interpretation of it with his fellow kings, but that's proven an empty hope. High King Agamemnon sent messengers urging peace after Hera's priests vigorously discredited Arnasia's revelations. He did, however, offer troopships to take us across the Gulf of Corinth, to Boeotia, but no more, being loath to annoy Hera's chief oracle at Pytho. Still, it's something. Argos has no port or ships on the Gulf, and without Agamemnon's help, we'd have a long and desperate trek through the truly formidable mountain ranges north of the Isthmus. King Tyndareus of Lacedaemon, Agamemnon's greatest ally, has also distanced himself. So too has Tantalus, king of Arcadia. He and Tyndareus hate each other anyway, ever since Tantalus kidnapped Tyndareus' eldest daughter, Clytemnestra. That's another war waiting to happen. And as expected, wily Menesthius of Attica has cited internal issues, as Athena said he would. As soon as the decision to go to war was made, I dispatched Eurybates back to Ithaca to ask Laertes for more soldiers. He's obliged me, not surprisingly, given that he has charged me to track down and kill the sorcerer who invaded his palace, manipulated him behind his back, and blighted my sister's life. Rather more to my surprise, he's included his favourite commander, Nelamon, and his mate Itanus. Perhaps he wants an independent view on what I'm up to. Or perhaps he's just feeling generous. Whichever way it is, I'm grateful. We now have a band of tough, versatile fighters, about 100 strong. As auxiliaries in the eyes of the Epigoni, we're towards the rear of the march. On the second morning, I'm chatting with Eurybates, ensuring we're getting our share from the Argive supply column. Armies consume food like pigs in a trough,
Breer's off pacifying yet another squabble among the epigoni. Who knew the order of march could be such a matter of pride? Suddenly a chariot comes flying towards us, kicking up a cloud of dust as it bypasses the columns of marching men on the road. It's driven by a tall young man wearing a bronze helmet, topped by a massive red plume, which he pulls off to reveal a blaze of golden hair when he reaches us. He throws the reins to Eurybates, leaps down from the chariot and spreads his arms. "Odysseus!" I rush to greet my childhood friend, pound his back and bask in his warmth. "Menelaus! What are you doing here?" "Agamemnon sent me to observe this damned kerfuffle. He wants a full report, whatever happens." Menelaus is grinning madly, his face and hair plastered with dust and sweat from his journey. "I had no idea you were here. I only met up with Adrastus an hour ago, and you can imagine my amazement when he mentioned you. I excused myself and came back to see you as soon as I decently could." He shakes his head in amazement. "How are you involved, my friend? What's this got to do with Ithaca?" It's a fair question. Little kingdoms need bigger friends, I tell him. I'm not sure how much I should share with him, as he's bound to take it all back to Agamemnon. As you can see, I've only 100 men here. Just a gesture of support that could pay off in trading benefits. It's plausible, and Menelaus accepts it without question. "You're a shrewd one, always were," he says, nodding to Eurybates, whom he knows well. "Or was it Laertes' idea?" I shake my head. In truth, well, mostly the truth. He and I have had another little disagreement, so I'm here on my own initiative. A meddling Theban ruined my sister's wedding to the man she loves and forced another man on her, and Laertes let it happen. I'm here to make sure that Theban Proctos gets what's coming. Menelaus scowls. "Then I hope you find him. Who is he?" "Tiresias." "Hesea," says Menelaus, blanching. "Hera's tits, Odysseus. You know how to pick an enemy." "I didn't. He picked me." Menelaus whistles. "What does he have against you?" "Meddling seems to be what he does," I tell him and change the subject smoothly. "What of you and your brother? Is Agamemnon finally going to choose a wife? Surely Helen of Sparta would be ideal. He'd seal the alliance with Tyndareus and gain a powerful Thea as a bride." I spent considerable sweat and blood last year on getting Helen of Sparta back from her kidnapper, Theseus, so I have a personal interest in seeing the Spartan princess wed. That journey took me from Lacedaemon all the way to Erebus, the realm of Hades. Menelaus doesn't know the details, though he knows I was involved. Menelaus looks doubtful. "Have you not heard?" he says, dropping his voice to a whisper. "Helen is carrying Theseus's child. She's near her time." It's my turn to whistle. "I haven't heard that." I'm well aware Theseus raped the girl, but not that she fell pregnant. I'm shocked and distressed for her, but my mind is also doing the sums. It was late autumn when we pursued Theseus and Helen into Erebus, and it's midsummer now. So it's definitely Theseus's baby. Tyndareus must have worked hard to keep that a secret. Yes, even my brother didn't know until recently. I pray for her to have a girl. I know instantly what he means. A boy will be exposed or killed outright. But even a girl might not be safe given her father. And what will Helen be feeling about that? Glad to rid her body of the aftermath of rape? Or bonded with the unborn child and desperate to keep it alive? When I first encountered Helen years ago, she was a precocious, beautiful young girl. Last year, she was given every gift by the gods of Olympus. I was there when Zeus made a display of her. She was meant to be the prize bride whose marriage was to have awakened her gifts as a Theia, gifts which would enable her husband to dominate the Aegean. Her rape by Theseus triggered her awakening in the most brutal way possible. Now she possesses all her Theia gifts. She might still be the key to power. On the other hand, Agamemnon may be the High King of Achaea, but he's not a Theos. He's also the political leader of the Hera cult. How eager will he be to share his kingdom with the supremely gifted, god-touched daughter of Zeus, when the two gods are at strife? I think she needs someone to look after her, Menelaus says, his voice still low. He's big-hearted and tends to see distressed women as poor, weak creatures in need of a rescuer. I suppress a wry smile. In Erebus, Helen all but stabbed me in the back, quite literally, and I can't help but remember the ruthlessness she showed throughout a frightening situation. I wouldn't suggest you pursue her, I advise, but a Sparta-Mycenae alliance makes sense, to unify Achaea. What about Agamemnon marrying one of Tyndareus' younger daughters? They're not yet of age, Menelaus says. Agamemnon speaks of rescuing Helen's older sister, Clytemnestra, from Tantalus of Arcadia. He's a right evil bastard, but no one wants another war in the Peloponnese. That's for certain. The Peloponnese is still recovering from the deprivations of the sons of Heracles. Their plundering rampage 20 years ago was an orgy of slaughter that triggered plague and famine. Perhaps this expedition will make the situation clearer, I tell Menelaus. Will you station yourself with my Ithacans? Of course, Menelaus says enthusiastically. I'd not hear of doing otherwise. If the advent of my best friend means that I at least have good company on the road, the rest of the march is a sobering, even chilling affair. Ithaca's an island and no one's attacked us in my lifetime. We're seldom at war, and I've never been on campaign, though I've caught glimpses of what that can mean when I dwelt in Sparta. There are some soldiers for whom being on the march brings out their ugliest side. They descend into creatures worse than animals, rabid, shit-spewing monsters, Euripides calls them. Not all behave that way. You'll see acts of kindness and mercy too, but there's always a hardened core, a dangerous, belligerent minority that see this as a chance to forget all the constraints of morality and enact whatever brutal dark fantasies they harbour. They egg each other on and try to corrupt others to do the same, to make their own sordid actions the norm. Usually their commanders see them as the vital hard men they need, so they give them license, and they're often too scared to confront them anyway. Until we cross the Gulf, we're on friendly territory, with everything to lose if we provoke Agamemnon. Corinth, where we'll take ship, is Mycenae's major northern port, and we're relying on their fleet for transport. I keep my Ithacans on a damned tight leash, and I'll punish with all force if they transgress. They don't let me down, though. But some among the Argives see this as just as much a part of the war as assailing Thebes itself. Late one afternoon, we've left the mountains behind us, and we're approaching Corinth along a broad coastal plain. The main road now running eastwards, parallel to the coast and a little way inland. Menelaus and I are chatting about hunting dogs and his favourite racehorses when I spy a column of smoke rising off to our left, which quickly grows into a dense black cloud. Perhaps I should ignore it,
The lads have tramped 17 miles since breakfast. They're focused on the promise of an evening camp under Corinth's walls, with plenty of hot food, wine, beer, and rest. But I don't like the look of the smoke at all. It could be a complete coincidence that a whole village goes up in flames just as the Argive army passes nearby. But I'm not inclined to believe in coincidences, especially ones like this. We're still at the rear, and not beholden to anyone, which gives us some room to decide. Bria would probably argue, but she's off somewhere, and Eurybates and Menelaus agree with me. We need to investigate. I'm riding in Menelaus's chariot, so he spurs his horses along a gravel track that heads in the right direction as soon as we make our decision, leaving Eurybates to bring my Ithacans along behind us at as brisk a trot as their armour packs and weapons will allow. As we draw near, it becomes clear that the whole village, a few dozen fishermen's huts on the long sandy shoreline, is well alight. I hear a man shrieking his lungs out, an agonized, despairing wail that carries through the still air. The man's still screaming as we gallop the chariot through a smoke-wreathed scene from Tartarus. A dozen X-shaped wooden crosspieces have been erected, with naked men lashed to each. When I say men, the eldest would be in his 70s and the youngest barely a teen. Each has been mutilated, branded and then disemboweled, and they're all dead but the last, a man in his 50s who's shrieking in utter agony. He's surrounded by around 50 Argive soldiers, a few of whom are taking turns to press burning torches to his wounds, laughing and backslapping and taking wagers on who can make him scream the loudest. The path down to the shore is littered with children's bodies, some as small as babies, skewered with fish knives. On the beach, we can hear the screams of women and lewd laughter. A few looters have stripped the huts of their possessions, pitiful small piles of food, cooking pots, nets, and ropes. Now they're lighting fires to burn the huts down. A few of the younger Argives are trying to pretend it's not happening, and several have been vomiting. Only my experiences of last year prevent me from doing likewise. But my eyes are fixed on a big man with an axe head that he's heated red hot. He's standing in front of the screaming man, bursting with laughter as another of his thugs sets the captive's hair alight. Menelaus drives the horses through the press of soldiers thronged around the crosspieces, and I dismount, drawing my Cephas and slamming the hilt into the face of the man who's just immolated the prisoner's hair. He goes down in a splatter of blood, giving me a moment to assess the prisoner. The poor bastard is almost dead, and he's suffering horribly, so I finish him, opening his throat and spraying blood around the circle. "Control your men!" I bellow, facing the Axeman. He's the ringleader here. "Who in Hades are you?" he snarls, while his eyes flicker to someone behind my right shoulder. I read that as danger and spin, smashing my shield into a man who's about to stab me in the back. Our horses rear, and their hooves almost take the Axeman's head off as his men scatter a few steps back. Then Menelaus leaps down from the chariot, sword also drawn. He looks utterly appalled. This kind of horror is new to him. His brother, Agamemnon, would be little moved by such bloodshed, but Menelaus is a gentler soul. This is High King Agamemnon's territory, and the murdered villagers are his people too, however lowly. "I am Prince Odysseus of Ithaca, and this is Crown Prince Menelaus of Mycenae." I snarl at the ringleader. "Call off your men and bring me your commander." He's clearly a Theos. An Ares man, I'm guessing, and he's built like a tree trunk, a gnarled and twisted one. He's not intimidated in the slightest. "I'm the commander." Of course he is. I fix him with a stare. "And you are?" "Stroma of Argos." The name's familiar. I know of him as a thug, famous for a handful of noted duels, a feared man, and a trusted companion of Amphilochus, Alcmaeon's younger brother. But Amphilochus isn't here. We're marching on Thebes, Stroma, not Corinthian fishing villages. Call off your men. He twirls the axe nonchalantly and glances down the beach. I don't think my lads have finished with this village yet. So why don't you just move along, Prince? I'm astounded by his arrogance. Clearly, he's had free license all his life. Which is about to end, I think grimly. If I'd been thinking more clearly, I'd have done all this from a distance with a bow. Unfortunately, the great bow is loaded on a baggage mule back on the main road, and I've arrived ahead of my men. The only authority I have is whatever I carve out for myself. I go for brazen. I've been hanging around Bria for a while now. Yes, I'm a prince. So kneel, Stroma. He gazes pointedly down at me. Why should I do that? You're not my prince. Then don't bloody kneel, I tell him. Grovel. Axes are slow. Blades are fast. So when the big man loses that simmering temper of his and swings, I'm ready. I dart away from his reach, then lunge in, slashing at Stroma's face, ducking under his next swing, then dodging his savage attempt to crush my skull with the haft as I ram my sword into his left thigh. He howls and tries to cut me down anyway. I throw up a boot and block his axe by planting my sole on the haft, just below the head. Then I thrust my Cephas into his left armpit and skewer whatever he uses for a heart. Wrench the blade free and spin. I'd rather have forced him to stand trial, but he was too dangerous to let live. Anyone else? They're all his hard men, but maybe only one or two others are Theoi. That's why he's their commander. Hard, but they have a strong sense of self-preservation, and Stroma went down faster than they'd have liked. They now know I'm dangerous, and they're thinking and fearing. Damn right you should be. Well? I demand, levelling my blade and turning slowly, while Menelaus does his best to look warlike and princely at my side. They all hesitate, looking at the man whose nose I've broken for guidance. He's glowering at me with utter hatred and the promise of a knife in the back. You, I say, kneel, all of you, kneel. They're seething, but they're also looking at the corpse of Stroma. I'll wager they've been under his thumb a long time and don't know how to think without him. He's been the big fish in their little pond, weeded out the men who couldn't take his ways, and forced the rest to submit and even revere him. And now he's gone, cut down without warning. They're torn between vengeance, fear, and the sniff of an opportunity to replace him. But most immediately, and crucially, they fear me. If they'd sprung at us, we might have taken 2 or 3 before we died. But they're still wavering, seeking leadership, when Eurybates leads my Ithacans into the village, striding in at double time and not even slightly out of breath. That clinches it. The Argives glance at them fearfully, then one by one, with glowering resentment, they kneel. Are you here to win a war? I demand. Or are you here to abuse the weak? Is that the extent of the valor of the Argives? Hurting the helpless? Massacring your allies for pleasure? Are you thieves, rapists, and murderers? Or are you men? I suspect my words are just wind and babble to most, but perhaps a few might take it in. Cut down these bodies and bury them, I order,
Bring me the women who are still alive. Clothe them and return their property and food.
I jab my bloodied sword at Broken Nose.
Who's in command now, soldier?
I was Stromer's second,
he mutters thickly, blood running from his nostrils.
I am Kossos.
If he's Stromer's mate, he's probably just like his former comrade. Very likely he'll take these men down the exact path Stromer was leading them, and I'm not going to allow that.
Stand up and draw your sword, Kossos.
It's not court justice that this isn't a court. He looks at me in surprise, and then alarm.
Come on, Kossos,
I dare him.
You're fast enough to brand an old man or cut the fingers off a beardless boy. Maybe you're quick enough to defeat me?
I open my guard, taunting him.
He's not stupid. He knew what Stromer was, and sees the same in me.
God-touched.
You're a prince,
he says hoarsely.
It's forbidden to raise a weapon to a great man.
You have my permission.
All eyes are now on him. We both know that if he doesn't face me, he'll be branded a coward. And if that happens, without Stromer to protect him, probably half the men here will want to exact some kind of vengeance on him for old insults and grievances. That's the way men like him dominate their peers. He won't last a day, Theos or not. His only way out is through me. It's cruel, but rape and murder are crueler still. I want these men to learn this lesson the hard way, and I want both their old leaders gone. New blood might give them back their honor. Then fucking Amphilochus arrives and messes that up. The young Epigoni prince comes storming into the village in a fancy-painted chariot, pulled by a pair of white stallions, his charioteer making great show of the whip, and with a dozen mounted Argives behind him.
"What in Hades' realm is this?" he yells. "We're here to fight Thebans, not each other. Put up your blades."
Then he recognizes me, and realizes that rather more than half the men here are mine.
"Prince Odysseus, what is the meaning of this?"
He's either sanctioned this massacre, turned a blind eye to it, or has no idea. None of those is an excuse.
"I arrived at the scene of an atrocity,"
I tell him, not taking my eyes off Kossos, who's like a drowning man that's just glimpsed a boat.
"Is torture, murder, and rape committed against our friends the Mycenaeans the extent of Argive honor? Is it the extent of Epigoni honor? I want this man, the ringleader, hung."
Amphilochus gives me an incredulous laugh.
"You're worked up over some stupid piss-ass fishing hole," he sneers.
Then he sees the body of Stromer, and his face goes puce.
"What happened to my champion?"
"Own your deeds."
"I happened to him."
Amphilochus stares, with those strange green eyes of his. Socially, he far outranks Stromer. Theoi aren't the preserve of the high-born, but I imagine he gave Stromer a free hand, provided he produced results. He may even have feared him.
"Stromer struck the first blow,"
Menelaus puts in, and Amphilochus notices him for the first time. Again he's forced to adjust. You don't piss off the brother of the High King. But there's still face to be saved.
"Then I shall take control of my men and appoint a new commander,"
Amphilochus says grudgingly. He surveys the wretched scene without too much discomfort.
"These people should have cleared out from our route of march. They're a good 2 miles from our route of march. And where were they supposed to clear themselves off to? Into the sea?
I ask, with probably a little too much sarcasm. Amphilochus has no idea why I'm upset.
This is the price of war, Ithacan,
He sniffs, and his entourage grunt in agreement.
War?
I wave a hand at the corpses and the still-burning huts.
These people aren't our enemies.
But they're nothing. Nobodies. My men are fighters. Fine men, all of them. Some of the locals have been threatening our men. It's nothing to get worked up about, let alone take it out on a very capable field commander. Unbelievable. I'm fair set to get into a fight with this bone-headed young prince and his idiot followers, but Menelaus, bless him, has a better angle on this. Corinth is part of my brother's kingdom, he says in a reasoned voice. What will he do when I report that our own Corinthians have suffered at the hands of the Argives? That's putting things mildly, and I have no idea what Agamemnon will do, as he is a cold-hearted, calculating man, but a veiled threat is better right now than an all-out melee. Amphilochus finally recalls that we need Agamemnon's help to get us across the Gulf to Boeotia. He puts his head together with his companions, then gives us a sour look. Very well. He looks at the kneeling men. You men, stand. I'm your prince, not him. You, Kossos, take command. I said I want this Kossos hung, I reminded him.
It was all Stroma's work,
Kossos puts in a low voice.
I tried to restrain him.
Amphilochus seizes on his words. There, he exclaims. You've already had your justice, Ithacan. I'll not have you slaughtering my best men because you don't have the stomach for war. Rise, Kossos, and let's move. The broken-nosed warrior gives me a cold, murderous glare as he stands up, spitting a bloody gobbet of phlegm in my direction. We're at your service, Prince Amphilochus, he proclaims. Amphilochus's charioteer lashes his horses and swings the chariot around. The horsemen fall in behind them, and the Argive foot soldiers march off in their wake, leaving my Ithacans to clean up this ghastly mess. I'm furious. But what can I do? I go to my men, who are ashen-faced, some of them retching or weeping. They've seen some fighting, but nothing like this hideousness. Some of the Argives notice, sniggering as they pass. We watch them go in silent loathing. I turn to them. Right, lads. Now you've seen what war is. This is the great and glorious game, your proving ground, the place where heroes are made. Does it match the tales? Does it stir your blood? Do you want to go rushing off to the next village and inflict the same on them? I point at the tail of the Argive column, because if that's what you want, go join them. No one moves. Nelamon, pick a squad. Cut down those bodies from the crossbeams and gather up the rest of the bodies. Yuri, choose a few of the married men to help you. Give the surviving women and anyone else who you find hiding whatever clothing and water you can find, and see if the next village will take them in. The rest of you are on digging duties. Now move! As I predicted, High King Agamemnon doesn't take this well. Not well at all. His local governor throws a tantrum of magnificent proportions even before Agamemnon gets to hear of the massacre. We are faced with a wall of Mycenaean soldiers between our camp and Corinth, with all routes into the city barred, which means no access to its taverns, bars, and available women. Curiously, I'm the one blamed by the Argives, rather than Amphilochus's men, for having made a fuss, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Even Bria shrugs callously when I describe what we've seen.
I don't care, she declares. We're here on Athena's business, trying to protect the whole of Achaea from the same treatment at the hands of the Trojans and their Theban allies. We can't afford to get diverted by trivialities.
Trivialities? Not in my eyes.
And not in the Mycenaeans' eyes either. Once more, Menelaus comes to the fore. He knows the campaign is important to his brother, because Agamemnon wants someone to take Thebes down, as long as his own position isn't threatened. But Menelaus still threatens to withdraw the promised troop ships, even if I doubt he'll go through with it. None of this, of course, is about the fishermen and their wives and children, whose fate is ignored and then forgotten. It's all about Agamemnon, and the insult to his honor, pride, and sovereignty, with a strong, unspoken emphasis on the pride part of the equation. Adrastus knows the game. He piles gold at Menelaus's feet, makes flattering, pleading entreaties, using words like royal brother, and spouts apologies. In the end, Agamemnon honors his offer of ships, with a few amendments. They'll be sailed by his own crews, and they will return to Corinth after they have deposited our army on the northern side of the Gulf. I can see his point. He doesn't want his vessels burnt or sunk by the coastal Boeotians once we've marched north to Thebes. What it means, though, is that once we've landed in Boeotia, we'll be stranded there, which suits Agamemnon very well. If we conquer Thebes, well and good. If we're defeated, we're probably trapped. The northern end of the Corinthian isthmus, the only land route, is guarded by not one but two formidable mountain ranges. Argos will be fatally weakened, a power void that I'm sure Agamemnon would be only too willing to fill himself. I claim no great foreknowledge, but as it happens, I've already arranged to have my 2 Ithacan galleys sail round the Peloponnese to the north coast of the Gulf as the wind allows. If the Argives fail, my lads will have the means to get out, even if no one else does. Our landing on the south coast of Boeotia is met with little resistance. There's a small port where the road to Thebes begins, but the harbour, sheltered though it is, has always served as the back door to Boeotia's rich hinterland. Thebes looks more to the north and east across its wide, fertile plains, rather than to its mountainous southern border, dominated by the hulking mass of Mount Kithaeron to our right, where Bria tells me Oedipus was abandoned on its rocky heights as a baby and left to die. I'm surprised there isn't a Theban army facing us on the beach. The port is only 2 days' march from Thebes, and they must be aware of our plans by now. But perhaps they believe we're more than we are, and that they can only hold us at the walls of their city, because the port garrison is left to fend for itself. We're met with arrow fire and a wavering line of spears as the ship's prows grate on the sand, and we leap down into the choppy waves. The hand-to-hand fighting is fierce, but we greatly outnumber the defenders, and the battle is soon over, leaving sand and sea streaked with blood. Even before our victory is certain, however, Agamemnon's crews are refloating their ships, and by the time we've torched the fort, they are pinpricks on the shining expanse of the Gulf. There's no option left but to march on, to death or glory. After scaling the zigzag road through the coastal hills, we descend to the plains beyond, where we make a camp for the night. Our progress the next day is punctuated by atrocities similar to the one near Corinth. It's clear the Epigoni have little control over their war bands, And even King Adrastus doesn't seem to care what's done in his name. The result is a wave of refugees who flee before us towards their only sure source of protection, impregnable Thebes. Once again, we Ithacans make up the rear guard. We keep coming across burning villages, fields, ricks and cottages, with mutilated bodies dumped in ditches or fouling the local wells and springs, corpses dangling from trees or skewered by pitchforks or wooden stakes, and the constant stink of death. Soldiers do take a lead from their commanders, and it's interesting to watch my men. They seem to have developed a stony, "we're better than this" attitude that leads them to take pride in being different. I'm immensely proud of them. But if any do break ranks, they'll feel all of my pent-up wrath. Not all of the Argives are behaving like savages, I grant that, and thankfully Diomedes remains above it. But when I complain to Bria, I get no sympathy.
Athena is the goddess of reason, not sentiment, she sniffs. Harden up, Odysseus. There's a war to be won.
And what a damned, horrible war it's turning out to be. So on we go, mile after ugly mile, and I march at the front of my men, head held high for their sake, but sick at heart. I may deplore so much of this war, but I've schemed to unleash it, and feel as responsible for this ghastly trail of destruction as the men who commit these crimes. Chapter 13. The Springs of Kithaeron. O fate, giver of onerous gifts and painful suffering, and powerful shade of Oedipus, O black fury, you are truly one of deadly strength. Aeschylus, 7 against Thebes. Thebes. There is indeed a war to be won. And at the end of the 3rd day since we came ashore, we're standing on the plains below the great walled city of Thebes. I once heard a travelling tale singer perform the 7 against Thebes, which made it sound as though there were only 7 attackers. He described the fortifications in utterly overblown detail. 7 walls and 7 gates, stretching unto heaven, such that King Eteocles could gaze from his window down upon the palaces of Olympus. In fact, Thebes has just the one perimeter wall, albeit a damned high and thick one, and there aren't any mountains for miles around. Certainly none that might compete with the true Mount Olympus, though every kingdom with a high peak claims the place. The 7 gates are pure poetry, too, providing each hero with his own special entry point to attack, a setting for his individual heroic death scene before the tragic demise of the whole assault. Tale singers. I love them, but don't go to them for facts. Menelaus, Bria, and I join Adrastus and the Epigoni on the knoll with a good view of the city, as they take stock of the task before them. Thebes is built on a long ridge, with the length of its crest guarded by its massive fortress wall, and with the houses of the outer city clustered down its sides and on to the plain. Upper Thebes and Lower Thebes, they call it. The lower city seems deserted. It's evening, but there's no smoke from cooking fires to be seen. Presumably they've all retreated inside the citadel in Upper Thebes, where there is a spring supplying water and plenty of room for livestock. From the lowing we can hear even at this distance. The great walls are lined with archers and spearmen, and there's only one main gate. The approach so cleverly designed that if we want to break it down, our attack is going to get bottlenecked and savaged by archery fire. The city hasn't been described as impregnable for nothing. And from all reports, They've got rather more soldiers inside than we have arrayed on the plain. And there above the gate, among the glittering court of King Laodamas and his uncle Creon, I see two distant red-clad figures, and my hackles rise. Tiresias and Manto. My arrival among the command group isn't greeted with any warmth.
"Here he is, the little Ithacan tittle-tattler,"
Amphilochus sneers. He looks like he wants to punch me, and I'd welcome the attempt. Cold-faced Alcmaeon lays a restraining hand on his younger brother's shoulder.
"Did the priestess on Delos truly speak of you as the man of fire, Prince Odysseus? Or is this just a chance for you to traipse behind us, picking up our leavings while you spin your lies?"
Only Diomedes looks angered at this rude welcome.
"I too heard the priestess speak," he snaps. "Do you doubt my word, Alcmaeon?" "Not your word, Diomedes, or even hers," Alcmaeon replies. "Just your judgment in believing the interpretation. This Ithacan seems to trade in lies."
A quick glance around shows me the real reason for this. They're frightened. The reality of Thebes is greater than their boasts, and they fear they'll suffer the fate of their fathers. Lanky Thersander's eyes are darting here and there. Crown Prince Aegialaus is gazing across at the walls with foreboding. And Euryalus, Promachus, and Sthenelus are shuffling behind Alcmaeon. In other words, they're all wanting to back out of this, and they're looking for scapegoats. I'm the most convenient one to hand. I ignore Alcmaeon and address Adrastus, who isn't going to be field commander, but he's still the ruler. "King Adrastus, the priestess of Delos gave hope, not certainty. Her words are attested, and they offer you the chance of a famous victory. Do the much-vaunted Epigoni only fight when victory is assured?" Adrastus has the haunted look of a man seeing ghosts. It was here that all his closest friends and kin died, and with it a cause he thought just. He's been living with the burden of a survivor's guilt and unfulfilled vows of vengeance for a decade. All the joy has ebbed from his life. Back in Argos, I saw that part of him welcomes this chance to give meaning to what he sees as a failed life, and that same part doesn't care if he lives or dies, as long as he resolves a decade of doubt and self-pity.
"We will attack," he grates out. "What honor would remain to us if we turned back now?"
The assault on the walls of Thebes goes as well as one would expect. When the commanders are divided and full of doubt, the king is filled with self-destructive despair, and the stronghold's defenders outnumber the attackers almost 2-1. I watch with Menelaus and Bria as the first wave attempts to pepper the parapets with arrows. The walls are so high, the Argive arrows lose much of their momentum and seem to have little effect. The counter-volleys from the Thebans are strong and inflict significant casualties, killing many men on the ground as they struggle to place the first wave of the ladders we've improvised with timber scavenged from the lower city. Predictably, the ladders are hurled back, with considerable loss of life, and the defenders' laughter rings out when the initial attack peters out. The next 3 waves end exactly the same way. It's futile, and costs hundreds of lives with barely a defender harmed. Even in my worst dreams, I didn't imagine we'd be this incompetent. If I'd known, I would never have encouraged them to come here. Tiresias must be wetting himself with glee. When we gather that evening, I try to interest the Epigoni in siege techniques, battering rams to smash the gates or tunnels dug beneath the walls.
but they look at me as though I've grown an extra head. Apparently anything mechanical is cowardly and dishonourable. I get the same reaction when I suggest using grappling hooks to prise away lower blocks in the walls and undermine them, a technique Eurybates told me the Egyptians use. Adrastus gives me no support. This whole business is about honour for him. So the assault becomes a siege. Alcmaeon manages to convince his kin that they can wait out their enemies, that they have an entire countryside to plunder for supplies while the granaries of the city are finite, especially with so many refugees in there. On the surface, his argument is not unreasonable, but while we can prevent anyone going in and out of the main gate, and the postern at the far end that links Thebes to the road to Phocis and Pytho, we don't have the numbers to encircle the citadel properly, especially since we're handicapped by the maze of houses and alleyways of the lower city, even after we've plundered and burnt it. The result is that the principal objective of a siege, to starve the defenders, is impossible. We can't stamp out the numerous small groups of enemy skirmishers out on the plains, or the supply trains which continue to smuggle provisions into the city, heaving them over the walls at night or up any number of drains. The siege is as doomed as the initial assaults were, as far as I can see. My repeated attempts to advise the Epigoni are scorned as dishonourable, until I give up. This is a bigger mess than my most pessimistic expectations. A week passes, then 2 and 3, and the Epigoni lurch closer to the brink of falling out completely. Aegialaus won't speak to Thursunder. The pair are at loggerheads over the claim to the throne of Thebes, even though we're showing no signs of ever seizing it. Alcmaeon and Amphilochus are faced with a revolt from their sycophants, Euryalus, Promachus, and Sthenelus, over the ongoing failure. And when I spend time with Diomedes, now strung as tense as a bowstring, he's ostracized by his kin for his friendship with me and his allegiance to Athena. I can see him turning in on himself as his brooding turns bitter. Spurned by his kindred and alternatively driven and rejected by the virgin goddess, he blindly endures. A nasty mix for an 18-year-old, especially if you add in a decent dollop of adolescent sexual frustration. Meanwhile, priests of Ares and Zeus and even Apollo are entering the Argive camp, telling whoever will listen that the All-Father is displeased at this futile and unnecessary war. And Adrastus just stares at the walls, lost in memories. Something has to break. At the beginning of the 4th week, my little Ithacan enclave at the rear of the Argive lines receives a visitor. He comes in under the cover of darkness, when I'm having yet another in a series of increasingly frustrated discussions with Menelaus, Bria, and Eurybates, as we try to find a way through this deadlock. We're in the midst of a heated debate over how long we can afford to persist before we give up and leave the Argives to it, when a soft voice calls from the edge of the firelight.
"Prince Odysseus, may I join you?"
My guards are startled. They never saw the grey-clad newcomer arrive, but when he drops the fold of the cloak that has covered his head, revealing a bald pate, an angular face and deep-set eyes, I wave them away.
"Euripides!"
I greet him.
"What are you doing here?"
Euripides is a friend from Pytho, a priest who protected me last year from the Pythia herself. That's because he's also one of Athena's most vital servants, her spy in the inner sanctum of her rival Hera.
"The Pythia sent me here to see what transpires,"
he says in his composed way.
He clasps my hands, and Menelaus's, embraces Bria warmly, their old allies, and nods at Eurybates before joining us at the fire. She's worried about this war. It's not much of one, I tell him. We give him a précis of events so far, describing the predicament the attackers find themselves in, a hopeless siege with the only likely outcomes either a costly defeat or a humiliating retreat. I admit that I have my 2 Ithacan ships standing by near the coast if we do have to withdraw, though I emphasize that Euripides has to keep this to himself. The last thing I want is for any of the Argives to hear of it. Thousands of men won't fit onto 2 galleys designed for 60 men apiece. Euripides takes this in silently. When I've finished, he sips his wine and says, "The Pythia is highly concerned about this rogue prophecy from Delos." I'm sure she is, given she regards herself as the paramount seer in Achaea, and indeed the world. There's another complication, of course. The Pythia is my own grandmother, but regards me as an abomination, being a son of Sisyphus, whom Hera hated. So, Delos still hasn't communicated directly with my grandmother? I inquire archly. Euripides gives me a half-smile. Agamemnon told her what he knew, of course, as soon as he heard from Adrastus, but by that time the account was fourth hand. So I was dispatched to Delos for confirmation of the actual words, but High Priestess Sophronia refused to see me. However, I did manage to discover it was probably you that told the Epigoni what was said. Who did you learn that from? I asked. Did you meet... I'm about to say Arnacia before I remind myself she's changed her name. Penelope? No, but I was approached by her maid, a girl called Actoris. What did she tell you? Very little, apart from the fact that you had somehow acquired information about the prophecy. I tapped the side of my nose. Let him speculate. What's fascinating me is that Arnacia, now Penelope, is secretly prepared to defy her superiors on Delos, perhaps because she doesn't trust Sophronia to defend the traditions of the Artemis cult against the Easterners. Perhaps my attempts to wean her away from Artemis might yet bear fruit. Are you able to discuss what you heard with me? Euripides asks. Of course. I would trust Euripides with my life, in truth. I've done so before. As we interpret it, Arnacia's words told us that Thebes is not as impregnable as people believe, and that the Thebans and Trojans are secretly allied. An Argive victory here would weaken the threat the Trojans pose to Achaea. We go over the exact prophecy together, with Euripides immediately focusing on the phrase, blinded the seer, blinding his words. Blinding his words, he repeats, leaning forward. You see, this is one of the most troubling aspects for us in Pytho. We pride ourselves in being the supreme oracle. Other sites have their special linkages to specific spirits and daimons, which give them certain insights at times, but it is Pytho which is preeminent. We see the big picture more clearly than any other oracle. At times, I confess, we've misled ourselves and misinterpreted small matters, but on things as important as Thebes, Troy, and the fate of Achaea, we should never be wrong. Perhaps standards are slipping, Bria sniffs. Is Hera weakening? Euripides looks at her with narrowed eyes. You're quite wrong. Under the current Pythia, we've never seen more clearly.
Even Hecuba of Troy sent her daughter to consult us last year, as you know.
So you think this girl on Delos is wrong? Menelaus asks. Did she misspeak her words? Or were they recorded wrongly? He says, blushing. He knows I was the scribe. Or have we misinterpreted them? It's possible, Doripenes says, looking at me. Even I feel doubt at this point, but I have a question for him. How well do the Pythia and Tiresias get on? Doripenes bares his teeth. That snake is not welcome at Pytho, and never will be. If he dares to come, we'll take his life. I'm a little taken aback at this vehemence. So Hera really was pissed off at him over saying who gets the best orgasms? I remark dryly. That old tap-and-tail? Doripenes laughs, shaking his head. No, the antipathy is much deeper than that. Tiresias was once one of us, a servant of Hera, and our greatest male seer, but he transgressed. He tried to make the site his by deception. He stole into the heart of the sanctuary and walked the serpent's path in the dead of night, seeking to bind the diamonds of Pytho to his will. It was an attack more deadly to us than one by 1,000 men. But the goddess herself fought back, inhabiting the incumbent Pythia and driving him out, though it cost her that avatar's life. This is all news to me. Walking the serpent's path is the phrase used for the process of the seer entering the spirit world to gain insights into the future. Not something I've ever done in earnest. One day I know I must if I'm to use my own latent oracular gifts, granted to me by my ancestor Prometheus last year, alongside my propensity for fire and other talents. But for now, I believe I'm a long way from being ready. Clearly, Tiresias can still prophesize, despite not having Hera's patronage, I observe. He went straight to the cult of Apollo with all his knowledge, and now he's the preeminent rogue prophet in Achaea. He has deep-rooted connections to the spirit world. At times, the current Pythia still encounters his daimon when she walks the serpent's path. So earlier you said that the Pythia has at times been misled on small matters? Is it possible that Tiresias could deceive her on large ones? Perhaps. But all other sites, including Dodona, have agreed on Thebes being impregnable. Until now, of course. How sure can you be that they haven't been tampered with, too? Rhea suggests. Perhaps Tiresias has you all in the palm of his hand. Euripides gives her a fraught look. That's the fear that draws me here. Are you saying that Tiresias could have blinded every seer to Thebes' vulnerability? Menelaus asks. Agamemnon loathes Laodamas and Creon, but he's been too worried by that prophecy to march on them, though at times the Thebans have defied us beyond all tolerance. That's exactly what I'm saying. How would he do it? I inquire. You're ever the practical one, Doripenes says approvingly. Tiresias needs an oracular site of his own to work through, and there's one such place near Thebes, the springs of Kithaeron. They're high on a mountain range of the same name, some 10 miles south of the city. Tiresias's mother dwells there, the nymph spirit Chariclo. She inhabited a young woman during a sexual encounter, and Tiresias was conceived. Chariclo still haunts the place and is his spirit guide. It's the center of his power, and therefore his vulnerability. We landed just to the west of Mount Kithaeron, says Eurybates. How hard is it to reach the springs?
It will require a Theos' strength and endurance, Doripenes replies. I understand the Thebans still control the approaches to the mountain, despite your siege. You understand correctly. I tell him, the Epigoni couldn't blockade a paddock. Doripenes smiles. So I gather. But I also understand the trail to Mount Kithaeron to be lightly patrolled, with the sentries linked by a system of signals, so that anyone at the shrine beside the springs can be informed of any hostile approach. How do you know? Menelaus interrupts curiously. It's my business to know such things, Doripenes replies. I have people inside Thebes, and ways to get messages out. They tell me that Tiresias is going to the springs tomorrow to commune with Chariclo. If you can reach the springs undetected, you could intercept him. I'm intrigued and excited. To catch Tiresias in the open and eliminate him might change everything. Will he be alone? I ask Doripenes. No, he'll have guards with him. Even by himself he's a formidable force, especially there, that very source of his power. We'll need a small group to escape detection, but an elite one. So we'll still be able to deal with the seer. A job for Theoi. I exchange a glance with Bria, who's looking just as interested. Getting up the lower slopes of the mountain won't be easy, Doripenes warns. The only section that's not closely watched is considered unclimbable. The springs are some way further on, hidden in the ridges below the summit of Mount Kithaeron. The path to the springs will likely be patrolled, and the spring itself has its own perils. We should do it, though, Menelaus blurts. We will, I tell him, but you won't, O Crown Prince of Achaea. Agamemnon would have my head if anything happened to you. Menelaus looks crestfallen, but he knows I'm right. Despite their prominence, his family outgrew Theos blood several generations ago. I'll lead this mission, I tell Doripenes. Lead? Bria snorts. The new kid wants to lead. It's all right, I tell her. You can come if you promise to behave. And we'll need Diomedes, young or not. He's one of the best warriors I've ever seen. A good choice, Doripenes agrees. I'd accompany you myself, but this old body isn't up to such a climb. I can understand that. Even a Theos is subject to age, and Doripenes doesn't have a champion's physical gifts. But I can tell you what you'll find at the springs. He has much to say to us, and I've more than a few questions of my own about the serpent's path and how a misleading prophecy could be propagated. What I learn is both exciting and profoundly daunting, and it's well after midnight before any of us lie down to sleep. An hour's more before I end my conversation with Doripenes and fall into a fitful doze. Before we can leave, Diomedes has to get both Adrastus's and Alcmaeon's permission to relinquish direct command of his men for a few days and join our venture, and in return Alcmaeon demands that he comes with us as our leader. It's a matter of trust, or rather lack of it. He doesn't trust me. We've no choice but to agree. Alcmaeon brings 3 Argives with him, presumably to outnumber us unreliable followers of Athena. There's a nimble-looking archer named Meratides, and 2 big warriors, Zealous and inevitably Kossos, the malevolent comrade of the late Stroma. Kossos fixes me with a vicious look, glaring at me down a nose still misshapen from the blow I gave him at that Corinthian village. I protest, But Alcmaeon's not interested in my objections. "My men don't turn on their own," he says loftily, implying that I was the one at fault in Stroma's death. No doubt Kossos has already given him his own version of events. I'll have to watch my back all the way. Wonderful. After I've impressed on my men that they must guard Menelaus and Doripenes with their lives, we set off southwards at dusk, across an undulating plain that we spent the previous weeks of the siege pillaging and burning. We're wary of roaming Theban patrols because secrecy is crucial. Nonetheless, we reached the foothills of Mount Kithaeron without incident, and more importantly, without being seen. We find the place Doripenes told us of, high cliffs at the head of a narrow gorge between two known goat tracks leading to the upper mountain, both well guarded. To avoid detection, scaling the cliffs has to be done in total darkness, which isn't ideal for climbing. With a crescent moon dipping behind the mountain ridges to our west as we enter the gorge, there's not enough light for an ordinary man, but just enough for a Theos. We wind our way up through thorny underbrush and over and around tumbled boulders to reach the base of our climb. Here we're forced to leave our shields. It's impossible to climb with them, and hauling them up after ourselves will make too much noise. The rock is smooth limestone weathered into overhanging flutes and narrow cracks, with barely enough for our fingers to grip hold of and almost nowhere to attach our ropes. Doripenes was right. Only a Theos champion could do this. I hand the great bow to Diomedes and go first. I'm a good climber, with strong fingers and arms. The first rope length's the worst. A tiny crevice I can barely get my fingers into, which becomes a chimney almost too wide to span. If I get up this first pitch and attach a rope, the others will find it easier. I almost fall twice, but I don't. It's probably half an hour, but feels longer before I can find an acceptable belay point and send my rope snaking back down. Bria comes up next with another rope, and I take this second length up a further stage, while she belays the rest of our party. I find a rock shelf not far below the crest of the cliff, where we can gather before we make the final scramble to the top, and give the rope a couple of sharp tugs to let the others know they can follow. Alcmaeon sends Meratides up the second pitch, and then Zealous, presumably so that they can ensure that I've set the rope properly before he risks himself. Our commander arrives on the shelf next, sparing me barely a glance before going into a huddle with his two comrades. Then it's Kossos, who pointedly scorns my offered hand to climb the final overhang, and finally Diomedes. We're all worn out, our shoulders and arms aching, but there's no time for further rest. We leave the ropes in place despite the risk they might be spotted. We may well need them again on the way down, and work our way up the last short stretch to the top as quietly as we can. Just below the lip of the cliff, we hear boots crunching on stone and armor creaking as a patrol clambers past. We freeze, scarcely daring to breathe. Then they're gone, and we creep up the last few yards, wriggle our way through spiny scrub and into a stand of pines. The way ahead lies through a tangle of forest, but we soon reach the trail Doripenes said we'd find, snaking along a cliff-bound ridge that leads steeply up the mountain. Through the treetops we catch glimpses of the night sky, cold and starkly beautiful, the stars arrayed like glittering dust. We go as quickly as we can, but we're barely halfway to the springs of Kithaeron when the first glimmer of dawn finds us, tired despite our divine gifts. The mountainside ahead, clothed in dense forest, is already gathering tendrils of early morning mist, and so far I haven't seen any signs of life. But I've heard slight noises that have set my nerves on edge. Wild animals, perhaps, or the patrols Euripides mentioned. But we're forced to risk that route by the terrain. Elsewhere there are not only cliffs but exposed scree slopes, where we are far more likely to be detected. We've only just joined the main path, tucked under the crest of another ridge, and with the sun yet to rise, when I find tracks in a damp patch of ground. Along with recent dung, the surface of the droppings starting to crust, but the interior still moist and fragrant. All nobles hunt, but most let lesser men do the tracking. I've always found the tracker's art fascinating, though. "What have you found?" Alcmaeon asks, disdainfully, while his comrades snigger about shit sniffers. "The nature of the dung, and the number and nature of the prints, suggests that two people rode towards the springs a day ago, mounted on mules and accompanied by booted men." "Tiresias and who else? Manto?" Diomedes growls. "I can't wait to catch them there and kill them both." The handsome young champion has been quiet, but he's clearly hungry for a fight. He was hurled from the ladders twice during the first assaults, and was lucky not to break his back, so he's desperate to prove himself. Bria agrees with Diomedes. If we can seize those two when they're alone, it would be perfect. "They aren't alone," I tell them. "There are the prints of at least 20 men here." 20? Alcmaeon exclaims. "How were we not warned of this?" He glares at me as though I'm personally responsible for this yawning gap in Euripides' information. I do my best to hide my own dismay. This is all the makings of another disaster. Should we turn back now, or continue on and make what we can of it? "They won't be so many for long," the cocky Miratides drawls, patting his bow. Alcmaeon scowls, calculating the odds silently. From what I've seen so far, he's the most capable of the Epigoni, and he's clearly the most ambitious. He wants a throne, he's impatient, and there are people in his way. That's a very bad combination, not only for his enemies, but for those he sees as rungs on his personal ladder. Me, for example. "We move on," Alcmaeon decides. He fixes me with a stare. "It seems you can scout, Ithacan, so you can go ahead. We'll follow half a mile behind." At least Alcmaeon is showing signs of caution. But half a mile is a long way back. If anything happens to me, I can't call on any support. I share a look with Bria before casting my eyes over the rest of the group. If Alcmaeon's men decide she and I are superfluous, where does Diomedes stand? His father was a champion of Athena, but Tydeus broke with her at the crucial moment, and Diomedes has been under an almost impossible emotional strain over the last weeks. None of this gives me comfort. But Alcmaeon is the leader of our little band, and I have been given my orders. I set off just as the sun edges over the horizon, making my way along the trail carefully, the great bow strung and in my hand, and a quiver of arrows over my shoulder. Cephas and dagger loosened in their scabbards. Soon I'm climbing into swirling mist, stirred by an eddying wind. Now we're on the main route to the springs. It's ambush I fear most. Euripides' warning about patrols is foremost in my mind, and with 20 men at his disposal, Tiresias will have made sure to guard himself well. I reason that the best chance of not getting an arrow in the back is to avoid being on the path, so I take to the margins, skirting the path a little way within the wooded slopes, gliding through and over the moss-covered boulders scattered among the pines. Last year, I learnt much of tracking and ambush from an expert, and I've been practicing since. There are basic and not-so-basic rules. You move unpredictably, and you never expose yourself unless you have to. If you must cross any open space, first map out the places you can make for if someone appears. Watch the way birds and animals are behaving, and when there are none about, be warned. Most of all, think not only like a hunter, but like the hunted. That promontory above, would you lie there, watching? Or is it too obvious a lookout? This clearing, where would I position myself to command it? That gully, where would I hide? The wind, how can I use it to mislead pursuit? The narrows ahead, how might I trap someone there? And how could I be trapped? My luck, being what it is, there is an assassin, and he's thinking these same things, which is why he's on a steep downslope below the track where I'd never have thought to hide. But some instinct has me half glancing his way. I catch the blur of his movements in my peripheral vision and drop. An arrow buzzes past the back of my neck and slams into a tree trunk behind me. I come up again and launch myself at the boulder I've already picked out as my best cover. 3 heartbeats it takes me to get there, and that's barely enough time. I feel the wind of a second arrow shriek by, glancing off my hardened leather quiver and snapping on a rock. He or she is damned good. I knock an arrow and size up the situation. The assassin chose to hide below the trail, relying on surprise to compensate for sacrificing the advantages of height. But the slope thereon steepens alarmingly, strewn with rubble all the way down to a narrow defile hundreds of feet below. It's one heck of a gamble for one archer to take, forsaking the high ground and relying on a single kill shot. But it's not such a gamble for 2 archers. I glance behind me, glimpse a silhouette half out of cover above me, and hurl myself aside. An instant later, an arrow rips past my torso, tearing cloth and scouring my belly as I turn side on and fire back. The shape above me gives a high-pitched cry, whether in annoyance or pain I can't tell, and lurches behind a tree. First blood, I hope. Then I touch a hand to my belly and it comes away smeared in scarlet. Very well. Second blood. I must have presented a glimpse of my back as I fired, but I find fresh cover, just before another arrow from below rakes past the top of my leather helmet. I check my belly again, but though the skin's broken and it stings, it's just a cut. I can ignore it. By now I've seen just enough of both of them to work out who I'm dealing with. The 2 Theban Theoi who helped beat the shit out of me back in Delos. Close-cropped hair and tattoos, leather garb and nasty grins. They came at me front and back when I was captured on the beach too. I guess that's how they operate. Working swiftly, I nock an arrow, kindle magic fire on the arrowhead, and send the burning shaft into the lower branches of the stunted pine tree, where the woman archer is concealed. There'll be smoke, but I'm confident the mist should hide it from any watchers elsewhere on the mountain. I hear a startled curse and wait, gathering my strength again after the effort the fire-conjuring exacts. Inside a few heartbeats, the tree is well ablaze and she has to move, bursting from cover with an arrow still in her left shoulder, moving low to the ground to get out of sight again. I send another shaft arcing after her, even as I hear a crunch on the path just yards behind me, on the other side of the boulder I'm sheltering behind. I don't even follow my arrow's flight, but cast the great bow aside and pull out my Cephos. Then I go round the boulder on the blind side at full speed. The burly male scout is in the middle of the path, blade in hand, but he's facing side on, expecting me to appear from the other side of the big rock. He recovers swiftly, though, throwing up a parry, then hammering his blade at me. For a few heartbeats, all I can do is give ground against his frenzied assault, with no chance to counter. But then I manage a riposte. He's forced to either walk onto my thrust or pause, and we disengage momentarily. His rage is palpable, and I realize why. His female comrade hasn't reappeared. 2 shafts, one in the shoulder, and the other in the lower back, I pant, goading him. Angry men fight ferociously, but badly. I think she's a goner. Shut your gob! He snarls, snorting like a beast. Lower gut from behind. It'll be septic by nightfall. Shut it! But if it's lodged in her spine, she's likely paralyzed. Shut up! He screams, launching himself at me. Parry, duck, and slash. His blade goes wild, but he twists, so my counterblow doesn't take his chest but slashes open his forearm. Then he hits me like a charging boar, and we go down in a cloud of dust, slamming into the dry earth and tangling as our swords fly and we go for daggers. He's bigger than me, and a torrent of hatred is spewing from him as he tries to find my throat with his left hand and position his dagger. But we've got each other by the wrist. His forehead hammers down, but I twist, take it on the cheek with a crunch, and it's still almost enough to stun. But I slam my knee upwards into the space between his legs. His face bulges, and his left hand, bloody from the earlier wound, slips on my wrist and loses grip. I ram my freed dagger into his side, through the leather, in and out the same hole thrice in succession as he gurgles and grunts, thrashing in my grip, trying to headbutt, to bite, his sweat and breath filling my senses, and then the stink of his blood and piss engulfs us as he expires on top of me. I shove him off and scramble back into cover, but no one shoots. I recover my bow, scanning the spot where I saw the woman vanish. Then, taking a different route, I slip through the trees away from the path and circle above behind the burning tree, which I quell with a silent spell. I creep closer, using another boulder as a screen, and peer over the top. She's lying in the dust, propped on her side, a broken arrow jutting from her left shoulder, and a second shaft protruding from her lower back, just as I guessed. She's pale as a spectre, sucking on a water flask and staring wide-eyed at nothing. She's lost her bow, and the dagger in her hand is held weakly. I'd not be human if I didn't feel pity. But they were going to kill me, and if she's as badly off as she seems, there might not be much I can do anyway. Even though she's a Thea, stronger than ordinary people. I rise, deliberately making a sound. She throws me a panicked, stricken look. "Is he?" she croaks. "Dead," I tell her, still wary. "Daggers can be thrown." Instead, she gives a low wail, and before I can prevent her, she rams the short blade up under her own chin, thrashes momentarily, then sags, open-eyed and empty. I swallow, gag, and back away a few steps. It's a few moments before I can bring myself to go to her and rummage through her belt pouch, but there's nothing that tells me even her name. She has a pendant of Artemis the Huntress around her throat, and a few obols in a small backpack. I take both and the best of her arrows. Then I return to her partner in crime. Apart from an Apollo emblem on his leather breastplate, he's similarly anonymous. I wouldn't even know what to mark their graves with, and I've no time to bury them anyway. Artemis and Athena are virgin goddesses of Achaea. They should be working together, but instead we're enemies. That's what saddens me most. I mutter a swift prayer, hoping my skirmish with the scouts and the smoke from the fire have gone unnoticed in the mist, and that Tiresias is still oblivious to our approach. I continue up the ridge as cautiously as before, but find no further killers on the trail. Although thick clouds are still tumbling over the ridge, there are now occasional breaks, with glimpses of clear sky above. I arrive at a secondary trail with tracks in soft mud that tell me Tiresias, Manto and their remaining guards have come this way. Soon I reach a point where I can spy out our destination. I'm huddled low on a hillock overlooking two pools. Through gaps in the cloud, I glimpse part of the upper, the more important and spiritually significant pool. I see no one, but that doesn't mean they're not there, out of sight. The lower pool is fed by a noisy cataract from the upper one, and there are 4 men beside it, minding 2 mules. The side trail I've ascended runs down from my vantage, through patchy scrub and scattered trees to the lower pool. Another path, clearly man-made, weaves through boulders on the far side of the lower pool and up the near-vertical slope beside the cataract towards the upper pool, which comes in and out of view as the clouds swirl. I glimpse a tower to the right, overlooking the path to the upper pool, and beyond it, the tiled roof of a building. These are the springs of Kithaeron, the haunting place of Tiresias' mother, the nymph Chariclo, but there's no sign of anything strange, as yet. I steal away unseen, returning to the main trail to await Alcmaeon and his party. They appear not long after. I step out in front of them, casually, giving them a bit of distance so they don't get too big a surprise. You don't lightly startle a Theos. "Welcome," I say dryly. They all go still. Then Bria puts on a swagger and ambles up. "Just the 2 Theoi back there?" "Just the 2. I reassure her. No one escaped to raise the alarm. "But Tiresias will be expecting their return at some stage," Diomedes points out. He peers ahead into the mist. "Is this the place?" "It's not far away." I turn to Alcmaeon, who's with his trio of Theoi, and describe the layout as clearly as I can. It doesn't seem to lift me in their esteem. Some people you just can't please. Tiresias and the others of his party, I conclude, are probably inside the building, or beside the upper pool. The path from the lower pool is the only way in or out, as far as I can see. Alcmaeon puffs out his cheeks, weighing things up. The enemy are 2 down, but we're still 7 against as many as 20, including 2 sorcerers. It's lousy odds, even for Theoi, especially if there are other Theoi among them. And frankly, I'd still be worried if it was only Tiresias and Manto we faced. "Can we take down the 4 guards at the pool before they raise the alarm?" Alcmaeon asks, glancing at my bow, and then at his own archer, Meratides. "Sure we can, if the Ithacan can shoot straight," the Argive bowman drawls. Unwisely, I bite. "I wager I can shoot straighter than you." "Can you just? I'll take that wager,
though I always find living targets the trickiest, don't you?
A target's a target.
I think we both know that's not true.
He smirks, meeting my eye. My disgust at the massacre near Corinth has got me pegged as squeamish, and in the sense that shooting an unsuspecting man down from the safety of distance and concealment is barely different from murder, he might be right.
An eyeball ahead, Ithacan? Or two?
He suggests archly.
What's a life worth to you?
I'm regretting this already.
For glory,
I tell him sharply, and turn away to check the stringing of my bow. The great bow isn't terribly distinctive, but it has certain unique markings that Myratides notices now the sun is well up, and there's plenty of light.
Hey, isn't that the bow of Eurytus?
He asks, suddenly very attentive. I curse under my breath. I don't like people knowing that I hold a prized weapon like this, but Myratides doesn't look like he's guessing.
It is,
I reply nonchalantly. He frowns, then holds out his hand.
May I?
I also don't like handing it over, but he's ostensibly an ally. I pass it to him coolly while everyone watches. Myratides makes a play of handling it, testing the resistance in his drawer. Then he spins and suddenly feigns a shot at me, moving so fast I could almost swear he's knocked an arrow. I flinch and he laughs.
Almost a waste, this beauty, in the hands of an untested youth.
I'm 21, and I'm not untested, I tell him, holding up my hand. He pauses, rubbing his stubbly chin.
Let's make the wager for this bow, eh?
He suggests. I don't think so, I tell him. It was given to me, and now it's mine.
That right? I thought it belonged to old Eurytus. Bears his name after all.
He glances at Kossos before proffering the bow back with a cold smirk.
But I guess even a great bow is of no use to a dead man.
Who's he talking about? Eurytus or me? I grab the bow from him, resisting the urge to wipe his handprints off. Alcmaeon commands us to find vantages opposite each other. Myratides claims the easier job, setting himself up below the hillock from where I first espied the springs, which means I will need to creep down the trail from the hillock, keeping low to avoid being seen, then find a way through steep forest below the lower pool, negotiating what will probably be a waterfall and whatever else I might find there. Alcmaeon says he'll give me enough time to get into position, and I wait a signal he'll give. Something unmistakable, apparently. I unstring the bow to keep the gut dry, till I'm ready to use it, and sling my quiver over my shoulder.
Shall we?
Good luck, Myratides wishes me in a mocking voice.
Try not to think of them as living men.
If he can aim an arrow as well as he aims a barb, he'll do well. All I can think of, as I work my way down the trail, is that these are men with families, parents, siblings, probably wives and children, and that I've never killed a man from hiding before. But I wrestle those thoughts down as I traverse the woodland below, clamber across the inevitable waterfall and through more dense undergrowth to reach the opposite escarpment. This is war. Just as much as drawn blades and massed charges, or so I tell myself. I slither into position high on the crest of a sharp ridge, above a rock face overlooking the lower pool. Perched behind a small outcrop, I now overlook the men we're going to shoot, and the steep path up the side of the cataract. Visibility is still very patchy,
the cloud surging about to blur everything in mist. The noise of the stream echoes off the cliffs, and the air is cold and damp. Timing is going to be important. If the mist thickens after Alcmaeon gives his signal, I'll end up shooting blind. I spot Meratides behind a tree opposite me, on the opposite side of the clearing, and wonder, what if he uses this opportunity to shoot me? He's a friend of Kossos, and Kossos will be eager to avenge Stroma's death. But I have to clear that from my mind. I string the bow and prepare the 2 shots I'll make by laying out my arrows. I add an extra for good measure, just in case Meratides and I both aim at the same man. I've only a guess as to how long I have, so whenever the mist allows, I focus on my most likely targets, the pair of men closest to my side of the pool, and decide which of them will be the more difficult to hit. Then I wait. The signal that arrives isn't subtle. The cloud below me thins, and Alcmaeon, Bria, Diomedes, Zealous, and Kossos simply walk into view. The 4 Thebans freeze, and for a moment all their attention is on the newcomers. Meratides shoots as I do, and we both aim true. My first arrow takes the man I sighted in the throat, and he drops, and immediately I'm focusing on my next target as my hands flick through placing my second arrow, knocking, drawing, aiming as he looks sideways, seeing his fallen comrades and opening his mouth to holler. 2 arrows slam into his chest, mine and Meratides's, and I curse. We've left the 4th to yell and run for his life, pelting towards the bottom of the path beside the cataract. I snatch up my reserve arrow, sight as swiftly as I can, and let loose. But there are boulders in my way, and it's Meratides' shaft that strikes the fugitive in the middle of his back and takes him down. I've been outmaneuvered. Meratides took out a man he knew I'd see as my target, while making sure he had the best line of sight on the last of our victims. It's clever, but it's also the most fucking irresponsible thing he could have done. There's a real chance he's alerted the Thebans just to win a wager. Swearing under my breath, I scramble down, out of sight on the far side of my ridge, not merely in case he sends a shaft my way. I've seen something Meratides can't have. From here, I can clamber along a ledge below the lip of the ridge, cross a rocky slope, and jump a narrow ravine to scale the back of the tower overlooking the path to the upper pool. There's likely a sentry up there, who I'll need to kill as quickly as possible to prevent the man raising the alarm, if he hasn't done so already. It's doable, so long as I can avoid dislodging any loose rocks before scaling the back of the tower, or if I do, hope the sound is masked by the gushing cataract. I put the bow over my shoulder, shuffle along the ledge, and leap from outcrop to outcrop, thrusting doubt aside as I plant my feet and hurl myself across the ravine. For a moment, a gulf opens up beneath me, and then I strike the far wall, clawing for a foot and handhold, and finding enough purchase to cling on. There's no time for prayers of thanks, though. I find first one toe-hold and then another, and look up. There are bigger gaps between the rough stones of the wall above, and as I progress, I'm able to move more confidently. Just before the top of the tower, I take a moment to draw breath and peer back between my legs. I can't see the bottom of the ravine for the cloud, but I can sense the ragged rocks far below. A fall would have killed me, but it didn't. I ease my head over the parapet. There's a solitary sentry, and he doesn't know I'm here, but he's alert, leaning over the far parapet and staring out into the mist. Could he have heard the fourth man yelling over the roar of the water? Or did he just react to something out of the ordinary, a sixth sense of something amiss that all good guards develop? I leap on him from behind, my left hand over his mouth to stop his cries while I drive my dagger between his ribs. He convulses in my arms and goes limp as I lay him down. That's now 2 unsuspecting men I've killed. I muse in some disgust. 3 if I count the man Meratides and I both shot. I seem to be getting good at this. Now the mist cloud swirls and parts again, just long enough to stare down at the cataract. I glimpse all but one of our party running up the winding path next to it. I can also see Meratides. He's at the lower pool and about to start climbing after them. So Alcmaeon is simply going to charge his way into the shrine. I can't get ahead of him, so I'm left with little option but to give him cover. I draw my bow again as 3 Theban archers emerge over the lip at the top of the path, taking up a defensive position there in good cover among a cluster of boulders, well protected from anyone coming up the path. Is this routine, or did the sentry alert them somehow? Either way, they're completely exposed to my position, and I take careful aim through the gap. My first shaft punches into the side of the rearmost archer, and the other 2, looking away from me, are slow to react. I've shot the next one in the neck. That's 5 unsuspecting men, before the last of them finally looks up at the tower and sees me. We shoot at the same time, but he's scared and shoots wide, while I hold my nerve and aim straight, taking him in the chest and driving him to his knees. Then Alcmaeon and Diomedes appear through the mist, sprinting up the path, with Bria, Kossos, and Zealous on their heels to find 3 expiring foes. I bound down the steps inside the tower and emerge at the base to greet them. "About time," I say just to annoy them. The Epigoni prince glares at me. "How did you get up here so fast? Have you been here before?" What, so now he thinks I'm Tiresias' spy and luring him into a trap? "I spotted an alternative route and got lucky," I tell him, "and killed 4 more of the enemy in the process, if you'd bother to notice, you arrogant Kopros." "We need to keep moving," Bria snaps. She's right, and Alcmaeon knows it. Giving me a doubtful look, he signals us forward, just as Meratides joins us, out of breath. Bria, Meratides, and I notch arrows to our bows, and we all take the last climb at a run, cresting the slope to reach the edge of the upper pool just as the mist clears again. It's fairly big, perhaps 20 strides across, and very deep, judging by the dark, clear water welling up from a source far below the surface. On the other side of the pool is a man-made platform of stone built over a natural outcrop, with a stone spire set in the forefront and broad steps leading down to the water's edge. Our advent is greeted with consternation but not panic. Fresh guards were heading towards us to reinforce their comrades at the rise we've just cleared, but when we appear they back up and position themselves around the 2 sorcerers. Tiresias and Manto are at the center of a stone platform overlooking the upper pool in the dusky shadows of an overhanging cliff. Both are resplendent in scarlet, with 3 Theban warriors beside them. The other men are seemingly ordinary soldiers, 10 of them forming a shield wall and another 6 arrayed behind them with bent bows. Their officer is standing behind the archers, his plumed helm nodding as he takes his orders from Tiresias. I curse under my breath. So much for taking them by surprise.
our best chance of success. My shaft is aimed squarely at Tiresias, because if anyone is going to get killed here, it's him. Bria and Meratides have the same idea. So there are 3 arrows that'll take him down. But we've left our shields at the base of the cliffs we climbed, so as soon as we open fire, we'll receive a volley of arrows in return, with little means to protect ourselves. If we're all killed, it's hardly going to help the Argives conquer Thebes. But for all that they outnumber us, no one takes that first, fatal step. I'm reminded of wild animals I've seen during hunts in Sparta in my youth, wolves, lions, and the like. They don't fight each other except in great need, for they know that even victory carries the risk of wounds that become infected and kill. No one here wants to die. If we were lions, we'd growl at each other, then back away. 2 of the enemy archers re-aim at me. But they're still holding their fire, awaiting Tiresias's command. If he or Alcmaeon speak, there will be a bloodbath. The outcome uncertain even for the 2 commanders. Neither of them seem eager for an unnecessary death. It's an impasse, for now. "Well," I call out, trying to sound braver than I feel, "who wants to die first?" We all hold our breath, trembling on the edge of violence. But then the grey-haired seer exchanges a look with his black-haired Imperia's daughter and steps forward to the edge of the platform overlooking the pool. His resonant, androgynous voice fills the space. "Hail, Alcmaeon, son of Amphiaraos. Welcome to the springs of Kithaeron, sacred to Chariclo. Hail, Diomedes, son of Tydeus. Greeting also to thee, Odysseus, son of Laertes. What brings you all to this holy place with weapons drawn?" "You know why we're here," Alcmaeon retorts, his voice harsh and discordant beside the music of Tiresias's tones. "You wrestled the throne of Thebes from Polynices and his issue for your puppet king Laodamas. We demand our birthright." "Everyone wants a throne," Tiresias observes dryly, "and everyone claims it's their birthright. All I know is that the man who sits on a throne is the one with the strength to hold it. With Creon's help, King Laodamas is that man in Thebes, not Adrastus, or Alcmaeon, or Thersander, or whoever else wants it. Your army is weak. Your siege is ineffectual, and the kings of Corinth and Mycenae and Attica tire of your warmongering. Best you all flee before they turn against you. You know the true prophecies. Thebes is impregnable, and Laodamas will remain its ruler. Your invasion is doomed." "Not so!" Alcmaeon shouts, brandishing his fist. "We know the new oracle's words. You've been lying to the world, Tiresias, you old swagros. Thebes will fall, pig fucker, to me. I will bring her gates crashing down." "So speaks the charioteer," Tiresias sneers. My heart beats harder. He seems to have interpreted Arnasia's prophecy much as we have. Does he believe it's true? "Although there are many possible interpretations," the sorcerer continues, "from Helios, the sun god, to a dozen other charioteering champions in Thebes alone, if it's not just the arrant nonsense of a neophyte seer." He puts his hand on his hip in a feminine way,
peering across at us condescendingly. "But that's the heart of it, isn't it? You're here because one prophet says something you desperately want to be true. Taken second-hand from a lying Ithacan you'd be better to wrap in chains."
Damn, he's good.
In a few short moments, he's got the Epigoni prince and his men, who despise me anyway, transfixed by his words and wavering.
"You're the liar here, Tiresias!"
I shout, anxious that his isn't the only voice being heard.
"I know what you did in Ithaca, and I know what you're doing here. The Pythia cast you out for good reason, you poisonous serpent." "Name-calling, man of fire?"
he replies haughtily.
"How disappointing.
With your growing reputation, I'd hoped such pettiness beneath you.
Finding worthy adversaries is so hard at my age."
Descends the stairs to the edge of the pool, his posture confident, and returns his attention to Alcmaeon. I'm longing to put an arrow through his treacherous heart, and I'm sure he knows it. But at this distance, it's a chancy shot, and we didn't come here to commit mass suicide. He knows that too. So we're forced to listen to the old man as he declaims.
"I have a suggestion, Prince Alcmaeon,"
he calls across the water.
"This whole foolish invasion seems to rest on conflicting prophecies. We could resolve it with bloodshed, or let the oracles contend. Let us hear of yours. I'm told the Man of Fire has gifts in that field. Walk the serpent's path with my daughter, and see what truths emerge."
My skin prickles. What is he suggesting? How does he know of my gifts, my latent gifts? What questions has he asked the spirit world about me? Why is he offering Manto, not himself? Why is he offering anything at all? It doesn't take long for me to realize what he's up to. Yes, killing us would be a major blow for the Epigoni, but victory isn't assured. But discrediting Arnacia Penelope's words in front of Alcmaeon, denying the new prophecy and reinforcing the myth of Thebes' impregnability, will do far more harm to our cause. Is winning, whatever that might look like, even possible here, at the shrine to his own mother? I'm sure it's a trap, but I've just spent a night probing Doripenes about the serpent's path, and he's allayed some of my fears of it, so much so that I've been hankering for the opportunity to test myself. And I believe in Arnacia's prophecy, which means that if the real truth does emerge, it must be our truth, that Thebes can be conquered after all. Alcmaeon will then know for sure that I can be trusted, and that this war can be won. And I also know that if I refuse this test, Alcmaeon will never believe me again. He might even kill me right here, if Tiresias's men don't do it for him. I can feel his eyes on me, full of suspicion, and the malice of Kossos and the cold-hearted greed of Meratides are just as palpable. To back out risks almost certain death. Do I have the strength to reach into the spirit world, to not only wrestle the truth from Tiresias's lying grasp, but proclaim it? 2 nights ago, Doripenes seemed to think so. On the other hand, I've never yet walked the serpent's path, and Manto is the daughter of the greatest seer alive, and a powerful sorceress in her own right. She must have done this many times. Accepting Tiresias's challenge could be just as suicidal as rejecting it. But I'm cornered.
"Very well. I call out. Tiresias answers with a faint, triumphant smile. The Theban captain, almost certainly a Theos, orders his men to stand at ease, but they still remain arrayed, facing us, and their weapons are close to hand. Tiresias has climbed back up to the platform, where he's conferring with his daughter. At last able to move without fear of being shot, I shed my weapons, my Cephas, my dagger, and hand the great bow to Bria. "Don't let that Priapus Miratides get hold of this," I tell her. "It sounds like a dying bequest. I'm going to need it later," I add, unconvincingly. Alcmaeon and his cronies are whispering together, and Diomedes is hovering, caught between his kin and his loyalties to Athena. But then he joins us, clapping my shoulder. "Do you know what you're doing?" he asks. "I know the theory," I reply. Euripides explained it to me. I think I know what to expect. "You'll win, I've no doubt of it," Diomedes declares with the invulnerable confidence of youth. I smile. He's only 3 years younger than me. Was I once that naive? "I'll do my best," I tell them both. Bria kisses my cheek.
"For luck. You're going to need it."
Diomedes seems to think this means we're lovers because he goes red, stammers something and backs off to give us privacy. I roll my eyes and Bria grins. Then I ask something I've been meaning to find out for weeks. "Bria, are you, the body you're wearing, is she really pregnant to Hephaestus?" Her smile turns a little sour.
"It would seem so. She missed her last bleeding."
"Hades' balls. Was that in your plan?" I ask.
"Hardly. I wasn't terribly sure about the cycles of this body, but I thought I was all right. Hephaestus's seed in that place must have been quite potent."
She gives a small shudder at the memory.
"I think it'd have knocked me up, no matter what stage I was in my courses."
"What are you going to do about it?" She gives me a shy, hopeful look.
We're going to carry it to term and give it life. It's been a long, long time since I bore a child."
She hugs her breast suddenly.
"I owe it to Genia, that's the girl whose body I'm in, to help her through this."
"Will the smith come knocking when he finds out?"
"Who knows?"
She pats my arm.
"Anyway, that's another day's problem. How are you going to get through this challenge? You know that a mistake on the serpent's path can kill you."
I nod grimly. Yes, Euripides was at pains to point that out. But what choice do I have? Back down and we're screwed, both in terms of the war and probably any chance of leaving this place alive. Just then, Tiresias claps his hands, drawing our attention to the platform. We all stare as Manto, all sultry, sinuous movement, glides down the stairs to the edge of the pool.
"Come to the water," she calls to me. "We're ready to begin."
I feel my mouth go dry, but with the eyes of friends and foes boring into me, I walk forward, right to the edge of the pool. The water's so crystalline I can see dozens of feet down, into a deep shaft of rock filled with pure liquid. I flex my shoulders, take a long breath, and try to clear my mind. Manto wrecks that by disrobing. I've already noted that she's an extraordinary-looking woman. To see her naked, bar a small loincloth, is enough to freeze your breath. I hear every man present utter a small growl in the back of his throat. Maybe I do too. "She's mine," I hear Alcmaeon mutter. If the city falls, she's mine. If the city falls, I note, not when. He's losing faith. Is that necessary? I call out to her. Or are you just displaying your wares? Bear skin helps us interact with the spirits, Ithacan, she responds. I'd have thought you knew that. Bitch. I pull off my leather jerkin and tunic as nonchalantly as I can, leaving only my own loincloth, and unstrap my boots. I may be short, but I'm well made, and there's no spare fat. She looks me over. Shame you're so small, she says. Her tone implies that smallness describes everything about me. I feel myself colour, and my inner equanimity vanishes. Exactly as she intends, I don't doubt. Ithaca's all man, Bria replies, as if she knows. Unlike your father, whore. The two women exchange dagger looks, and I feel a little better at the show of support Bria's given me. Tiresias steps to the front of the platform, and his voice rings out over the spire of stone. Chariclo, he calls in a penetrating voice. It is I, Tiresias, thy son. Open thy gate, holy guardian. Let those of vision walk your ways. At first, nothing happens. But then there's a collective intake of breath, including my own. Some kind of foxfire is rising up through the pool, emerging from the depths in a whirl of pale blue light. Great swirls emerge onto the surface in a double spiral, running in ever-tightening curves from right before my feet and hers. I realize that the swirls are made up of thousands of tiny phosphorescent water snakes, barely a finger in length, wriggling just below the surface and lighting a path to a ball of liquid fire in the center of the pool. And something about the water changes, almost as if it's true crystal, not water at all. Even so, I'm stunned when Manto places a bare foot onto the surface, right on top of the thread of light before her, and it takes her weight. What's happening? I breathe, my words carrying across the water. This place is now in two worlds, Ithacan. Manto replies in her deep, sensuous voice. The path lies before you. Walk the thread of light to the center, where we will learn the truth. She takes another step, and now both of her feet are on the surface of the pool, which ripples but bears her weight. I tentatively place my left foot on the water, above the shimmering snake creatures, and lo, it does take my carefully pressed weight, and then all of me as I place my right foot ahead of the left. The surface shifts, and I lurch, for a moment unsure of my balance, but then I capture the feel of it and steady myself. That's it, I hear Bria call. It's good to have at least one vocal ally. I'm further heartened when Diomedes echoes her, but Alcmaeon and his men are silent. I don't risk glancing back, needing all my concentration to put one foot before the other. On the other side of the pool, about 20 yards away, Manto is doing the same, doubtless with a lot more grace, as we follow the spirals of light towards the middle. We're both circling to our left, remaining on opposite sides of the pool from each other. I reach a point halfway round the pool, walking under the eyes of Tiresias and his men on the platform. Chariclo, hear me, the old seer is calling. Show us thy truth. Reveal the fate of Thebes. I can feel the weight of his gaze bearing down on me, and then his voice whispers into my brain. Do you think your sister's been ravished yet by that Kephalonian pig that your false father inflicted on her? I can't stop myself throwing an enraged look his way and almost lose my balance. For one sickening moment I think I'm going to fall, but somehow I manage to beat the whispered words aside, drawing on the same inner strength to resist him that I found back in Delos. Focused once again, I go on, now sweeping back towards my own party, as Manto does the same towards hers. We complete a second circuit, much closer to each other now, and the sound of Tiresias's chanting and Bria and Diomedes' calls of encouragement are strangely distorted. Now I can hear Manto's breathing so clearly, it's as if my ear is pressed to her lips. I risk the occasional glimpse in her direction, and her face is creased in a frown. She too is having to concentrate, however many times she may have done this. We complete another circuit, then another, and approach the middle from opposite sides, to the place where our two threads of light merge into the central ball of liquid fire at the spire's heart. We're only a few feet apart when she stops, facing me across that knot of light. She raises her arms, facing me, a majestic body lit by the blue light. She looks like a queen of earth and sky, descended from Olympus to claim a mortal soul. "Cariclo!" she calls in her throaty, resonant voice, gazing down into the intense blue light at our feet. "Come to us! Reveal thy truth!" Her eyes flash to mine. "Repeat those words, Ithacan. She needs to hear both our voices." I drag my eyes from her to stare, as she has, down into the light. "Cariclo!" I call. "Come to us! Reveal the truth!" I don't know if the words matter, but I sense Manto's hostility when I say thee and not thy. Then something changes in the character of the light, and I forget to breathe. A shapeless, amorphous form emerges from the vortex below us, rising from the water, bearing some of the fluid with it. A female shape that's never still, staring at us, arms forming as she reaches out to us both, looking both ways at once, forefingers extended. What those watching can see, I have no idea, but for myself, I'm staring at this strange being's finger as it reaches for the center of my forehead, and a voice fills my senses. "Odysseus, son of Sisyphus," she says in a curious, hungry voice, then turning to Manto and adding, "Granddaughter, welcome back." Then a fingertip touches my forehead, and light explodes through the inside of my skull. I feel a connection form, like a jagged blade of lightning, from my head through to Manto's, joined by the spirit being before us. I cry out in shock and hear Manto do the same as our minds collide. I'm inside her, she's inside me, and suddenly it's as if I can feel her fingers around my throat squeezing. For a few heartbeats I'm floundering, flailing, and she's bearing down on me, her eyes blazing, but then I gain some kind of purchase and reach back, grab at her now ghostly form, and begin to throttle her in turn. At that point, the real battle begins. It's not about physical muscle or technique in wrestling, and it's not about determination, because believe me, I am adamantly not going to succumb. We're contending with raw, spiritual energy, and that is a very bad thing, because Manto's been doing this sort of thing for decades, and I've barely set foot across the threshold of that path. In barely a moment, I'm on my knees, and she's roaring, "Thy truth! Speak thy truth!" Thy truth. It's my horror. I feel a bubble of words form in my tortured throat.
And then a disembodied voice rings out, androgynous and clear, echoing across the pool and the rocky outcropping around us.
The Delos woman lied! Thebes is impregnable!
Manto's majestic face hovers above me, close as a lover, her glorious azure eyes blazing in triumph. Her fingers crush into my windpipe, and the solidity of the surface beneath me wavers, and then dissipates. As the world begins to fray, and come apart in blurred, wet smears, I feel the pool engulf me as the darkness does, swallowing me, as Chariclo drags me down to her watery lair. Chapter 14. Jewels of Wits and Blades. Nor did I ever flee from the dreadful war cries of battle, but plunged immediately into the struggle and fought in the front line. America, Batrachomyomachia. Boeotia. As I plunge beneath the water, with Chariclo's cold, translucent hands dragging me down to my watery grave, I feel my consciousness fade, the air gone from my throat in that treacherous spilling of words, not my words, but her diamond spirit speaking through me, condemning my own cause. Alcmaeon and his men will have heard them as mine and lost hope. My reaction is purely instinctive. Last year my father, my real father, accursed Sisyphus, took me to see the suffering of my ancestor Prometheus. During that encounter, the fallen god gave me all the gifts possible for a Theos, transforming me from a mere champion, and not the best at that, by awakening other Theos powers I didn't know I had, and which Athena had either not been aware of or hadn't wished me to gain. Seer, sorcerer, and avatar? An avatar is the flesh vehicle of his or her god. I've never dreamt of doing this before, and I don't even know if I can, but with my dying mind I scream, "Prometheus!" My inner vision alters instantly, and I'm seeing desolate slate-grey skies. My wrists are in agony, my shoulders dislocated and shrieking, and a great open wound in my torso is like molten fire, blood streaming from the gaping gash. An eagle is flapping away, my liver in its beak. The bird so immense it blocks out the silver sun. I am Prometheus, and I am in Hades' realm. But then I'm underwater again, deep, deep beneath the surface of the pool, in a chamber which daylight has never glimpsed, where bones, shattered crockery, and tarnished scraps of bronze cover the floor. I'm locked in the grasp of a being made of spirit and hunger so ravenous she's barely sane. Her ghastly greenish-grey face looms over me, her fangs and talons black as dark night. With inexorable force she drags my throat to her maw as I fight with failing strength. But my divine ancestor is now strong within me. Flames gush from my mouth, burning despite the water, raging into the gelid spirit flesh of Chariclo as she cries out in shock, screaming on and on and on as the intense heat of Prometheus's divine fire pours through her, consuming her in slow, agonizing waves as I cling to her, somehow breathing, somehow still alive. She shrieks and wails. Then she begs. And then she's gone, blasted to nothing, and I'm floating in darkness, lighting it with my scarlet glow. Odysseus, my great-great-great-grandsire murmurs, I am well pleased in thee.
My mind becomes his mind. My sight his, as he presents me with a vision of Thebes. But this is not the one I know already or think I know. This is an echo of Chariklo's insight, an afterglow of her dying consciousness that Prometheus is able to pass on to me, the true situation as Chariklo perceived it. Not just of Thebes, but other places too, and other times. Shocking, mesmerizing, galvanizing. Then that vision fades, and with an affectionate brushing of minds, my divine ancestor is gone, and I'm exploding up through the water, gasping for air when I reach the surface. I flail desperately to avoid going under again as I struggle towards the far edge of the pool, away from the platform, where I throw myself on the rocky ground and lie there panting, grateful for blessed life. It takes me some time to realize that I'm the only one here. Tiresias, Manto, and their party have vanished. So too have Alcmaeon and his. In fact, eerily, the sun is rising into a cloudless sky, the dawn illuminating this high, rocky place with golden light. Somehow I've been underwater, caught in what seemed like a brief life-and-death struggle for at least a day and a night. Everything's gone, including my clothes and weapons. The upper pool looks as though no one has ever been there to disturb its calm tranquility. I have a sudden, sickening thought. What if I've been fighting Chariklo for weeks, months, even years? I stagger to the brink of the steep slope down to the lower pool. It, too, is deserted, but to one side there is a row of low earthen mounds. Graves. There can't be anything else. I clamber down the winding path to the bottom and examine them. There are 8 in all, the soil freshly dug and piled up. But who lies in them? We slew 8 men here, not counting the 2 Theoi scouts back down the mountain. Alcmaeon wouldn't have stopped to bury anyone, so I guess these are the Theban dead, and that Alcmaeon and Bria and the others have either fled or were killed, and their bodies dumped elsewhere. But there are no spent arrows, churned up grass or mud, no blood on the cataract side of the upper pool, no more blood down here than the 4 sentries shed. I turn my attention to the mule dung, and then hunt around for tracks. The grass around the pool has been flattened by passing feet, otherwise it yields up nothing specific. But the start of the path up to the hillock shows me what I seek. Several people set off up the hill in haste, including Diomedes and Bria. I recognize the mark of their boot soles, though most of the prints are overlaid by others travelling at a slower pace. My heart lifts a little. It looks as though my friends escaped, along with at least some of Alcmaeon's men. As far as I can tell, everyone left a day ago. They all think I'm dead. At first I'm fearful. How will Eurybates and my Ithacans take this? And will Diomedes and Bria continue to protect not only each other, but Menelaus too? What about the great bow? Will the siege now fall apart? Has my failure doomed us? Alcmaeon will now believe that I lied and that Thebes really is impregnable. I've perpetuated that lie. For you did lie, Tiresias. When I saw inside the dying Chariklo's mind, deep in the cavern below the pool, I discovered that Doripenes was right. Tiresias walked the serpent's path in Pytho, and has done so at every oracular shrine in Achaea, propagating his truth to protect Thebes. He's warped the oracular visions given to every other seer for the past 30 years, to create the illusion that Thebes cannot be overthrown.
I now know that Arnasia's vision is the real truth. Thebes is strong, very strong indeed, but vulnerable. We can win this war, but only if I can turn around what will now be a military disaster unfolding beneath her walls. As soon as Alcmaeon returns to camp, convinced he's been lied to and that this war is doomed, he's going to order a retreat. And if they're smart, the Thebans are going to emerge from behind their walls and destroy the Epigoni, sealing their impregnability myth forever. The only man that can now stop that disaster is me, wearing nothing but a loincloth, in hostile lands and miles from where I need to be. I have no choice but to run as I've never run before, barefoot over the stony ground, if I'm to reach the camp and save this mission. So I run. The way down the mountain is hard, the day clear and hot, the sun cruel. I retrace our inward route, for fear of the spells Tiresias has set to guard the mountain. My companions have come this way too, a hasty retreat, judging by the tracks they have left. To my relief, the ropes down the cliffs are still in place. There would have been no time to remove them, and the coarse fibres burn my palms as I almost throw myself down them. And then I sprint, barefooted as I am along the gorge, leaping boulders and head out across the plain. I've been active all my life. My feet are hardened, my lungs and legs strong, and I'm fueled by need. I'm also a Theos champion, with that extra strength, speed, and endurance that lesser men lack. I'm not too bothered about caution. Tiresias and his guards are hardly likely to be watching out for a dead man coming after them. On the other hand, the seer or his daughter might somehow have sensed the demise of his patron's spirit, but there's nothing I can do about it if they have. Regardless, speed matters most right now. I need to find Alcmaeon and Adrastus as soon as I can, and persuade them that the words I spoke were lies placed in my throat by Chariclo. I was a good runner before I was awakened as a Theos, and now I'm better still, despite suffering a bad leg injury last year. But I'm sweating profusely. The skin of my upper legs and belly, usually covered by a tunic or a kilt, is burnt red by the sun, and I have no water skin. I cover the distance in a dogged, muscle-sapping endurance test. It's 10 miles from the mouth of the gorge at the base of Mount Kithaeron to Thebes. I don't have quite that far to go. Our main camp was set up on and around a low rise to the south of the city. But even before I draw close, I can tell that the camp has been abandoned. Smoke is rising from the burnt remains of the huts built for Adrastus, the Epigoni and the higher-ranked officers. I approach more cautiously, darting from one piece of cover to the next, my heart in my mouth, until I am at the outskirts of the camp. There are no bodies here, and the canvas lean-tos we used as kitchens and eating places have been dismantled and removed. It seems to have been an orderly retreat, as far as these things go. But where have they retreated to? I climb up the rise on the side facing away from Thebes, take in the plains and curse at what I see. There's been a battle, not close to the walls, but out on the plain to the northeast. I should have realized that already, from the crows hovering and settling there. The Argives clearly broke camp as soon as Alcmaeon and the rest of our small party returned from Kithaeron, and the Thebans must have followed them, urged on by Tiresias to finish this feud forever. The Argives had no choice but to fight then, and it's not hard to see who had the victory, though it must have been hard won. From my vantage,
I can now see the city, where there's a steady traffic of men and women coming and going, many of them dressed in mourning white. I can almost hear their mourning cries. The battle must have been yesterday afternoon, and today the victorious Thebans are burying their dead. And the archives? Are there any of them left to give their fallen comrades the same dues? What of my Ithacans? And Menelaus, Bria, and Doripenes? I shudder as all my fears strike me at once. I strain my eyes, desperate for signs of our army. To the east, a low cluster of wooded hills stretches out into the hazy distance. If the Epigoni fled into its shelter, I won't be able to see them, but some instinct tells me they're not there. And to the west, our route from the Gulf Coast to Thebes, the landscape is empty. However, when I gaze northeast, over and beyond the battlefield, I can make out a hazy smudge at the base of a bulky mountain. Hypaton it's called, and it rises out of the plain about 8 or 9 miles away. There's a village there, or was until the Argives burnt it on a foraging expedition 2 weeks ago. Glissas, the survivors called it, and it's just off the main road to Attica. What I first took for haze could be the thin, wispy smoke of many small cooking fires. If my guess is right, they've taken the road towards Attica, either on Diomedes and Bria's urging, or because the Thebans have given them no alternative. I deduce yesterday's events. Adrastus would have had to go on the defensive, forming shield walls, bristling with spears and fighting for survival. He's been driven right to the edge of the plains, but he's still there. I'm somewhat impressed they've not broken and run. That tenacity has bought me enough time to try and turn this debacle into victory. By tomorrow morning, the Thebans will have finished burying their dead and be ready to attack again. But today, the plain is theirs, and I must take a more circuitous route to reach Mount Hypaton and the Argive camp at Glissas. First, I retrace my steps south, until I can safely work my way across to the low cluster of hills to my east. Here I find a series of rough paths through the forest that takes me more or less in the right direction. I travel slowly, quenching my thirst in occasional small streamlets, but always on my guard against ambush. Who knows who else might be using these hills as a refuge? By late afternoon I've reached a point roughly south of Mount Hypaton, but separated from what I am now certain is the Argive camp by a short stretch of open plain with no cover at all. To my relief, I can also make out a familiar standard, flying on the extreme left, next to the charred remnants of an olive grove, a legacy of our pillaging over the last weeks. Some at least of my Ithacans have survived. If I walk across the open ground before me, I will be shot long before I can make myself known. I'm a pretty unprepossessing sight, near naked. My loincloth sweaty and smeared, my hair a matted tangle, and my chin covered in stubble. So I settle down until darkness falls, my empty stomach grumbling away to itself. There's plenty to study while I wait. Out on the plain to the west, I can see the Theban army camped, only a couple of miles from our own position. Straight ahead to the north, Mount Hypaton is a most impressive hulk of rock, bordered on its western side by massive cliffs, which overlook a small but steep-sided ravine, with the burnt-out remains of Glissas perched on a low ridge on the far side. Just the sort of place I can turn to good use. Once the crescent moon is set, and it's as pitch black as it's likely to be, I steal across the plain undetected and pause in the shelter of what's left of the olive grove at the edge of my Ithacan's camp. The sound of a hymn to Hades carries on the breeze, a lamentation to the fallen. I'm more than touched. They're singing for me. I listen for a while before slipping into the camp unseen, avoiding the sentries. I find Eurybates' kit, along with my own clothes and weapons, and get myself dressed before I slip into the rear of the gathered men, wrapped in a cloak with a fold covering my head. "He was a damned fine captain of men," Big Nelamon is eulogizing. "Short-growed fella, but he could throw the biggest and best of us around like playthings." By biggest and best he means himself, of course. Dear old Nelly. I wish he'd let the short-growed thing go, though. It's not like I'm a dwarf. Always had a good word, he did. Itanus drawls. "Do you think would have made a fine king?" "Aye," the lads chorus. "Aye." Looking round the men, I see that Brea's with them. I'm relieved at that. And Menelaus and Doripenes too, bless them. Even Diomedes has come to pay his respects. Tollos is in tears, and he's not the only one. I'm a little choked myself, but it's time to end this.
"I reckon he was an utter Priapus,"
I holler out into the intervening silence, disguising my voice. Heads shoot in my direction, but the cloak is hiding my face and no one recognizes me so far away from the fire. "Oi, shut it," a couple of men near me mutter.
"Dragged us halfway across the Aegean and into foreign wars,"
I go on.
"into scrapes and out of them, and those damned training sessions of his drove me up the wall. Soldiers just need to know how to fight, not bloody hide or track or forage or tend wounds. Worst captain ever, and a smart-mouthed bullshitter with it."
"Who's that?"
Nelly snarls. "Don't look at the back if you're going to throw down words like that."
"Aye," others growl.
"Come out and face us, Proctos face."
A few men go to lay hands on me, but I shrug them off.
"I'll come forward without your help,"
I tell them, shoving my way to the front and letting the cloak drop. The looks on their faces I'll carry to my grave. Nelamon goes white, gasps and backs away, as if I'm a ghost returned from Erebus. A few of the others do too. But then Brea lets loose a wild whoop and hurls herself at me. "Ithaca, you arsehole!" She shrieks, embracing me and bouncing us both up and down. Then Menelaus and Diomedes wrap their big arms round me and lift me up, crying out thanks to Athena. Doripenes' high-fluting voice joining with them in praise. Eurybates is openly weeping as he pounds my back fit to break my ribs, while all the lads cheer and crowd round. It takes a while to settle things down, for them all to touch me and make sure I'm not a ghost, and then to tell them the tall tale I've concocted of underground streams and caverns and heart-pounding searches for trapped pockets of air, life flashing before my eyes and the like. I can't give them the real story, because it's far less believable even than the one they get. Nor do I lay it on too thick, because we've got work to do. I also listen to them, as various men give me fragments of what they've endured since I last saw them. Brea returned to them yesterday with the news of my death, and Alcmaeon denounced me as an impostor before giving the order to strike camp. They were barely 2 miles across the plain, heading along the road to Attica, when the Theban gates opened and Laodamas' army poured out. Adrastus had no choice but to array defensive lines, and my Ithacans had to play their part in a dogged fighting retreat. Fortunately, the Thebans pretty much left us Ithacans alone after they realised we had good spearmen, plenty of arrows, and we knew how to shoot, Nellerman growled. He who'd been known to protest that archery is for cowards. They tried rushing us a few times, then let us be. He glows with pride when he tells me we have had no casualties apart from a few scratches, but we've dealt out more than a few hard blows. I'm proud of you all, I tell them. I wish I'd been here to see it. The Argives just held on, my men inform me, mostly through the Epigoni fighting like heroes in the front line until nightfall ended the battle. All today they'd been occupied with the same ugly business as the Thebans, burying their dead and tending their wounded. Now Adrastus has gathered the Epigoni to determine whether they should stay and fight for their honour's sake, or slip away in the night. That tells me I need to act fast. So I put an end to the congratulations. Lads, I shout, I've not come back just to join a retreat. It may not seem so at the moment, but this is a winnable war. I need to talk to Adrastus, and it sounds like I need to do it now. Meantime, get yourselves ready to fight. We're not retreating. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Nelamon takes charge again, while I pull Menelaus, Bria, Doripenes, and Diomedes aside and hurriedly brief them on what actually happened and what I've learned from it. Doripenes' eyes shine when I tell them of Chariclo's end and how I managed to look into her mind. I leave Prometheus and his gift of fire out of my account. Neither Menelaus or Diomedes need to know of that, though the old priest and Bria give each other knowing looks. Basically, we were right, I conclude. Tiresias has been lying to us for generations via the oracles. Thebes is not invincible, but it's going to seem so unless we defeat them. I turn to Diomedes. My friend, can you get me before Adrastus? I'm not guaranteeing victory tomorrow. All I can say is that it's not hopeless. Is that enough for you? Diomedes looks doubtful, but he nods. I'll try, he tells me. The five of us clasp hands. Eurybates produces some food and hot water from somewhere, and I eat, wash, and shave. Appearances matter a lot to the Argive hierarchy. Then we set off, to find the king and to tell him that his losing war is not lost. Diomedes leads the way into Adrastus' camp, with Menelaus and Doripenes, their heads bare. Bria and I skulk along behind them, our faces muffled in the folds of our cloaks. We're likely none too popular here, but on Diomedes' say-so, we're all admitted to the command tent, where King Adrastus sits, wreathed in gloom, looking like a man whose death sentence has been deferred when he's steeled himself for the end and only wants to die. Before his chair, the Epigoni squabble. Dark, angry Alcmaeon is demanding an instant retreat, railing about having been lied to, swearing that the damned Ithacan was in league with Tiresias all along and lured us into a trap. Long-haired, sullen Amphilochus here hears every few breaths. Thersander sulks, rousing himself only to blaspheme at intervals. Euryalus, Promachus, and Sthenelus glower miserably, swearing vengeance on whoever's name has just come up. We should have marched on Ithaca, Promachus opines as Diomedes leads us to the throne. "I hope you're all good swimmers, if that's your plan," I remark, uncovering my face. The whole crowd of them freeze. "You?" gasps Alcmaeon. "But—" Then he whirls on Adrastus and shouts, "See! This proved they were in collusion. How else could he survive certain death? It was all a ruse." His kin chorus agreement, unable to think for themselves, but Adrastus is staring at me as if I'm Hades himself, here to collect his soul. "How is it you're alive?" he asks weakly. "Alcmaeon saw you sucked down into the depths of the pool. You never surfaced. You're dead." "Clearly not," I tell him firmly, leaving the shadow of Diomedes, Menelaus, and Doripanes, and marching boldly forward, even though that puts me in reach of Alcmaeon and his murderous kin. This is no time for caution. I escaped Tiresias's trap, and in doing so laid it bare. It's now certain that the priestess of Delos spoke truly. "Oh, shit!" Alcmaeon retorts. "I heard the lie of it, when the oracle spoke through you at that cursed shrine. Now you've turned up again, you Dromus, plying your horse tricks to make sure we don't retreat so your masters can finish us off tomorrow." It's a cogent argument, the very one I'd make in his shoes. In fact, logic-wise, he has the high ground, and if I pursue that path, I'm doomed. So I, the man of reason, have to appeal to the very thing I tend to despise, that overblown machismo these men dress up as honor. But hey, if it wins the day. "On the contrary," I shout, "I hate Tiresias even more than you do. He's a lying, treacherous piece of copros, and I want to see him ripped apart and Thebes reduced to rubble. But I'm not here to bolster your egos, nor to buff up your armor so you lose tomorrow in the field. Why should I bother? You've already lost. You're beaten in here." I tap my temple. "Your hearts have failed," I go on, tapping my chest, before poking at my groin, "and you've got no balls." That sends a wave of absolute rage through the tent. Alcmaeon has his sword half out of its sheath, but I ignore him. You do this sort of thing wholeheartedly, or you don't even start. "It's going to be easy tomorrow for Laodamas and his cronies," I sneer. "They won't even need to fight. In fact, they'd just as soon you do a run-off home, because they know you won't be coming back. The Epigoni, the sons of the Seven, pledged to avenge their fathers? What a sad joke. You think Argos will let you back home after this debacle? They wouldn't dare. Not when Thebes will demand your heads. Invincible Thebes. No one's going to want you round. The failed avengers, the cowards who forswore their vengeance and ran. Hades is blood. You'll not even be able to live with yourselves. Your wives won't respect you. Your sons will be ashamed of you. Your daughters will die unmarried because no one thinks you're line fit to wed. You run tomorrow, and your entire dynasty is finished. Death would be easier to take than that. At least it would be swift." Most Achaean warriors, 9 in 10 of them, think of honor first and all else second. That's the breed. It's all about their precious name, their repute, their prowess. So even though right now the Epigoni despise me, no, they absolutely loathe me, they're nodding their heads involuntarily, because all this is absolutely true. From the moment they marched, they were committed. They just need reminding of that. Then Diomedes steps forward. My honor demands that I fight, he says. After that, I don't need to add anything else. One by one, they come round as the prospect of a future as unwanted, shamed men, forever weighed down by humiliation, overcomes their desire to lash out at the person they love to blame. Me. By the time Alcmaeon has pledged to abide by whatever decision King Adrastus reaches, it's already clear that I've won the argument. We fight, Adrastus decides in his doom-laden voice. Tomorrow we stand firm, and try to leave as good a name as we can. My own chariot will be in the front line, and I will live or die with those who have come so far with us. Better to perish with brothers than run like rats. The cheers aren't exactly hearty. Each man here thinks tonight will be his last. But at least there's now some sense of determination and the will to do battle. How to win? That will be a whole other trick. Very well, we fight, Alcmaeon, the field commander, concedes. He turns his glowering gaze my way. But I still declare Odysseus of Ithaca a traitor and a liar. I say we hang him for leading our heads into Laodamas' noose. This is a wildly popular proclamation, though not with me, but it's not unanticipated. Concealing my alarm, for the danger is very real, I raise a hand calmly. Lies! I stand by every word I've spoken, and what's more, tomorrow you will see me and my men in the battle lines as they were yesterday. We are with you until the end, King Adrastus, bitter or sweet as it may be. It's not an accident that I appeal directly to Adrastus. The king is my best hope here. He wanted this war more than anyone, because he thinks he's going to die, and he welcomes that. He'll finally be able to look his dead comrades in the eye, the other 6 of his 7, with his own honor assuaged. At least you tried, they'll tell him. The Prince of Ithaca's counsel has brought us here, and he will fight at my side. Let him prove his honor on the field, Adrastus says in his grave voice, and that quietens most. But Alcmaeon isn't going to let me off the hook so easy. What surety do we have that he won't slink off during the night? Everything he says is tainted in deceits. My lord king, I address Adrastus, I will sleep here in your tent, at your feet, if that gives you surety. But I assure you, no one here wishes to be victorious tomorrow more than I, and I've heard nothing of strategy tonight. Which of you has a plan? Not to die valorously, but to win. That shuts them all up. They glance about, especially to Menelaus, whose presence here is suddenly reappraised. Does Myceno march to our aid? Some call. Menelaus looks at me, biting his lip, knowing full well that's not the case. Being honest, he shakes his head, killing that hope. I do have a plan, but it must be kept secret until we're ready to use it. I tell Adrastus, surprise will be our chief weapon, and we cannot risk news of it leaking to the enemy. Will all of you swear to tell only those who need to know? The king glances at Alcmaeon, who's so stunned by my temerity he's speechless, while the others just look perplexed. That suits me fine. Alcmaeon protests that this is another trick, but I'm the only one who's spoken of victory, that's held out hope. Adrastus overrules him. He still has to be persuaded, though, they all do. It takes all my guile, and the backing of Diomedes and Euripides too, before Adrastus finally agrees to listen. He has little choice, in truth. It's obvious no one else has any ideas, except for running away, which they've been shamed out of doing, or dying, which isn't a plan at all. "Very well, Prince Odysseus," he finally concedes. "From someone who was about to be hanged a moment ago, I've now become the king's strategist. Let it never be said I can't swing an argument." We gather about the king, the Epigoni on one side grouped around Alcmaeon, and what I term my people on the other, Menelaus, Euripides, and Bria. Diomedes is caught awkwardly in the middle. I'm conscious that almost everyone here is a theos, with allegiances to this deity or that. Some are sworn to Ares or Zeus, who support Thebes. Others are aligned to Poseidon or Hermes, who haven't pinned their colours to the mast yet regarding Achaea or Troy. Regardless, a theos is not a puppet, and our patron gods don't dwell inside our heads. I've been awakened by Athena, but that doesn't mean I always act for her, and she may or may not know that. I'm counting on the fact that each of these men chose to march against Thebes, putting family honour and maybe Achaean freedom above the wishes of their patron deity. Which is another way of saying I'm hoping no one here will betray the plan I'm about to propose. But the notion does cross my mind. Adrastus has a table, upon which I scatter a layer of his blotting sand, and draw with my finger as they all gather round. I mark in our camp at the edge of the plain, with Thebes 7 or 8 miles away to our southwest. Behind us is the ravine I sighted this afternoon, bordered on the eastern side by steep scree slopes, topped by a row of massive cliffs, with the ruins of Glissas opposite on the ridge above the west side of the ravine. The Theban army commands the plains and have more men, so logic says they'll drive us backwards tomorrow. If we let them outflank us and capture the heights, they'll be able to rain down arrows, spears, and rocks onto the heads of anyone caught in the ravine below. It could easily be a massacre. I point all this out, while Alcmaeon listens stonily and those with him carp, but Adrastus listens with the air of a man hearing the mechanics of his own execution. "I don't hear anything that gives me hope," he mutters. "They seem to have every advantage," I agree. "We need to do the unexpected in order to turn the tables on them and gain the upper hand. I believe I know a way." "Pah!" Thersander begins to object, but Alcmaeon reluctantly raises a hand to forestall him. "Go on," he says grudgingly. So I do, and within the hour we've reached agreement. They aren't happy, they mistrust me and fear for their honour as much as for their lives. But no one has an alternative that doesn't involve merely lining up to die. Not a lot of sleeping happens that night. Once the strategy is agreed, it has to be disseminated to those who must be told, for those with key roles need to prepare their men. Alcmaeon and I review the placement of every unit to ensure all is as we require it. We don't like each other, far from it, but I think a grudging respect emerges, from him for my deviousness and from me for his tactical acumen and willingness to bend rules. Like me, he'd rather win than die. I think when the breakfast fires are lit tomorrow, we'll make a fight of it, he and I. Once that's done, We return to our own units, and I brief my men, who aren't surprised they've been given a key role. It seems yesterday's action has instilled some confidence in them, in my methods, and their own abilities. They're with me, and that's some relief. I take Menelaus aside. I don't wish, I begin, but my friend cuts in before I can speak further. You don't wish me to be hurt, or even to be put in any harm's way? He asks, with a crooked smile. Exactly. Well, too bad. The Kir needs our victory, even if my brother doesn't realize that. We're fighting Thebes to protect Akir from the Trojans. So I will be fighting at your side, the safest place I can identify. That gets us both laughing. We all prepare for battle in different ways. Some men go inwards, thinking of their lives and families and making peace with themselves. Others seek friends and talk of anything but the hours to come. Some seek out the priests, praying for luck and for courage. Some drink or go to the camp women. I am the gregarious sort. I go from fire to fire and sit a while with whoever is there, listening as much as talking, offering encouragement if I can. I feel the weight of these men's lives on my shoulders, though, truthfully, I'm among the youngest here. But it's what Laertes would do. Menelaus, having volunteered to fight, is rightly nervous. Bria takes him in hand, predictably enough, by which I mean she seduces him quite brazenly. I suspect she's just doing it to annoy me, but I have no problems with it. No one knows what tomorrow might bring, so I'm glad my friend has what I presume is a good night. I'm with Diomedes when the sun rises, sitting on an outcropping rock south of the crucial defile we're defending. What do you hope for today? I ask him, as we finish the last mouthful of spiced wine. Glory, he replies, his handsome chiseled features lit by the rising sun, golden light gleaming in his black curls. I expect Adonis looked a lot like Diomedes. What else is there? Victory, I remind him. Victory with honor, or death with glory, he says solemnly. They are the only paths to the Elysian fields. I'd take a dishonorable victory any day, but I don't voice that. In truth, I'm no wiser about our chances than he is. I've not held a battle line, and all I know of fighting has been in small skirmishes and single combat. Will my own courage hold? I don't know yet, but I'm determined it will. Then trumpets sound to rouse those few who've slept, and our camp comes alive. Across the plain the Theban army awakens also, amidst bells and drums and brazen blasts. It still takes all of 2 hours, though, before we see them emerge. They've food to consume, libations to pour, and ritual purification to perform, before their soldiers strap on their armor and line up to march forward and confront us, stirring the summer dust with thousands of booted feet. By then, we've already taken our places, roughly 3,000 Argives manning the lines, with the rest of the army nowhere to be seen. My Ithacans are in their allotted positions. More than half are concealed up on the heights above the ravine, commanded by Nelamon and Bria, and armed with bows and javelins and spears. I've kept my 40 best spearmen with me, along with Menelaus, ready to take my promised position just behind Adrastus's men in the center. Eurybates is with me, to run messages and relay orders, perhaps the most critical role of all. I join the king and the Epigoni as they line their chariots up in the centre, bickering quietly among themselves and none too welcoming when I arrive. Adrastus is fully armoured for the fight, despite his age and his crippled leg. The lines of their foot soldiers stretch out on either side. They're weak, thin and porous. The result seems preordained. "The gods see all, Odysseus of Ithaca," mutters Sthenelus, the most pious of the Epigoni, as I approach. "Good," I reply shortly. "They might learn something." His eyes narrow at this impiety. "Betray us, and you will suffer for eternity." "Conversely, then, the reward for my loyalty and success shall also be eternal," I tell him, and that about exhausts his capacity for banter. I slap his armoured shoulder and join Alcmaeon to watch the Thebans form up. We can make out Creon and Laodamas and their entourage, some of them much vaunted warriors, as they take their places opposite our position, only a few hundred yards away. Most of them are in chariots too, as befits their station. It will be interesting to see if they use them as a mobile attacking unit ahead of the foot soldiers' advance, as the Egyptians and Hittites do, or follow their footmen in, or, indeed, dismount to fight. Two red-robed figures flank Creon, the Theban kingmaker, Tiresias and Manto. Tiresias's arms are raised, and I can just make out his voice, wailing some prayer, undoubtedly to Apollo. But my eyes are drawn to another figure with the two seers, a woman wearing a cloak with eagle wings capping each shoulder. The cloak is open at the front, and either she's got the most lifelike gold filigree armour ever made, or she's bare-breasted and daubed in gold leaf. Her face is hidden by a lion's mask. So that's one of the sphinxes. When I point the sphinx priestess out to Alcmaeon, his hackles rise. "I'll send her back to Zeus with her head rammed up her cunt," he growls, spitting contemptuously, but I can see the anxiety through the layers of bravado. Zeus has sent one of his emissaries to show open support for Thebes, now that victory seems assured. To Alcmaeon this must seem like more soil cast on the grave of his dreams. For my part, I'm in disguise. I've darkened my hair with walnut juice, as I did before on Delos, and I'm wearing plain armour to conceal from Tiresias the fact that I'm alive. It may make no difference to our master plan, but I don't wish the seer to be alerted to the slightest possibility of trickery. We want the Thebans to feel invincible and careless with it. The Theban army is impressive. Rank on rank of well-disciplined men, armoured, helmeted, grasping thick-hafted war spears, and moving in time to their drums as they array opposite our positions, outnumbering our 3,000 men several times over. I hear the Theban captains pointing to our lines and shouting, "Half the cows have deserted overnight, lads. We'll roll through them. Zeus and Apollo are with us." Around me, I can feel the Argive soldiers sweat as the reality of what they face today confronts them. All logic and tradition says that we'll all die. We're expecting archery, and then an overwhelming frontal assault, but to our surprise a white flag is waved. The Thebans were in no mood to talk yesterday, so this respite is puzzling. I first suspect Tiresias merely wants to taunt Adrastus one last time, but in fact the seer isn't one of the 4 men who come forward. Instead it's Creon who emerges, with King Laodamas and 2 royal champions acting as charioteers. Adrastus grimaces, then nods to Alcmaeon, his general, and Aegialaus, his son. Under parley tokens, the three of them are driven forward and dismount from their chariots to talk, while their charioteers stand at their horses' heads, calming them. I'd love to be there, but instead maintain my anonymity, watching them confer from a distance. It doesn't take long, and when they return, the king and his kin are clearly angry. "King Laodamas demands a duel with our best champion," Adrastus announces once he's dismounted from the chariot. "He insists it must be one of the Epigoni." It's not uncommon for champions to seek duels before a battle. There's glory to be won and personal feuds to be settled, but sometimes it's a way of neutralizing a dangerous foe before battle is joined. I immediately suspect this challenge falls into the latter category. "Who's the best fighter amongst the offspring?" I ask Adrastus quietly, amidst the uproar. "In all things," he replies, "it is Alcmaeon. Diomedes shows promise, but he's not yet as experienced. The others are all god-touched, but none have the strength of will or dedication of Alcmaeon. It has to be him." I don't like Alcmaeon one whit, but I presume the king is right about his abilities. But not only is Alcmaeon his only experienced field commander, he's absolutely crucial to our plan. Will he win? Adrastus shoots me a look. "Have you not heard of Laodamas, the son of Eteocles? The man's a killer. He burned his own aunts alive for permitting an honourable burial for Polynices. He's built like Ares himself." "So you refuse the duel, surely?" Adrastus gives me an incredulous look. "No, such a challenge could never be refused. Creon called upon Apollo to witness the craven Epigoni in their last hours, and Laodamas cursed us, one and all. Alcmaeon will fight Laodamas, for it is better to die than to submit to such churlish defamation." "But we need Alcmaeon. I spent half last night going over our battle plan with him. The rest of his brethren went to bed. If we lose him, all our planning is for naught." Adrastus gives me a deathly look. "Our plans are for naught anyway, Prince Odysseus. You gave us hope, so that we stayed when we might have run. That's all I ever wanted of you. Victory is beyond us." I curse inwardly, but all I can do is bow to him before I hurry away. I've only a few moments to save the battle, and we've not even started fighting yet. Alcmaeon has already dismounted from his chariot in preparation, for the combat will be fought on foot, first with javelins and then with swords. His kindred have also dismounted, and are pressed around him, offering all manner of advice. "Stay low," they're saying. "Keep moving. Watch his feet." All standard parade ground patter that we've been hearing since we were infants. Sthenelus is praying to Hermes, and Diomedes is seething because he wants to be the one fighting. I shove through, despite the fact they're all a head taller than me. "Alcmaeon, you can't do this." "You stay out of it, Ithacan," he growls. "I'm ready for him. I have a chance." "We have a battle plan, damn it. Do any of these morons know it?" He scowls. "It wouldn't have worked anyway. You've never even been in a battle." "It is going to work, but only if we have you directing your men. We don't have time to brief someone else. Damn you, I'm counting on you for victory." Alcmaeon grinds his teeth. "You should have heard that Proctos out there. He told me that Zeus and Apollo will piss on my corpse Such insults cannot be swallowed. I'm not asking you to swallow them. If this plan works, we'll net Laodamas along with the rest of them. But man on man, he'll gut you, and that'll break the morale of the men as well as rob us of our field commander. Don't you think this isn't exactly what Creon and Tiresias want? This is a calculated move. He rounds on me, jabbing a finger in my face. Of course I know that, but I have no choice. Yes, you do. Swallow your stupid pride and let someone else duel him. They'll die. Aye, perhaps, but at least we'll still have you, the man your soldiers look up to, and the only one that can enact our plan of battle. I will not ask someone else to take my place. You don't have to. Another voice cuts in. I'll do it. It's Thursander, the string-bean prince who's probably the least capable swordsman of the Epigoni. You? Alcmaeon sniffs. Cousin, you won't stand a chance. I know, the skinny young man says, his voice a little squeaky but his face determined. But Odysseus is right. If it has to be one of us, then let it not be you. Then I'll fight, Diomedes puts in. At least I'll test him. I'd rather he didn't, and I'm sure Athena, queen of cold logic, wouldn't want her new champion thrown away so cheaply. But it's not my place to argue. Then all of them demand to fight at once. Amphilochus trying to take the burden from his brother. The chorus line of Promachus, Sthenelus, and Euryalus joining in because everyone else is. And then another voice cuts across them all. I claim this battle by right of primogeniture, says Prince Aegialaus, Adrastus' son. No, they all cry, because he's the heir of Argos. I have the right, Aegialaus snaps back, his face white but his eyes blazing. Half the insults of Laodamas were directed at me. Little fool, he called me, Daddy's idiot son. Had I less honour, I'd have cut him down under the flag of parley. If any should fight him, it will be me. With that he storms back to Adrastus, loudly demanding the fight, and I expect Adrastus to refuse, though I couldn't be better pleased at this development. Aegialaus is in all likelihood committing suicide. But I don't object, so long as Alcmaeon is around to put our battle plan into action. I'm still surprised, and everyone else is shocked, I think, when King Adrastus agrees. My son, you make me proud, he says. He draws his sword and gives it to Aegialaus, hilt first. Take this, the royal blade of Argos, and bear it to good fortune. I think I understand. The king believes us doomed, and he'd rather his son die a hero in a duel with a great champion than being cut down on the battlefield like some common spearman, or worse, being dragged back to Thebes alive, to be executed humiliatingly. By Adrastus' reckoning, this is the honourable path. As for Aegialaus' thoughts, perhaps he's cunning enough to realise all this, but the odds are it's just pig-headed pride and arrogance. The watching Argives give a rousing cheer. I sense that Aegialaus isn't well liked. He's an angry young man, but this is true heroism in their eyes. As he arms himself, I slip in close. I want to wish him well, and besides, there's just maybe an opportunity in this. Prince Aegialaus, I murmur, as a servant tightens his breast and backplate straps. What is your goal? To die with honour, he says wide-eyed as he gazes around, drinking in what he expects to be his final sights. I've faced death much of late, and I know that feeling. His heart will be pumping, adrenaline surging, every last detail vivid. But I need him to be thinking. Aegialaus, listen carefully. I tell him, your goal is not to die, it's to kill him if you can. But if you can't, wound him. Don't let him walk away unharmed. Be the key that another man can unlock. He gives me a sharp glance, and his round eyes narrow a little. It's not much, but we share a nod. Then trumpets blast from within the Theban lines, and we all turn our heads to look. Laodamas has come striding out. He's a massive man in his late 20s with a bull-like torso and tree-trunk legs. He looks every inch a warrior in his prime, though in theory he's not yet reached it. In Achaea, we say a man is mightiest in his early 30s, when youthful folly has been supplanted by experience. I look more closely and see telltale signs that he's still enjoying his youth a little too well. The red tip to his nose speaks of too much wine, and the dark circles under his eyes of too many nights bedding women instead of sleeping. Perhaps even on this last night that's just passed. If I was Aegialaus, what would I do? But it's not me fighting. Aegialaus emerges from our ranks, with many a backslap and God bless to confront his foe as the two armies draw closer to watch the spectacle. This sort of duel is a time-honored tradition. Battles have even been declared won and lost on the strength of such a fight. To be the victor is to win undying glory, and a place in the war band of Zeus or Ares, and now Heracles, since his ascension to Olympus, or so the priests promise. And the lore of duels is replete with surprise victories. I'm moved. Who wouldn't be? This is primal. Death and glory. All young men picture such moments, and even I wonder, how would I fare? Would I comport myself with courage? Would I prove myself? Who is the real me? So despite what my head is telling me, my heart is very much with Aegialaus as the young man strides forward. He exchanges a few low words with the Theban king before they pace apart again and set themselves at the ready. They're both wielding javelins, shields held high so their body armor is hidden, and only their plumed boar's tusk helmets and their eyes can be seen over the rims. The polished bronze greaves that protect their lower legs glitter in the sun as they take their stances. Then Creon gives the call, and the duel begins. After a few feints, Aegialaus throws, hoping to catch his foe off guard. His javelin is well aimed to pass over the rim of Laodamas' shield and strike his helmet, hoping to stun or even kill his opponent. Laodamas whips his shield up and twists, deflecting the javelin so that it lands in the dust behind him. He waits a moment, letting Aegialaus feel the tension of a man under fire. Both spears must be thrown before they can progress to swordplay. Then the Theban casts hard at the center of Aegialaus' shield, the spear slamming into it with enough force to stagger the young man. Not only is the shield now burdened with the ungainly weight of the spear, but the force of his throw has driven the point right through the hardened layers of oxhide, threatening to wound the Argive in the belly. Aegialaus has to somehow break off the shaft and clear the spearhead, even as Laodamas draws his sword and goes for him. Somehow, The Argive gets rid of the javelin in time, but he has to endure several mighty blows to his shield before he can pull his own Cephas from its scabbard. He manages, though, to his immense credit, and then he counters, darting left, then right, his guard high and secure. By contrast, Laodamas seems ponderous despite his bullish snorting and powerful stature. Their swords scour each other's shields as they spin round and round each other, hacking and hammering away. Tail spinners sing of duels that last hours and days, and of the gods pausing to watch, magically appearing on thrones above the field. I can't attest to seeing any divinities, and real duels last a much shorter span of time, even if it's an equal match. This one isn't. After some intense, energy-sapping leaping and twisting, Aegialaus's lungs run out of air, and his footwork falters. The more experienced Laodamas smashes the hilt of his sword down on Aegialaus's helmet, making the Epigoni champion stagger, then catches this central ridge of his foe's shield with his, and thrusts it sideways to plunge his blade into Aegialaus's thigh. The younger man reels, almost falling. With a bellow, the older man goes at him, raining blows onto Aegialaus's shield, and then plunging his Cephas up through the hole left only moments ago by his spear, to gash the younger man's left arm. Aegialaus shouts in dismay, his shield sagging as he struggles to hold it up, his arm pouring blood. Now Laodamas redoubles his attack, thrusting and slashing. Aegialaus puts up a brave defense, blocking blow after blow, until Laodamas locks his blade and slams his shield rim into Aegialaus's shoulder to knock him sideways. As the young man tries to regain balance on his one good leg, Laodamas crunches the shield into his right arm and snaps it at the elbow. The Argive's sword spins away, and the pain drives the young man to his knees. By rights, Laodamas should have finished it there, but he just kisses his Cephas blade against Aegialaus's throat. "Beg, Epigones," he rasps. "You bastard," I think, my hand going to the great bow slung over my shoulder. Aegialaus's face is contorted with pain and the certain knowledge of his fate, but he lifts his chin. "A prince of Argos does not beg." Laodamas pulls the blade away, but it's only to give him room to swing. To taunt Aegialaus more would be to compromise his own honor, and the Theban knows this. He readies his arm for the kill. Aegialaus moves in a blur, wrenching out his dagger with his left hand and plunging it into the other man's foot. Laodamas howls in agony, but his reflex blow sends the Cephas cleaving downwards through the back of the prince's neck. Aegialaus's helmeted head falls to the dirt, while his torso fountains blood and falls sideways, twitching to stillness. The Thebans cheer, and the Argives groan, while Laodamas hobbles away, screaming imprecations and leaving a trail of blood. I glance at Adrastus, who's staring ahead with glassy eyes. But he's proud. I sense that. And he still thinks we're all going to share his son's fate in the next few hours. Your only son. If we're victorious today, you'll always wonder if you should have forbidden him this fight. Aegialaus's body is gathered up, while the Argives murmur amongst themselves. "He died well," Diomedes murmurs. "Except for that dishonorable last blow." "He lost," I reply. Not in the mood for glory just now. But that last blow was the best he's struck. Chapter 15. The Battle of Glisas. As when rocks hurtle down from the soaring peak of a mighty mountain, and tumble one upon another, and many lofty oaks and groves of pine and poplars with their outstretched roots are smashed by them as they roll headlong until they reach the plain, so did they fall upon one another, in a clamour of commands and exhortation. Hesiod, Shield of Heracles. Glisas, Thebes. The assault begins only a few moments after the death of Aegialaus. An opening barrage of arrows is fired by both sides, some aimed straight and some shot high in the air, to come hurtling down from above. There's a toll to be paid in death and maiming, and you can either stand erect, like your Ares or Heracles, or huddle under your shields and pray. I favour the latter. Better odds. Menelaus follows my lead, and I've ordered my Ithacans to do the same. War is attrition, I tell them. Heroic gestures just increase the hits. But there's always a few that like to stand proud. They might get lucky, but not as often as those that cower. There's nothing worse than seeing a man you've known since childhood reduced to a bleeding heap beside you, though, and as those shafts whistle down, you're terrified. Then the Thebans advance at the walk, all purpose. There's no screaming charge. They want to hit us as one body, shields locked and spears in place, nothing ragged. The captains are bellowing orders and encouragement, calling upon Apollo to grant them victory, and everyone else is screeching war cries or prayers or just shouting wordlessly, trying to let sound carry them through the ordeal to come. Not everyone can kill. Not everyone can butcher. But sometimes you don't get to back out of these things. You have to find a way or perish. My 40 lads are stationed a little distance back from Adrastus's veterans, who take the full force of the attack as the front ranks smash together, spears punching through gaps in the shield wall to skewer limbs and torsos. The volume becomes a cacophony, a deafening mix of bellowed war cries, screams from the injured and the dying, and the terrified shouting of those who are trapped by the weight of 2 armies coming together, so that they can no longer move, can't dodge or parry, can only crouch behind a shield, thrust blindly with their spears and pray. I quickly see that the practice yards are nothing like this reality. The crush, the absolute shambles of it, the way vision is reduced to just narrow eye-slits, as just a yard or two away a forest of men rams spears through any gaps. The clatter of bronze on bronze and wood becomes incessant, and the stabbing spearheads come out of nowhere, seeking your flesh. Even if you survive the impaling and the blood loss, you'll be scarred, marred, mutilated and crippled for life. And then at times the weight of men forces the 2 lines together, shield smashing against shield, and the slaughter is hideous. After 10 minutes of this vision of Tartarus, I look sideways at Alcmaeon, 20 yards away, as he looks at me, the same thought in both our minds. We have to hold. We can't break now. Somehow his Argives hurl the first wave back, but the second wave of Thebans is fresh, hitting the same Argives who are still reeling from the first assault. And this time the line shakes and shudders, bends and bows. The Epigoni are fighting harder than anyone, shouting encouragement, battering and lunging and stabbing, using their chariots as fighting platforms to gain a height advantage, their charioteers wielding massive shields to keep their lords safe. I glance across at Adrastus, then at Alcmaeon again. Now, surely. But Alcmaeon shakes his head. He dismounts from his chariot and wades forward with his personal warband, stiffening the ranks, going shield to shield with the Thebans, bringing new energy against men who've already blown their lungs. Fighting is exhausting. You're spent in moments. The two lines reel apart, leaving more human wreckage, and I glance left and right. The wings, backed by the slopes, are holding more comfortably, and the Thebans aren't pushing so hard there. They want to drive a wedge down the middle of us, splitting the army in two, so they can encircle each half and destroy it piecemeal. It's what any competent commander would do. Eurybates hurries to my side, his eyes wide even though he's seen battle before. "The next attack is going to plough right over the top of the Argives onto us," he shouts in my ear above the din. "I know! Are the lads ready?" He jerks his head towards my spearmen. Tullus is there, shouting their ears to stiffen them, while Menelaus stands grimly by. We're all fighting to hold our courage as the mayhem of torn bodies and savagery grinds closer. Courage isn't not feeling fear, it's feeling it and overcoming it. We can all see the carnage unfolding and know that the moment the enemy break the Argives, we'll truly be in the thick of it. Tullus, Apollo, Etanus and the rest, they've done me proud already, but the real test is to come. Drums boom and roll, and I see Laodamas in the Theban lines, limping as he gathers his best men, his veterans coming to break the line and sweep all before them. Spear hafts hammer in unison into the earth. They shout their war cries, then charge in at the run, roaring Apollo's name. They hammer into the Argive centre once more, smash the front line down and hit the next, spears jabbing like butcher's skewers, and the whole line wobbles, bows and threatens to come apart as more Thebans pour in behind. I step back, waving at Alcmaeon, who nods back, and then Eurybates. It's time. The Cherics go sprinting back past Tullus, shouting at the top of his voice, "The enemy are on us! There's too many! We can't hold!" My Ithacans turn tail and run into the mouth of the ravine, echoing Eurybates' cry, with Menelaus and myself following on their heels as the Argive lines collapse behind us. Glancing back, I see Alcmaeon roaring at his men, who have turned to flee in our wake. The Thebans bellow in triumph, cutting down the last men to resist before setting after us, as the cry goes up from the slopes. "Retreat! The day is lost! Save the gold! Save the women!" With the centre broken, our two wings retreat up the slopes on either side of the ravine, and like water flowing towards a drain, the Thebans begin to move inwards along our lines, inexorably drawn to the centre as the word spreads that victory is won, the Argives are broken, and there's gold and women to be taken. Menelaus and I are sprinting now, some of the fleeing Argives behind us flinging away their shields so they can run harder as we plunge deep into the ravine and the walls close about us. I glance back and see thrown spears arc through the sky. One strikes a man close on my heels, and he goes down, impaled. The fastest of the Thebans have caught us up, butchering men from behind as the fight becomes a giant moving skirmish, with only one side doing the killing. We pour on up the ravine, panic in the air as we round a bend. I glance back, see a Theban warrior right behind me, sword held high. I spin and stab before he's even registered that I still have a weapon. He runs onto my blade and folds over it. I wrench free and run again, in danger now of being overtaken as I tear round the corner with a horde on my heels. And around that corner is a solid line of Ithacan spearmen, forming up with a perfectly executed turn, kneeling and setting their spears in formation. My men didn't throw them away, and nor did Alcmaeon's. They run, along with Menelaus and me, through the narrow gaps in my Ithacan's ranks and spin to line up behind them as the gaps close, their spears levelled over my men's shoulders. The Thebans chasing us are sprinting heedlessly through the dust clouds, savage with bloodlust, and they run onto our spears before they know what they've met, carried by their own momentum and with no time to react. They're pierced and hurled back, and the next to reach us skid to a halt, while the Theban army behind them keeps pushing forward. The ravine is suddenly choked. Alcmaeon appears beside me, roaring madly as I kindle fire on an arrow and shoot it high into the air. On that signal, the precipitous slopes on either side of the ravine suddenly fill with men. The Argive deserters we've concealed ready for this moment, and the rest of my Ithacans led by Nelamon and Bria. They're armed with spears and bows and large rocks, which they start hurling down onto the Thebans. By now, more than half the enemy army are confined in about 300 yards, crowded together and unable to strike back. I see many try to climb out, but they're struck down before they get more than a few paces, and still the rear of the Theban army keeps advancing into the ravine, ignorant of the ambush we've set them, and crushing their compatriots even more tightly. It's Laodames's best men at the front, but they're as helpless as the rest, cut down by volley after volley of arrows and spears, or battered to death by the boulders our deserters are heaving down on them. I clamber up onto a rock well above the melee, and with a great bow, I pick out anyone who seems to be rallying or organizing them, shooting officer after officer in the chest and throat, emptying one quiver, then another, as Laodames's men are slaughtered. Then Laodames himself bursts from the press, roaring in fury, and a cohesive assault begins to form. He gathers whoever he can to storm forward, and for a few moments we're facing a solid attack again, though this time we have the upper hand, with well-set lines, interlocked shields, and greater strength of numbers, while the Thebans are being hammered from above or immobilized by the press of their own men. "Fight!" Laodames snarls, his voice like thunder over the melee. Then Alcmaeon gives a triumphant bellow, bursting through his own shield wall and taking on the Theban champion. It's a bold move, for whoever falls will shatter their own men's morale. But he's a canny fighter. He goes at Laodames hard, making him move, and the Theban can't, not when his wounded foot is clearly causing him agony. His limp is getting worse, and his men are being struck down all around him. Then one of Alcmaeon's men darts forward to feint a jab with his spear. Laodames half turns in reflex to deal with the threat, and Alcmaeon rams his own spear into the Theban king's torso, the bronze head breaking through the junction of the front and back plates to bury itself deep in his belly. Alcmaeon leans on the shaft and twists, and Laodames gives a choking cry as he falls to his knees, transfixed. "Beg, Theban!" I hear Alcmaeon roar. One of his men takes over the spear to allow his captain to draw his Cephas. Then, mirroring Aegialaus's death, Alcmaeon beheads the Theban king with one blow. A wail goes up among what's left of Laodamas's champions as they recoil, stumbling over the piled corpses behind them. Alcmaeon slashes through Laodamas's helmet straps and lifts his bloodied head by the hair, howling his triumph to the gods. Now his men charge forward, smashing into the trapped and wounded Thebans, and the slaughter redoubles. By this time the Argive spearmen have taken over front-line duties, and I can withdraw my Ithacans further up the ravine, away from the fray. Some are wounded, and those of us who are unhurt hasten to bandage them with strips torn from our tunics. We've lost only 6 men, but they're 6 good men I've grown up with, drunk with, laughed with. We carry their bodies with us, and though we can't take them home to their families, we'll give them good burial as soon as we can. For a brief moment, we stand around them, to honor their passage to Erebus, while I recite a prayer. That's all the time we can spare for now. Grieving will have to wait, for there is still much to be done. My men look to me as I raise a hand. "Let's get above this," I shout, pointing up the nearest slope. "We need to join our archers." Tolus claps my shoulder as we climb the steep slope towards the ruined village of Glissas. "It worked, just as you said it would," he exults. "Lad, your father will be so proud." Yes, Tolus, I think. My father will be proud indeed. And I might even win some praise from my stepfather. Our archers, when we join them, are pale-faced at the horrors they've helped to create, but they're doing what they must under Bria's terse, business-like direction. I praise them, shouting above the clamour as panic destroys any resistance the Thebans can offer. "Lads," I cry, "we need to get back to the mouth of the ravine. This could still go badly if their afterguard regathers and takes the slopes." I turn to Bria, who seems to be enjoying herself. "Let's go." We run along goat tracks below the village to a rock outcrop, where we can overlook the remaining battle and the plain beyond. As I guessed, Creon's Thebans are trying to scale the slopes on either side of the ravine, but we'd anticipated this, and the wings of the Argive army, now led by the Epigoni princes, are in place, using the height advantage the steep hillsides give them to hold back the Theban assault. Diomedes commands the right flank, and they're fighting strongly, with the young man their rock and anchor. Athena has chosen her new champion well. I look out across the plain, seeking in vain the scarlet robes of Tiresias and Manto among the confusion. The Thebans who have escaped the ravine are staggering back in retreat, wounded and limping. The rest are either still trapped in the ravine, dead or alive, or trying and failing to take the slopes on the flanks. But though they still have almost as many men as us, the mood has completely changed. It's time for the clincher. I shoot 2 more flaming arrows into the air, kindled by the fire magic of Prometheus, though I take care to hide this from my men, using Eurybates, Bria, and Menelaus as a screen. That's the signal for one final reserve force. Just a few hundred men, but led by several Argive Theoi, to charge out from their hiding place on the far side of the ridge, behind Glissas village, and strike the milling, dispirited Theban forces on their flank. That assault seals it. The Thebans have seen their best enter the ravine,
and only a few return. They're failing to take the heights, and now they're being assailed from the side without warning.
More and more of them start crying out, "Back to the city!"
And
"The day is lost!"
it's our turn to sweep forward.
I turn to my friends. "Yuri, Menelaus, take control of our men. This is the Argives' war. Keep the lads in check. We don't need to risk them now. Bria, were you able to get riding horses?"
The diamond jerks her thumb over to our right, towards a distant spot on the ridge beyond Glissas, where a rough track winds down from it to the plain. There's a young man standing there, holding 2 fretful beasts. Together, we run across to him and leap onto the horses' backs. The Theban discipline is breaking now, and their lines disintegrate into clumps of men retreating to the city. And there at last, in the middle distance, I see Creon's banners as his entourage heads for Thebes, 8 miles away. A mix of chariots and foot soldiers with 2 red-clad figures in their midst, and the Sphinx priestess with them. We kick our mounts into a fast trot and head down the track. Tiresias and Manto must die today. That's imperative, if their false prophecies are to perish also. Once on flat ground, Bria and I hammer our heels into the horses' flanks and go galloping through the retreating enemy army, skirting the units that have retained any discipline. It's a risk, but fleeing men seldom have more than escape on their mind. To turn and fight is to draw attention and risk not escaping. It's damnable luck, then, when a stray shaft thuds into the rump of Bria's horse. It staggers, then crashes sideways, hurling her to the ground. I haul in my mount, shoot the first man to come at her, then heave her up behind me as more shafts fly. Behind us I hear trumpets blow, and I glance back. Alcmaeon's banners have emerged from the ravine, and the Argives on the wings have descended the slopes. All are now advancing across the plain, meeting little resistance. The Thebans scatter, many now turning aside from the city, the obvious target for our forces, and hoping to hide themselves in the countryside. As the Theban army fragments further, our flank attack cuts more and more of them off from the city, driving them west, their weapons and other equipment strewn over the plain. The city will still be defended, but I'm estimating that Laodamas and Creon lost half their men in the ravine, and another quarter, many of them wounded, are being driven away from the fortress. I don't think Thebes is feeling so impregnable anymore. One surviving horse soon tires from its double load, but we still reach the city before what's left of the Theban army arrives, with Creon at their head. I don't make for the main gate, where the walls are still clustered with defenders, but for a deserted section of wall along the north side, where there's a large drain we can use to get into the city unseen. Our best chance to find and kill the 2 seers is to be inside the citadel before they arrive. Here we dismount, amid the burnt-out ruins of the lower city, torched by us several weeks ago. But as I help Bria dismount, I realize she's nursing her shoulder. "What's wrong?" I ask anxiously. There's no blood, but she's in considerable pain. "Dislocated," she says through gritted teeth. When I go to help her, she shrugs my hands away. "Go find that damn Theban snake," she snarls, "and his bitch daughter." "But what about you?" "I can fucking deal with this myself," she shouts. "The whole damn war is about killing those mongrels. Have you gone soft in the head, you Ithacan Priapus? Find them. Kill them."
Clearly she doesn't make a good patient. I pity whoever has to nurse her through childbirth. Faced with her fury, I scramble up to the mouth of the drain. I've only crawled a little way up, though, when I'm faced with a jumble of boulders and rubble. Blocked! Either the wall above has partially collapsed, or the Thebans have deliberately sealed it. And if they've closed off this drain, then they'll have done it with the others. Cursing, I worm my way out again, remount the horse and ride as fast as I can to the main gate of the citadel. By the time I get there, the Theban advance party have already arrived, presumably escorting Tiresias and Manto. But the first wave of Argives are so close behind them, no one manages to get the gates shut. Adrastus drives his chariot through at the head of his men, flanked by the 6 surviving Epigoni: Alcmaeon, Thersander, Diomedes, Promachus, Sthenelus, and Euryalus. They're flushed with triumph and hungry to reap the rewards. As I appear, Adrastus looks my way, his eyes still haunted. He's been vindicated and can finally face his dead friends when Hades calls his name. But he let his son die. I don't expect gratitude. No one likes being indebted to another for success. But the king gives me a small nod of acknowledgement, and the Epigoni echo the gesture grudgingly. We're allies, but sure as death, we're not friends. There's no real resistance, just the horrific ugliness we call sacking. That means the conquerors, their blood pumping and overcome with relief at being alive, take whatever they can grasp. Any woman remotely of breeding age is raped and claimed as a slave, along with any young children she may have. The men are killed, the treasure in palace stripped of their wealth, and then it's drunkenness, gluttony, cruelty, and vandalism. It's Tartarus on earth. My only mission is to find Tiresias and Manto, which means searching every corner and cranny inside the citadel, so we Ithacans get to witness every kind of horror the Argives can come up with. The first imperative is to send Eurybates, with as many of our vanguard as he can muster, to bar the postern gate and make sure every drain and sewer that might give the seer and his daughter an escape route is blocked. What keeps a rat out will keep other rats in. The others, as soon as they arrive, are led by Tolus and Nelamon to search the lesser houses in the upper city, while Menelaus and I seek out Diomedes, shadowing Adrastus and the Epigoni as they enter the royal palace. While they're dragging out Creon in chains and executing him in the public square, we scour the building and its annexes and outhouses. It's as fruitless as Tolus and Nelamon's efforts proved to be. By now, fires are breaking out all through the upper city, deliberately fueled and fed with olive oil and whatever other combustibles the Argive soldiers can lay their hands on. There's nothing more my Ithacans can achieve here, so I send them back to Glissas to bury our 6 dead comrades with all honor, then meet me back at our old campsite outside Thebes. I wish I could go with them, but the chances of finding Tiresias and Manto are diminishing with every passing moment. Diomedes, Menelaus, and I hasten to the main gates again and scale the tower there to scan the roads that issue from the gate. "I see them!" Diomedes exclaims, pointing southwards. I follow the direction of his finger. My Theos sight stretched to its limits. There! 2 tiny red figures in a chariot are heading towards the foothills of Mount Kithaeron, flanked by a group of riders, including the Sphinx priestess. They must have swerved aside well before Creon and his men entered the gate, and fled using the contours of the land to conceal their passing.
They'll be heading to Chariklo's pool, and whatever power Tiresias can still find there.
Athena wants those serpents' heads, I remind Diomedes. If Tiresias and Manto live, this job is only half done.
We head down the steps and out of the gate. Just as Alcmaeon appears, with Kossos and Zealous and Meratides in 2 chariots.
We're told the seer and his daughter took the road to the springs, Alcmaeon says. If that old Pornos was truly behind all this, then he has to die.
I should be pleased. He's said nothing I don't agree with wholeheartedly, and the more of us there are, the surer we can be of success. But I have a very bad feeling about this. There's no choice in the matter, however, so I make the best of it.
We're with you,
I tell Alcmaeon despite my many misgivings.
I'll not steal your revenge,
but I need to see them both dead.
Tiresias will be dragged back here to stand trial.
Alcmaeon gives me a leering look. And I've got plans for his daughter, too.
She's as dangerous as he,
I warn, remembering his lecherous reaction when she stripped before us just 2 days ago.
She'll end up just as dead as her father.
Alcmaeon laughs evilly.
Only she'll enjoy the spearing more.
I exchange a sickened look with my friends.
But we have to go with Alcmaeon.
Tiresias can't be allowed to escape, and there's always a chance we might be able to give his daughter a clean death before Alcmaeon gets to her. There's only room for 2 of us in Diomedes' chariot, and Menelaus, sensing the inevitable, is crestfallen. I urge him to find and succor Bria, which brightens his mood slightly. Diomedes hurries me to where he's left his chariot. We clamber aboard, and he lashes his horses into a gallop, soon overtaking Kossos and Meratides. My back is itching from the knowledge that those 2 thugs are behind me as we rattle our way across the plain, but there's nothing to be done about it. The road is busy, full of wounded soldiers and fleeing civilians, who scatter as we force our way through, pushing the horses hard. Behind us, the smoke over Upper Thebes is growing, blackening the sky like a monstrous thundercloud. The Argives are doing a thorough job of destroying their father's nemesis. Gradually, the ground becomes more undulating as we approach the great mountain range, of which Mount Kithaeron is the pinnacle, and we're forced to slow as the road roughens and eventually becomes no more than a cart track. It's another burning hot afternoon, and our horses are lathered in sweat. But we're gaining. We glimpse our quarry surrounded by their mounted escort, also struggling as the way becomes more difficult. Driving at speed in these conditions requires skill and experience. It seems neither the aged Tiresias nor his palace-raised daughter are very capable of it. They're scarcely a mile ahead of us now.
Who'll be king of Thebes after all this?
I ask Diomedes as he urges his horses onward.
Adrastus is well settled in Argos, and though his kingdom is smaller, it's in much better shape than Boeotia is.
Now we've had our way with it, he replies.
Thersander is the son of Polynices, so he has to be the
primary claimant, he adds, not looking particularly pleased at his own conclusion. No one seems to like aloof Thersander. I point ahead at the dust cloud that envelops Alcmaeon. Is he going to accept that? The young champion frowns.
I don't know. His friends will expect him to press a claim. His friends?
I echo derisively. I remind him about Kossos, what he did at the Corinthian fishing village. We have to watch our backs. I do anyway, and so will you if you're standing too close.
Nothing will happen, he tells me. Alcmaeon isn't like that.
It's nice that you think so, I mutter under my breath. We gather at the start of the main track, leading up the mountain towards the springs. Tiresias's empty chariot sits upended, the shafts high in the air, while his horses, along with a dozen others, skitter away from us until they're brought up tight by their tethers. With Tiresias fleeing and Thebes in flames, we suspect the guardians of the mountain are also in disarray, and we no longer need to move with the stealth that was so important last time we came here. Even so, we proceed up the lower slopes with some caution, swords drawn, and every nerve at straining point. Despite our fears, we reach the hillock overlooking the lower pool without incident. From the rocky amphitheatre above, we hear two high-pitched, wailing voices ring out, invoking Apollo. 12 soldiers are gathered below us by the pool, weapons at the ready. This time they're expecting us, and they sight us immediately. "Come on," Alcmaeon says grimly. "Let's go and spill some sorcerer's blood." Chapter 16. Death and the Seer. A man fashions evil for himself who fashions evil for another, and an evil scheme harms the schemer most. Hesiod, Works and Days. The Springs of Kithaeron. We descend the trail at a run towards the lower pool, and the start of the path leading to the springs. Alcmaeon leading the way with his 3 killers close behind. Diomedes follows, perhaps subconsciously placing himself between them and me, while I bring up the rear. Several of the Thebans awaiting us have the build and arrogant stance of Theoi, so we'll have a fight on our hands. They have only a few shields between them, though. Horseback is no place for the great double-circled style the Thebans mostly favour. But there are 12 of them, including 4 archers, and they're using what shields they have to protect them. The scrub covering the steep slope down to the lower pool is patchy, and there are places where it gives us some shelter from their arrow fire. We're all armoured in our battle bronze, but we still keep our bucklers high to protect ourselves, relying on speed. The archers shoot, but shooting into clumps of men on a battlefield is very different to hitting moving, dodging, shielded men. Our speed, the shields and the cover combine to see their shafts rattle off armour or into rocks or hiss past us. We reach the bottom of the trail unscathed. Here, Meratides and I sling our bucklers to our backs in order to notch arrows and draw as we charge into the open. Meratides and I loose our shafts. One of the archers jolts as the arrow pierces his breastplate, and he folds over it, while the other falls backwards, a shaft through his neck. The other 2 shoot back, and I dart sideways as a shaft whips through the air where I'd been. But Zealous takes an arrow in the thigh, below his shield and just above his bronze greave, and he goes down spitting curses. I shoot another archer as he reaches for his next arrow. Then Alcmaeon and Diomedes go roaring into the swordsman, backed by Kossos. Meratides shoots the last archer as I shoulder my bow, pull out my Cephus, and join the melee. I take a man in the side with a short-arm thrust, just as he tries to swing at Diomedes, then we're shoulder to shoulder and parrying. I'm at the right end of the line. Beside me, Diomedes is hammering into the Thebans like a whirlwind, using all his power and speed to batter aside his foes, while Alcmaeon and Kossos bludgeon down those in their path. These Thebans lack heart, even the Theoi. The defeat at Glissas has let in doubt and fear, and they're thinking about escape more than victory. That's how you lose. Another pair are cut down, and the remaining men run, taking to the track up to the main pool. Meratides shoots one in the back, and the rest dive off the track and into the undergrowth, screaming imprecations against Apollo for betraying them. Alcmaeon thumps his chest in victory. Diomedes is drenched with blood, shouting in exultation, that rush of relief and triumph that survival and victory bring. I feel it too, but I quell the reaction, trying to emanate calm, because I don't like this bloodlust that Alcmaeon and Diomedes are caught up in, especially when we still have two formidable foes to deal with.
We're going to gut them,
Diomedes crows savagely as he goes to join Alcmaeon and his cronies in finishing off the wounded. Let's find Tiresias before we celebrate too loudly, I tell him, but he ignores me, his eyes still blazing from the fray. I grab his shoulder and snap, "Remember your father!" It's as though I've doused him in icy water. He rocks back on his heels.
Is this what he felt?
He whispers hoarsely. I have no idea what was going through Tydeus's mind as he ate another man's brains, but I'm more than nervous for my friend.
Calm yourself, Diomedes,
I tell him.
Athena needs cool heads here.
He winces. Then his face takes on reverence for his patron, and he nods. I'm ready, he tells me. The two of us charge up the winding path beside the cataract, leaving Alcmaeon and his men to follow. I want to reach Tiresias and Manto before them, because though I want the two sorcerers dead, there are lines I won't cross. By the time we're cresting the rise to where Chariklo's pool awaits us, the high-pitched wailing sound we'd heard has ceased, but I have no sense whether that's good or bad. I fit an arrow to my bow as we burst over the lip at the top of the path, and see the pool and its stone platform beneath the high cliff. Diomedes is at my shoulder, sweat streaming and blood still wet on his blade. Tiresias is on the steps leading from the platform to the pool, and he's slumped over on his knees, staring despairingly into the water, his effeminate features flushed and puffy. The air still resonates with some kind of sorcery, the echo of his voice still hanging in the air, but defeated and broken. He's realized that Chariklo is gone. His mother. Manto is standing beside her father, her face pale. She whirls as she hears us, her mane of black hair billowing. Even in defeat, she's a magnificent creature. "Father!" she calls, backing away. "Come!" Tiresias doesn't look up, doesn't move. A flash of light on metal catches my eye from the shadows. The Sphinx priestess has cast aside the dark cloak that had made her all but invisible. Her gold-painted chest is rising and falling, glistening with perspiration. Her mask is pulled up and placed atop her head, and I see the dark, narrow features of an Egyptian. She's staring at me intently, recognition in her eyes.
"The men of fire!"
she calls across the water.
"You're on the wrong side, Promethean. You're at war with your own gods."
"No, it's your god that's betrayed us." She shakes her head.
"Great Zeus forges a new empire, one built on faith in him, stretching from Troy to Achaea to Egypt and beyond. Different races with different tongues, but he will unite them through commonality of religion. It is your petty little deities, your Athenas and your Heras and the other insignificant wisps and shades that divide and doom Achaea. Zeus Ammon-Taram, the one god of Achaea, Egypt, and Troy, will gather his people by word and sword."
"So say the rats,"
as they leap from a sinking ship. I snarl back, drawing back my bowstring, aiming at her heart. Well, this ship isn't foundering, and you'll not board her unchallenged. She sneers. Then suddenly a burst of light ignites into searing white flame. Smoke billows, and she's gone. A shadow barely glimpsed. My arrow flashes blindly through the smoke, but all I hear is a metallic clatter. Then, somehow, I hear the thud of wings and the roar of air, receding to silence. How in Tartarus did she do that? I curse and turn back to face the two seers. Tiresias has barely noticed our arrival, but Manto is clutching her scarlet mantle around her, as if a garment might save her now, when all the armed strength of the Theban soldiers couldn't. Alcmaeon, Meratides, and Kossos join us, gasping at the effort of running up the path in full armor. When Manto sees Alcmaeon, she emits a low groan and takes a few more backward steps, while he grunts hungrily, his intentions horribly clear. Tiresias reaches into a satchel at his side, pulling out a leather flask and tugging at the stopper. Meratides doesn't hesitate. He fires an arrow that takes the old seer in the arm. Tiresias screams as the shaft hits him. The flask drops onto the flagstones. Manto shrieks, and Alcmaeon booms with mocking laughter. He strides round the edge of the pool, sword at the ready, and she pulls a dagger edged with green light and hurls it. When Alcmaeon hacks it aside with his blade, she flees, past the shrine and into the defile. Alcmaeon hurtles in pursuit. "Diomedes, with me!" he shouts over his shoulder. "Kossos, you know what to do." Whatever that might be. Within moments, Manto and Alcmaeon have vanished, leaving Diomedes standing hesitant by the pool. He flashes me a wild look. It's clear Alcmaeon's intentions disgust him. "Go after him!" I shout. "Kill her cleanly if you can." He nods, his face grim, and vanishes down the defile. I turn to see Kossos hurrying towards Tiresias, who is lying, writhing in pain on the platform. Meratides has another arrow knocked already, and now Zealous has limped into view, the broken-off shaft of the arrow still embedded in his right thigh. I don't know much about Zealous. He's sullen and silent, but he keeps company with some of the worst men I know, these other two, and I'm suddenly alone with the three of them. I hasten round the pool, arrow knocked and bowstring drawn, but I'm still behind Kossos as he reaches Tiresias. He grabs the old seer by his long silver hair and wrenches brutally, hurling him onto his back, still clutching the arrow shaft impaled in his right bicep. "Not so almighty now, are you, lady man?" Kossos growls gleefully. "Squeal, you old bum hag! We're going to make you scream for days." He looks over at Zealous. "How'd you fancy giving this Gynandros a hot knife, Zell?" "You're doing nothing of the sort," I say sharply, tightening my draw on the bow. Kossos looks at me with narrowed eyes. "Oh, yes, your famous scruples again, Ithacan." He lets go Tiresias's hair and straightens, blade in hand, and I'm chillingly aware that he's only yards away. Unless I loose my arrow immediately, I'm almost certainly going to be cut down. Our eyes meet. He's remembering his dead comrade Stroma and the fishing village in Corinth. I'm thinking that Tiresias of Thebes is the last man I'd ever thought I'd be putting my life on the line for. But I'm not an animal. I'm a thinking man, a man of Athena. "We talked to him," Then he dies, I state. Kossos smiles coldly. That's very much the plan. A long conversation over hot irons and steaming blood. He drawls with relish. Then his eyes flicker. There's something over my shoulder, and I realize I'm still in mortal danger, with a swordsman inside reach, and an expert archer at my back. The critical moment is now. I drop and roll left. Not the direction they might have thought I'd go, but it means the three of us. Kossos, myself, and Miratides, a dozen yards behind me with an arrow lined up at my back, are all in a line, except that I've dropped under the arrow's flight, despite Miratides' attempt to correct as he shoots. The shaft grazes past my helmet and buries itself in Kossos's groin. He grunts and folds, his mouth falling open in shock as I spin. Before my shoulder strikes the ground, I've drawn my bowstring and fired. My arrow takes Miratides in the hollow at the base of the throat, ripping through his windpipe and embedding itself in his spine. He flops to the ground and chokes in moments, his eyes staring glassily at my bow, the great bow that he so coveted. "Fucking fuck!" Zealous gasps, looking at me as I roll up onto one knee. I knock another shaft, training this one on him. He looks down at his blade, back at Kossos, who is slumped to the ground in a growing pool of blood, then drops the weapon and falls painfully to his knees. His leg is now leaking blood in great gouts. The arrowhead must have cut through more flesh while he's been stumbling around and bit into an artery. He's just too stupid to know he's bleeding out. "Cotran," he mumbles, "I'll surrender." Then he simply faints, falling flat onto his face. At least I don't have to watch him. I check on Kossos. He's alive, just, but he's also fainted through pain and blood loss. I don't have a lot of pity, and there's not much I can do. I go to Tiresias. The old man is ashen-faced, but he's aware enough to know what I've done. "You make enemies easily," he wheezes. His stately, matronly features are pale and haggard, and he's moaning in agony, even though he's only suffered what turns out to be a fairly minor flesh wound. "I never set out to make you my enemy. You did that," I remind him. I sling my bow to my back and crouch to examine the arrow. "I could pull this out, but you'll only bleed more." "Then leave it," he says, shaking his head, then seeming to pull himself together, some of his pride returning. "Was it you who murdered Chariclo, my patron and mother?" "It was hardly murder. You fed me to her." I did," he says sourly. His eyes stray to where he's dropped the flask. "I beg you, let me take the poison. It's hemlock, strong dose." I eye him with little sympathy. "You may as well not bother. That'll take nearly half a day to kill you. So it won't stop Alcmaeon from making those final hours worse than the torments of the dead in Tartarus." "I can speed the effects," he replies. "For me, death will be almost instant. Please, I see that you have a heart. Give me this, I beg you." "I should take you back to Adrastus to judge," I tell him, "or leave you to Alcmaeon."
"That animal," Tiresias pants. "My daughter,"
he exclaims plaintively. I could say something cruel like, "We reap what we sow." He and Manto brought misery on many, but in fact I feel his pain. I asked Diomedes to make her end swift, I tell him, but Alcmaeon commands here.
Tiresias groans and clutches my hand. I've been raped myself as a woman. He meets my eyes. Yes, even I.
I do feel a shred of sympathy then. I can't imagine. I confess, I don't want to.
I've crossed the great thresholds of this life, Odysseus. I've been both man and woman. I've lain with great men and beautiful ladies, and brought life into the world. I've walked the serpent's path and blinded the great Pythia. I've looked on the faces of the gods in all their cruel majesty. I've done things I'll regret, but all of it for Thebes, my fair city, now a conqueror's ruin thanks to you.
You chose Troy over Achaea, I tell him.
Achaea, he sneers, a squabbling pit of barbarism. I've seen the East, Odysseus, the glorious East. Its time has come. Ever greater it grows and spreads its influence. The Hittites, the Trojans, were standing at the dawn of their day. Your petty backward feuding Achaea will be swept away. I only regret that Thebes will now share that fate.
He glares sullenly at me.
You're like a child that smashes a beautiful vase, not realizing its worth.
Had you placed your skills at the feet of us barbarians, perhaps we might be better able to weather the coming storm, I retort, leaning in. But I have a question for you, and I will get the answer, whatever it costs you. Why did you destroy my sister's happiness and try to kill Eumaeus? And neither of them feel life is worth living now that they have lost each other.
His eyes narrow. Then he gestures weakly at the flask. Let me drink.
Answer me, damn you!
I grab the arrow shaft sticking out of his arm and twist it, too consumed with fury now to feel any compassion.
Tell me what I want to know.
He shrieks, then lies gasping, staring up at me while I wonder how long we have. After what seems an eon, his gaze falters. Very well, he pants. Eumaeus and Ctimene. Perhaps you've wondered if it was because of his lineage as rightful king of Cyrrhus.
Rightful?
That's something, at least. Eumaeus is who we believe. But you would be wrong, Tiresias croaks. Is there a trace of laughter in those green eyes of his? Cyrrhus is nothing, and so is Eumaeus. That was just amusement, a sideshow. I was there for one reason, and one only. To draw you out, man of fire, to start this war. I'm shocked to the core. Bria was right. I was at the heart of his schemes all along. The time is running short. These aren't questions I want Alcmaeon to hear answered. Why would you start a war when you knew that the oracles were wrong about Thebes being impregnable? Because you subverted those oracles yourself. Surely you didn't believe your own lies? The true prophecies still favored Thebes. Wrongly, it seems.
Wrong? How can a prophecy be wrong?
I demand. What do you think a prophecy is, Odysseus? An infallible stating of an immutable future? If so, you couldn't be more mistaken. The spirits don't see the future. They see the now, and estimate the most likely future.
That's all any augury is. A best guess.
I stare at him, gutted with disappointment. Is this charade all we're fighting for?
But then what is their value?
I stammer. He grips my sword arm.
Young man, an oracular vision is worth more than diamonds, more than gold. The spirits see everything there is to see, and they extrapolate more. The accumulation of wealth, the flow of resources, the movement of people, of species, of weather and harvests and pestilences, all the sum of life, where it is now and where it must be going. What the spirit sees too complex for a single mind to grasp. Why else do you think the prophecies are so garbled? But to have that insight, to have that edge, kings would murder their very children to obtain so much knowledge.
I begin to understand, especially recalling that glorious moment of clarity I experienced when I'd slain Cariclo and looked outward through her dying eyes. Prophecy might not be a vision of fate, but its potency is undeniable. It might not say which leaf will blow where in a breeze, but it can sense a storm coming. Which is more valuable? Athena, Rhea, Euripides, they all must know this, but they've never told me. Though there's always a chance Tiresias is still lying.
I gambled,
he tells me.
Agamemnon was going to move against Thebes inside the next few years regardless. He would have drawn in the Epigoni, and together they would have overwhelmed us. By provoking the Epigoni into attacking too soon, we divide and conquer, preventing Agamemnon from acting in future. The spirits said that was our best hope, and that only you could persuade the Epigoni to march. I came to Ithaca to draw you out.
I process that, thinking of all the events since the fateful wedding. I now see even the pirates' attack in a completely new light. Not as a serious threat, but just as a goad, giving us a false triumph to encourage pursuit. And my escape from Delos now feels too easy. He tightens his grip on my arm.
I have kept my half of the bargain. Now it's your turn to prove you can keep yours. Give me the poison.
I'm tempted not to. He deserves everything the Epigoni might wish to do to him. But I've promised, and strangely I now feel indebted to him. I hand him the flask and he drains it greedily, then starts muttering words under his breath that sound like a spell or a prayer. Hemlock normally takes hours to kill, but he said he can use his sorcery to speed it, and I believe him. He immediately begins to weaken. I sit back on my haunches, watching as Tiresias fades. He's been a legend of wisdom and insight all my life, and it feels momentous to be here at his passing. I half expect gods, fates, and muses to appear to bear witness. But I also hate him for his wrecking of lives, for all he's destroyed to better the lot of himself and his city. He engineered the deadly feud between Oedipus's sons, which still plays out today. His lies have undermined all Achaea, to further himself and his city, and I can only guess how many incidental things he's destroyed along the way, like Mais's and my sister's happiness, so my pity is very limited. Suddenly the old man laughs.
his eyes clouding over but still fixed on my face.
"I have not told you all, Ithacan," he says. "The greatest seer in Troy is their queen, Hecuba, and she sees a future where you're a general of Troy, married to her daughter Kishander. Alongside her sons, you will destroy both the Hittites and the Achaeans as Troy becomes the real power in this region, an empire greater than any in history. That's why she wanted you brought to Delos."
Hecuba wanted me there? To destroy Achaea? But Kishander and I hope to create a lasting peace instead. Tiresias must have it wrong. Or he's lying again, even now. Tiresias's face is intent, even as his eyelids droop.
"Hecuba asked me to disrupt your family's peace and lure you to Delos, so that she could begin to weave her plan to entrap you."
A knowing smile crosses his face.
"Did you enjoy coupling with her daughter?"
I'm staring, stricken. Because if Kishander knew of her mother's schemes, then our meeting wasn't by chance, and the love she gave me can't be trusted. Was Tiresias playing his own game on Delos, to eliminate me if he could, even while he pretended to be working for Hecuba? He seemed quite happy to hand me over to Scaemandu, to be tortured to death. Or did he know that Kishander would find a way to save me? What part might he have played in that? The old seer chuckles.
"See? Just like that. I hold your happiness in my hand. Tell you this. You do one thing or that, and you do another."
Then he coughs, and his colour drains.
"The hemlock. My limbs grow cold. My eyes."
He takes my hand in his, and I can see that his sight is indeed gone.
"We've played a game, you and I. A game in which I've never before tasted defeat. Until now. With my beloved Thebes destroyed, I no longer care who triumphs. I've finally been vanquished, and this is my gift to the victor."
Another bout of coughing takes him, and I fear he's waited too long. Then he murmurs,
"The daughter knows her mother's plans."
My heart thuds painfully.
Kishander's love is false. Or perhaps not. Tiresias is still capable of perverting the truth. Blinded the seer, blinding the words.
But doubt is now seeded in my heart. Then the old man, the greatest prophet ever known, expires before me. A man who damaged so much I care about, and has left me with one last small evil gift. His face empties, and the lines are smoothed away, revealing a glimpse of the beauty he'd once had as a man and as a woman. But I'm still hearing him confess that he's blighted my sisters' and Maius's lives without a care, and loosed another serpent into my fragile family's hearth. And he, as well as Hecuba, has been playing with my deepest feelings, and those of the woman I desperately want to love.
"Curse you,"
I swear silently to myself. I hope Hades condemns you to Tartarus, and you suffer for eternity. It's only a short time later that I hear footsteps returning. I'm still bowed over Tiresias, but I'm not really seeing him. I'm thinking hard about this war with Troy we're trying to stave off, and whose side I'm on. The right side, I have no doubt, but most of all I'm longing for Kishanda, to see her, to look into her eyes and see there whether her love is true. Then I hear a muttered curse, and look up. It's Alcmaeon, and he has Manto with him. She's very much alive, still clad in her fine scarlet mantle. Diomedes gives me a sharp nod, and I respond in kind. He's prevented her rape, for now. On the surface, Alcmaeon and Manto look like a tableau of victory, the conqueror and his spoils of war, and there's fearful resignation on her face, but she's holding herself straight as a spear. I catch her eye and read nothing but contempt for us all. Outwardly a prisoner, she still seems perilous to me, the most dangerous person here. She'll get her claws into Alcmaeon if she's not dealt with. Alcmaeon is staring at the carnage beside the pool. Meratides lying dead with his neck skewered by my arrow. Zealous face down and bleeding to death. Kossos folded over Meratides' arrow and unmoving. And Tiresias lying as if asleep. "What in Hades?" he rasps in a low, disbelieving voice. I rise and face him, calm now. "Your men assailed me," I tell him. "I was forced to defend myself." He takes that in, first with alarm, then with anger. "You'll pay for this. They were good men." They were hardly that. Meratides tried to shoot me in the back. Kossos intended to butcher me for protesting the atrocities he and his friends committed in that Corinthian village. But perhaps that's the sort of men you value. Alcmaeon spits. "Do you, a ragtag prince from a small rock in the Western Ocean, dare to question my choice of companions? Perhaps you'd like to pass judgment on the revenge I'm meting out on Thebes?" I have no stomach for the rape and massacre of innocents. "There are no innocents in that depraved city, only sinners and sorcerers, like this one." He jerks Manto's hair and she staggers. Or pretends to stagger. My skin is crawling. She's not helpless. Can't he see that? "So why haven't you killed her?" I demand. "She's my prize, Ithacan." He snarls. "I'm going to enjoy her at my leisure." He leers at her, and she gives him a tremulous smile, her eyelashes quivering ever so slightly. This has gone far enough. I pull out my Cephas and stride towards them, but Alcmaeon interposes himself. "Stand down, Odysseus, or suffer the consequences." I look from him to Diomedes, to Manto. She's watching with cool disdain, while Diomedes looks torn in two. Alcmaeon's eyes narrow. "Diomedes, disarm him," he commands. I look at the young man, whose face contorts in the agony of impossible choices. Family or goddess? Quite a dilemma. But cold logic, my goddess's defining trait, tells me that I can't risk all we've gained by bringing this simmering violence to the boil. I step away, sheathing my sword, and Diomedes exhales in relief. Alcmaeon barks in triumph, his laughter cut short as he notes the clay flask, Tiresias's lack of wounds and his discoloured skin. "You let that Pornos take poison?" he exclaims. "Who gave you leave?" "I gave myself leave." I reply. He told me all I needed to know, and there's no honour in torture. You've deprived the king of his justice. You'll answer to Adrastus for this, Ithacan. Alcmaeon turns to Diomedes. Arrest him, cousin. He must go before the king for treachery and murder. Diomedes goes a sickly green. Alcmaeon? I spare him the agony of deciding. No, you won't, I tell them, stepping back and shrugging the great bow into my grasp, deftly nocking an arrow. I aim it first at Alcmaeon, then at Diomedes. Mantua, alas, is safely shielded by the pair of them. I'll be gone from Thebes with my Ithacans before you return. As I back away, I catch a glimpse of Manto's face. There's something there that gives me pause. I see hatred, but she now also realizes that I've helped ease her father into a peaceful death. There's no gratitude, but there's recognition and calculation. I know she must die to ensure this nest of warlocks is thoroughly exterminated. But this isn't the time. Athena would expect me to maintain at least the semblance of alliance with the Epigoni, and not to endanger Diomedes or force him into taking sides against her. I've lost this little altercation, but there will be other chances to deal with Manto, I'm sure. I'll seek out Doriphanes before I leave the Argive camp, and entrust her execution to the shrine at Pytho. They have every reason to kill the daughter of their most hated enemy, Tiresias. In the meantime, I suspect Alcmaeon will have little joy of Manto. Take a serpent to your breast, and it'll bite. It's what they do. I won't be needing your chariots and horses, I tell Alcmaeon and Diomedes, and you'll not overtake me. Leaving them the chariots is no gamble. There are more than a dozen other mounts I can choose from down at the base of the mountain. I back my way round the pool to the top of the path beside the cascade, then turn and run. Chapter 17. The Pig-Keeper's Girl. May the gods gift you all that your heart desires, a husband and a house, and may they grant you like-mindedness. For there is nothing stronger and worthier than this, than when the two of them, husband and wife, keep house, thinking as one, bringing much sorrow to their enemies and pleasure to those who wish them well, and especially for them to hear of this themselves. Homer, The Odyssey. Ithaca. Our two galleys slip into Ithaca harbour on a clear evening. We've had no wind since Corinth, where I said my goodbyes to Menelaus, and everyone's mightily tired, myself included, as I've taken my turn rowing with the lads, singing the old songs in time to Tollus's drum. Diomedes is presumably still in Thebes, with the occupying Epigoni army. I've had no word on the situation there since I marched my lads away, probably no more than an hour before Alcmaeon stormed back in, demanding my head, I don't doubt. I've no idea where Bria is or how her dislocated shoulder fared. I didn't see her when I returned to Thebes, nor had Menelaus been able to find her. Given that her Hamazan body is now carrying the child of Hephaestus, I'm not expecting a visit from her for some time. In that body, anyway. My home, my rustic, lovely Ithaca, is a picture of golden hills and aquamarine sea and sky as we cruise in. The sight a balm to tired muscles, and the lads are already looking forward to an abundance of warm water and the arms of loved ones. I yearn to do the same, but I'll have to go up to the palace instead. Besides, I've sworn to myself I'll end my relationship with Issa, and I can hardly use her to ease my own mind and body before I give her news she will probably find hard to bear. I take my time, getting the galley shipshape and seeing the men ashore, and then after sending my greetings up to my family, Eurybates and I do the rounds of the families of those who've died, and that's hard. I might know that we've achieved great things for Akira on this journey, but those few brave men we lost were husbands, sons, and brothers. All I can tell their loved ones is that they gave their lives courageously for what was right. It's nowhere near enough, but I hope it helps, together with the arms and other personal possessions we've brought back, and the obols I distribute to tide them through the first hard times, along with the promise of more. My parting from Issa is painful, but she's a businesswoman, and I think she could see it coming. We resolve to remain friends. Whether our hearts can live up to that, we'll see. That all means Yuri and I are late into the palace. Everyone's still up, though not all are openly waiting. Mother greets me in the megaron with a taut smile and a teary embrace, clinging to me a little longer than she used to.
Do your enemies know who you are now?
Anticlea whispers.
I've been fearing the worst, knowing what they did to your father.
And what they're still doing, I think to myself with a shudder, recalling Sisyphus and that awful boulder in Hades' realm. We're safe, I tell her, unsure that's true. Then Catimene's here, dressed as a wife now, not a maiden, with her thick red hair pulled back and tied up with elaborate ribbons. We hug and I search her face. Is Eurylochus treating you well? I ask. She must know that the merest criticism will see her new husband pummeled within an inch of his life, because she just murmurs, "Well enough," in a wan voice. I'll find out more in due course. For now I kiss her forehead and go to face Laertes. Eurybates pays his respects to his mother and sister, gives me a good luck sign and discreetly withdraws. I wish I could leave with him. He'll have a better evening, even if he's alone. Laertes is with his new son-in-law in his upstairs room. He looks deep in his cups, and so is Locus. They both glance up blearily as I enter. But they're not alone. Nelamon has beaten me here, and he's in full flow, not even noticing my entrance. And it was incredible, my lord. We sucked them Theban bastards into the ravine, just like Prince Odysseus planned, and when we nailed that spear reset trick he taught us, and the buggers skewered themselves, we didn't have to move. All those blasted hours of training paid off in one magic moment. And the archery, shit. Last year none of us could hit a mark, but we cut them down like chaff before the scythe. Those Argives will say they won it, but it was us, sir. And your son, sire. I know you and he don't always see eye to eye, but he was magnificent. About then, Nellie realizes I'm standing in the doorway, going more than a little red at all this praise. But it's fair. We did damned well, all of us. Though I doubt Laertes wants praise for the cuckoo in his nest. Nelamon stammers. I was just giving the king the word, begging pardon, and not looking to say anything you wouldn't have said. He gives me a proud salute. It was an honour to march with you, my prince. Not a problem, Nelamon, I reply smoothly, because I don't doubt it was father that demanded the report ahead of my own. I don't think he expected such fulsome praise, though. Laertes peers at me in a way that suggests he's seeing double. Then he remembers appearances and rises. "Welcome home, my son," he says awkwardly, and because Nelamon is present and he doesn't want gossip, embraces me, murmuring platitudes, while Locus also has to rise and grip my hands in greeting. I fill myself a goblet as Laertes thanks Nelamon, as do I, and the grizzled veteran leaves. "So the hero returns," Laertes rasps when the three of us are alone. "Is what Nelamon said true?" His tones suggest he'd like to reject it all as empty boasting. "More or less," I reply before giving him a fuller version of the story than Nelamon would know, which is to say, some of the truth, but not all. That the sorcerous tokens I found here on Catimene's wedding night led me to Tiresias, and the hunt that ran from Delos to Thebes. That was, after all, why Laertes gave me his best ships and his most trusted men, and he deserves to know that, in finding the person responsible for practicing sorcery under his nose, I haven't let him down. As for the events in Argos and Boeotia, the real truth isn't for telling. I leave out Athena, Hephaestus, and Harmonious treasures, and my part in the death of Tiresias entirely. Agamemnon couldn't give us open support, I say in summary, but he wanted Thebes taken down. It was Menelaus who pressured me to join the Epigoni, though I couldn't tell you at the time. There, another plausible lie, of the sort I'm becoming increasingly adept at. Laertes takes it in, then glowers into the nearest brazier, empty of charcoal, till the full chill of autumn arrives. "Ah, yes, Tiresias. I recall that scoundrel meddling here and there, at the fringes of others' deeds. I'm not sorry he's dead. But what was he doing here in Ithaca?" I give him the restoring Eumaeus in Cyrus story. It does the trick. "The meddling bastard!" Laertes cries, slamming his fist down on his knee, obviously forgetting how he fell oh so neatly into Tiresias's trap. "Well, that won't be happening." Locus slurs, sober enough to make more connections than Laertes, and grinning lecherously with it. "That snivelling slave will be tending pigs for the rest of his days." I restrain myself from punching his teeth out the back of his head. Laertes has just realized he's treading on eggshells, albeit broken ones, and retreats into a sulky silence. I wonder what he makes of his new son-in-law, but he's not giving too many clues. By the time he regathers his composure, Locus is halfway through another goblet of wine. Laertes grimaces first at it, and then at me. "Well, you seem to have won over Nelamon and his lot," he grumbles, pushing over the mixing bowl so I can fill my own cup. I wonder if all their evenings are this cheerful. I serve him some wine, adding as much extra water as I dare. "I hope so," I reply. "We went through much together, and I think highly of them all." The king grunts and looks away. He misses that camaraderie, I'm sure. "Father," I say carefully, because this is important and true. Everything I know about leading men, and of courage and comradeship in the face of danger, and about having the backbone to do what's right even if it's dangerous, comes from you. I am what you have made me. For some reason, it gets through. He doesn't let it show, of course. Men like him never do. He just blinks, eyeing some invisible spot up in the top corner of the room and drumming his fingers on the table. "So, how did that old galley perform?" he asks. "Can she still weather a rough sea?" Before long, Locus has slumped over the table, his snores gathering in strength, while Laertes and I keep talking about this and that, sharing the wine in slower and better watered measures, as we used to, basking in some rare, peaceful middle ground and pretending the deeper things don't matter. Turns out we have quite a good evening after all, and it's an hour to midnight when I get up to go. "Odysseus," Ctimene whispers as she opens the front door of their house, to find me standing outside, Locus draped over my shoulder. She's clad in a night shift with a thin cloak thrown hastily over it, and rubbing her eyes blearily. It's a full moon night, the light and shadows stark, and the summer heat still sultry. "I have a present for you," I say wryly, lowering her drunken wineskin of a husband into an armchair, where he hunches sideways, murmuring dully. "Thanks. That's just what I always wanted," she says miserably. I drape a blanket over him, then go to the water basin, half fill a cup, and shielding what I'm doing with my body, I drop a little powder I'd filched from Tiresias's travel pouch into the container and swirl it with my finger. Then I pour some into Locus's mouth and ensure he swallows. He rapidly falls into complete unconsciousness, snoring loudly and slobbering out of the corner of his mouth. "He'll be asleep until midday, I guarantee," I tell her, taking her hand. "How are you, sister?" She sniffs on the brink of tears. "He treats me well enough. It's not even 2 months, and he's still trying to impress mother and father, but he's—" She pulls a despairing face. "I hate him. I hate the way he smells, laughs, spits, farts, belches, wears his hair, scratches his balls. I hate his skin and his hands." I'm not sure I should ask, but have you consummated the marriage? "Yes," she replies, shuddering. "Several times over." "I'm sorry." I look her in the eye. "Would you like to go for a walk?" She frowns. "If you want, I'm not sleepy." She looks at the comatose, drooling figure in the chair, snoring like a herd of pigs. "I never get much rest with his racket," she adds. I'm heartened by the small flash of cattiness I grew up with. She hasn't lost all her spirit. We tiptoe to the back entrance, where she buckles on some sandals, taking care to move silently so as not to disturb the servants. The house is not far from the palace and the road south past the shrines of Artemis and Hermes. She's half expecting me to stop at the first, but I keep walking, on and on in the soft moonlight, past the little harbour we named after Phorcys, the old man of the sea, and through the long valley beyond it. She stops me suddenly, realizing the direction we're heading. "Odysseus," she says plaintively, "what are you doing?" On the other side of the hill before us lies Maius's hut and his pig pens. "Walking," I tell her. She catches my arm. "But—" I know why she's hesitating. All the unhappiness our family have been through this last year has been because of our mother's infidelity. So I don't press her. I just wait and let her think it through. Her face, lit by the huntress's moon, flickers through fear, indecision, regret, and need, in that order. Then she kisses my cheek,
I'll walk by myself from here, brother, she says.
Without a backward look, she sets off up the hill.
I'm still watching her, my heart full to bursting, as she begins to skip.
Late one afternoon, a month after my return, Hebea is cleaning my room while I'm repairing an arm guard with a stout needle and linen thread. Princes don't escape all the chores of the household in a poor island kingdom, and besides, I know if I do it, the job will be finished to my satisfaction. Suddenly she straightens, her face twisting into a familiar, ironic grimace.
Ithaca! You'll make someone a lovely wife one day with those skills, she says crisply.
She primps in front of my small bronze mirror, running her hands over her dress, admiring the curve of Hebea's budding breasts and hips.
My, isn't this little filly growing?
I'm not too surprised. Bria was bound to show up again at some point. I put the arm guard down and, making sure the door is closed, give her a brotherly hug.
What news?
I ask eagerly.
She mock sighs. It's all just business with you, isn't it?
She pours herself the red wine I've been looking forward to enjoying once my repair work is finished, pushes the shutters wide, and perches on the windowsill, sipping away as she looks out over the town and the harbour, and sniffing the sea air.
Well, what would you like to know?
Why not start with your Hamazan's pregnancy?
Oh, that! I thought you'd want to know about important stuff.
I want to know if Genia's somewhere safe.
I want to know that Bria cares enough to have followed through with the half-promise she made to me, back at the Springs, after she let the woman she inhabited be so brutally impregnated by Hephaestus, and then be taken into danger. Don't you worry about Genia. She can look after herself, says Bria, waving her hand airily. No, there's not as much care as I'd like to see, or perhaps none Bria wishes to admit to. At least she's using Genia's name, which she's only mentioned to me once before.
What about
Penelope? It's hard not to think of her as Arnacia.
Bria pulls a face.
How do I know? Stuck on Delos, I presume, surrounded by boring old priestesses, all trying to outscore each other in the holiness stakes.
I didn't ask her about Kishanda.
And the Epigoni?
Ah, now you're asking the right questions, she says, settling herself more comfortably. Thersander has been made the new king of Thebes, mostly because everyone can see the place is completely wrecked. The fires lit during the sacking swept right through the whole upper city. The palace collapsed and all the granaries went up in flames. The population hates their new ruler, but most of them have fled to the countryside. They have very little grain to get them through the winter, so they'll be living off berries and wild greens and whatever roots they can dig up and cook. And Adrastus has returned to Argos with most of the Argive army.
Is Diomedes all right?
I'm not sure, Bria admits. He was pretty morose when he came back from the Springs that second time. But when I sought him out to talk with him afterwards, he didn't want to discuss it.
I asked him to kill Manto, and he failed.
Bria pulls a face.
So did you.
I curse under my breath.
My own failure still rankles.
And he was forced to side with Alcmaeon. What's that evil prick up to now?
In a right royal fury, since Doripenes prized Manto off him.
Now that's good news. I lean forward.
Hardly.
Bria scowls.
She seduced the bastard, had him eating out of her hand. Then Doripenes forced Alcmaeon to surrender her. He threatened an eternity burning in Tartarus unless Alcmaeon complied.
That was my idea. I managed to find Doripenes before we left camp and suggested it.
Good try, but not good enough. He marched her to Pytho so she could be executed, but now the Pythia refuses to have her put down. Manto's virtually a guest in Pytho, advising the Pythia on oracular matters.
What? I reel back in shock. That's utter madness. They've already been duped by Tiresias. How could they possibly clutch a second snake to their bosoms?
They specialize in snakes, don't forget, says Bria dryly. What do you expect from a place that worships a python? Oh, and she's pregnant to Alcmaeon. She says it's a boy, and that she'll call him Amphilochus.
I roll my eyes at the ceiling.
She's going to name him after Alcmaeon's brother?
Well, it is a family name,
Bria drawls,
though the brother seemed just as taken with her as Alcmaeon, if you know what I mean.
She takes another swig of my wine while I mull that one over.
And Eriphyle?
I ask after a pause.
What of the necklace and the robe?
Bria shrugs.
The old bitch seems to be back to her usual tricks. Running the place behind the scenes, though it's not such plain sailing, with the Epigone swelled up with triumphant pride, and Alcmaeon brooding over his thwarted lust for Manto.
I get the feeling we haven't heard the last of them all.
And Adrastus?
I ask with genuine concern.
Broken-hearted since the death of Aegialaus. I think he hoped he'd meet his own death in that battle. It would have been kinder, quicker. As it is, I don't think he's got long to go.
Did we gain anything?
She gives me a leery look. Don't give me that, Ithaca. Of course we did. Tiresias is dead. Thebes has fallen. The Trojans have lost their one ally in Achaea. And we now know that the prophecies that spoke of Theban invulnerability were lies. That's damned good work.
I think about what the dying Tiresias told me, that the Trojans see me as someone they can win over. Never, I tell myself, but remembering that one heavenly afternoon in Kishanda's arms, and how much I'd give to see her again, I wonder if it is fated, despite my loyalties to Achaea. And that leads me back to Tiresias' revelation about prophecies. It's been nagging away at me. Because I believe him, it's a truth I can cling to, because I don't want to believe in fate, especially as everyone seems to see me as someone that the Moirai, goddesses of fate, have their claws in. I think you owe me some truth, I tell Bria. A while ago you hinted that prophecies can be worked against. Now, if the future's fated, that makes no sense. What will be, will be. I know we've seen that prophecies can be misread and that false prophecies can be presented as the truth. Lies like those Tiresias managed to blind Pytho and everyone else with. But until now, you and Athena have only ever told me that spirits can travel outside time and see the future, and therefore that prophecies are facts. But that's not so, is it? Bria gives me a bright, interested smile, the adult expression sitting oddly on the face of the girl Hebea.
Bravo, Ithaca. Now, I could fob you off and say, I misspoke, or that opposing a prophecy is possible but pointless. But I get the feeling you've been talking to certain other people too, haven't you?
I pull a maybe face, looking at her expectantly. She considers, then says, I suppose you've earned the chance to delve deeper into the murky world of gods, oracles, and prophecy. So perhaps I'll indulge you. Then what's the truth? She grins. The truth is that all prophecies are lies. What? Well, a better way of putting it might be to say that all prophecies are the best guess of the spirits of that shrine at that point in time, she says. So Tiresias did tell me the truth. The spirits see a vast amount and draw many inferences, she continues, but they don't know what will happen, and even if they did, they can't predict random events. So the best oracles can still get things wrong, and long-held truths like the infallibility of Thebes or the inevitable victory of Troy, they might not eventuate. But what about all that stepping out of time? Utter hog swill, she answers blithely. The sort of bullshit we feed idiots to keep them in line. Thanks, I reply with the sweetest sarcasm I can muster. But that's wonderful. More than wonderful. It's the confirmation I needed. I'm not fated to betray my land. Don't tell anyone, Rhea warns. If kings and warlords knew, they'd be a lot less easy for the oracular shrines to manipulate, and therefore harder for the gods to control. This is not a secret that gets bandied about. Even most Theoi don't know. Theseus never worked it out, and I doubt Diomedes ever will either. But you're a little smarter than them. Only a little, I retort archly. So does Athena know you're telling me? No, Ithaca. Athena doesn't know I'm telling you, but she trusts me. And she is the goddess of wisdom. She titters softly, leaning forward. So, what happened at the springs of Kithaeron that second time? What did that old queen Tiresias have to say? That the Trojans think I'm going to join them? That Kishander might have seduced me to enhance that prospect? That Hecuba of Troy knows who I am? And that if she deems that I'll never join them, she'll order my assassination? Nothing we didn't know, I say, because I don't trust anyone with what Tiresias told me. He came to Ithaca to prevent Eumaeus from being installed as the rightful king of Cyrrhus. And the man of fire? Did he have no interest in him? He was curious, but no more. She seems to believe me. Cyrrhus may look like a trivial matter, but that's meddlers for you. They can't help meddling. She straightens. Keep those soldiers of yours drilled, Ithaca. Athena likes what she's heard of your deeds at Glesus, and there's another war coming next spring. Agamemnon can feel the Trojan shadow growing, and he knows he's going to have to unify Achaea if it's to survive. That'll mean dealing not only with Tantalus, but the sons of Heracles and their ilk. A few heartbeats later, she's gone, and the maid Hebea is staring at the wine cup in her hand, almost spilling it as she realizes she's not where she thought she was. Then she sees me and gives me a small shriek. Prince Odysseus, I'm so sorry. She flounders helplessly. What it must be like for her to have a diamond that takes her over without warning. I can't think. Sometimes Bria keeps her aware of what happens when she inhabits the girl's body, But today is obviously not one of those occasions.
It's all right, Hebea,
I reassure her.
She's gone, and you've earned a sip of wine.
We share a look of understanding over our secret.
Then she hurries away.
I gaze out the window, wondering where Kishanda might be at this moment, and whether she loves me or if it was all an act. Unwilling to pick at that scab, I think instead of Penelope Arnacia, that slim, self-possessed girl to whom I also owe my life.
Is she safe on Delos?
The Trojan menace has not passed. Those bastards are as ambitious as ever. Defeating Thebes has only postponed the problem, not resolved it. The Order of the Sphinx are still laboring to fulfill Zeus's ambitions, to be the preeminent god of a new empire, united in worship of him. On Delos they still preach that Leto is Zeus's true love, and her children are his favoured offspring. Achaea is divided and weak, and our enemies are gathering. The world's a big, dangerous, and uncertain place. And now it seems we can't even cling to the words of a prophet.
Nothing is certain,
the wind whispers.
We build on sand.
But as of now, Laertes and I have a tentative understanding, and he and my mother are talking again. My sister's marriage is unhappy, but I've gifted her more of that powder I put in Locus's drink a month ago, and her infrequent, clandestine trysts with Maius bring her some solace. And Ithaca, my beloved Ithaca, is at peace. That's a good enough reason to raise a toast to the setting sun. Thanks for listening to Oracle's War by David Hare and Kath Mayo, read by Ben Onwukwe, and produced by Rushforth Media for Saga Egmont.